If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels, it's something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in. Yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes. Just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 홈이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 홈이 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대
그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself.
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. So rated in one, move five is best. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. So rated in
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. 걱정 이건 데이자vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. I'll never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sun. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy든 혀꼬여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워 맛보게 fade.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz.
You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with take me down.
Hello, hello everyone, and welcome to Berlin for day 6 of VCT EMEA. And I hope you've got strong hearts because we're in for some hard breakers today. I am Lou, your host for the day, and I'm in great company with Billy and Minnie joining me on the analyst desk. I'm really glad, to have you back here. I miss you. Where were you guys last week? You left me alone. What happened?
Well, I had food poisoning, so
fair enough.
I think that's a fair reason to not.
Yeah, and I was floored in bed unwell. Like I was, it happens. It's winter. It's cold here in Berlin, and I'm sorry that we couldn't be there with you, Lou. But we're here today, which is most important.
Which is the most important, right? And we're here today for some matches. Some stuff happened yesterday with Casey losing to Team Liquid, and also Foot putting up a great show against Fnatic. What did we think about this, Minnie?
I thought I was a bit annoyed because staying till 1 a.m. I think Sliggy. I saw the clips of Sliggy looking very happy that I had to stay that long. So
right.
For being a bit messy in that game, I think. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise there.
But I hope you managed to get some rest because we have two very interesting matches coming up today with Giant versus Pacific, and then ULF Esports versus Team Heretics. So this is going to be, what we're going to be discussing. Do you have your eyes on one of those specific matches?
Yeah.
One or the other?
Do you know what? I think I'm just quite excited to see our Ascensions teams play today as well. I think that we kind of discussed this yesterday, that the league doesn't feel as top heavy as it has in previous years. So I'm looking forward to seeing these Ascension teams being able to put up a fight, especially kind of given the results last week. I think ULF need to bounce back after that loss against Vitality, and I think for Pacific they put up a great game against BBL, so I'm looking forward to seeing them today.
I definitely agree. In this lower bracket we have two teams that aren't supposed to be there and two teams that we were expecting to be there somehow, so I think that's not specifically a surprise for us. So yes, it's going to be crispy for sure today, and I want to play a game. This is a tradition even when I'm on the French broadcast, so it's a tradition that I'm bringing to the EMEA broadcast, is playing games. And what is lovely about my analysts is that they're getting paid to disagree, which is amazing. Right? And another lovely thing about Valorant is that there is not one correct way of understanding or playing the game. So we're going to talk about hot topics in the meta. Long story short, I'll give you a theme. You tell me if you think it's strong or not in the current meta. So thumbs up or thumbs down, like at school. Maybe I'll give you floor to explain or not. We'll keep things short. Okay, are you ready?
Ready. Let's go.
Okay, let's start with operator. Right, Billy, why? In one word.
I mean, crazy strong in this meta.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Next up is Giant X Double Initiator. In off meta, what do we think?
I would say.
This is actually surprising. This is very surprising. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get back to that later. Next up is Pacific 7.
Easily.
Yeah. Right. There's only one answer for this. But you're being enthusiastic so far. I've only seen thumbs up. Next up is, and I think we're gonna have maybe something spicy here, Omen.
The way we're agreeing on everything is actually kind of crazy. I thought we were supposed to be disagreeing.
Yes, that's what I thought too. It was like we're gonna get some debate and stuff, but you guys are agreeing on everything. Next up is EMEA's Breeze. Guys, come on. At some point, I'm going to get something out of the box just to make sure that you disagree. What do we think of Bandit, guys?
It's like...
yeah, like it's hard to say. To give
elaborate, Billy.
Yeah, to give a quick explanation on this, it's like I've not seen much value from it or what I was expecting to see from it. I think the biggest implication that the Bandit has is on shields in the second round for teams. If people were to force buy a Bandit. Like, I think if you get a plant down on your attack, yet lose the round, you might be likely to pick up a Bandit, but I've not been seeing that, and it's what I was expecting. So.
I agree. I get your points, and I want to know your thoughts now on Waylay in this current meta.
Solo Waylay or?
Waylay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Waylay is a yes, but solo Waylay is a no?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And last but not least, we're going to have the slow defaults, slow EMEA style Man, but when
I'm
you
sorry, yeah. I'm
when you-
sorry for the
but
info.
when you were coaching Fnatic, it
Yeah.
was slow default and stuff. So what?
Well, I mean, the game's completely changed since I was
Right,
the head
but-
coach. So I think that there's all the initiators have been nerfed. There's a lack of initiation util. Even like the Sentinels have initiator util. That's all been nerfed. The game's completely changed. I think there's a much more direct, fast meta.
Yes.
And my style back then wouldn't work nowadays.
Okay, but your style, we're very happy to have your style on the desk, that is for sure, and
Thank
on the
you.
broadcast. Speaking about the meta, I just wanted to have your thoughts, like on what do you think currently is maybe mandatory, you know, to when you're like building a comp, when you're starting to like elaborate some T-play on a map, like what do you think is mandatory according to you, whether it's in terms of comp, in terms of like weapons, having double initiator, double duelist, what do we think about this, Billy?
I think we kind of touched on this a little bit yesterday of like the kind of things that we were expecting to come into kickoff with the meta. One of those things being the operator being played a lot more. I kind of touched on weapon diversity yesterday and teams having players that are able to pick up things like the operator, like the Odin. We saw the effect that had at Champions last year. And I think as well, the Sentinels was a big question mark for both of us as well, Minnie.
Yeah, I think that the strongest things in this meta right now is just having a player who's really good on the operator, and then those agents that are able to not be traded, so like your chamber, those kind of agents I think are really strong too, just because there's less utility density in this current meta.
Fair enough. Well, I think we have the secret recipe to building a meta comp. So we're going to see what works for today, especially in the Giantex versus Pacific match. We've seen Giantex with a surprising loss. I think that's what we can say from their opening round against Gentlemate in the upper bracket. What do you think they lacked? And I think we're going to be able also to see a head-to-head that interests me a lot, which is Ara versus Sinead, two very different styles. But I think Sinead looked a bit better in his opening match than Ara.
I think to start off with, for Giant X, like, yes, we did expect better from them in their opening game. I think we have to talk about the fact that they choked that 10-2 lead on Bind against Gentlemates. Not even being able to get a single round on their defense was really not a great showing for them, I think, as well, considering it was their map pick. And I think on the other side, when I think about Pacific, they actually impressed me in the sense that they were able to take a map off of BBL Esports, which I don't think we expected. So yeah, I think for both of these teams, there's a little bit in the sense that we look back at their series last week and recap of that, and it's like, well, how is today going to turn out based on what happened with them?
Yeah, I think Pacific was a pleasant surprise last week, despite the loss. I think that this matchup today will be closer than I think expected, but obviously Giant X should be the favorites here. I think that Giant X has lost to mates. Like, Gentlemates are playing some fantastic Valorant right now, honestly. Like, I know it's like a bit of a cop-out analysis answer to be like, well, Giant X played a good team, but I genuinely think that that did happen. As for choking, I think that when you switch sides, like, I know you should close out like a heavy lead game, but it might just be the fact that they just kind of sucked on their defense, you know? Like, it would, as opposed to the idea of
but they weren't
choking,
even able to get a single round. Like, the fact that Mates got 11 rounds back to back to back is kind of insane.
No, I fully agree. I fully agree. It's just that I like, choke implies that, like, they started getting nervous and sweaty.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I don't think
they
that
were
happened.
a bit clueless at some point, and I can
For sure,
speak about it from experience. On Monday, I lost 9 rounds in a row on defense on Bind when I was leading. So I can tell you that is pretty unpleasant in Game Changers, and we wish, of course, good luck to all the teams that are playing tonight as well. So let's talk about our duelist. Ara versus Sinead. Who are we buying? On which side are we standing, guys? And personally, it's something that I thought I was never about to say in 2026, but I'm with Sinead on this one.
Well, I think both are historically very good operator players, which is something that we want to see. But as we see down here on the lower third, that Ara didn't get a single op kill last week. Like, he was buying the op a lot and couldn't get a single kill at all, which is a huge win condition for Giant X. Giant X are a really good defense team, and part of that is the fact that Ara is able to create space, sometimes just space, a lot of the time kills, and last week couldn't get anything done at all.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I was happy to see this Giant X roster stick together. I think a big part of their champs run last year was due to Ara and Flickless coming in for that stage 2 run that they had.
Fresh air
yeah, it
coming
felt like
in,
a Cinderella run,
yeah.
right? And I think for Ara, in that stage 2 group stage, he did have some inconsistencies, and that has been a little bit of a setback for Giant X, so I want to see that bounce back today.
And we see that it's not always the duelist that is the star player or the player that we remember from a match. It can also be the initiators, the Vive merchants. So let's see a bit of Seven's reaction on last match.
Nice, man! Come on! Bingo! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yo, I'm actually way too good. Yo, you see that? Yes! Come on! Bro, you see me! Yo, you see me! KO lurking! Nice! Oh my god, we're so good, bro!
Come on, how can you not love him? Like, it's so pleasant to have someone who's like enjoying playing video games like that. And I think for a rookie team, it's also important, you know, to have people who are not taking it too seriously.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Pacific are coming into this Pacific are coming into this league as a team with very little expectations. And when you have very little expectations, you should be vibing and like completely just like having fun whilst you're here. Like last year, that's something I said, even for the great teams, was it seemed like all the teams that were performing really well were the teams that were genuinely enjoying their time on stage.
I am so impressed with his energy and the likability that he has been able to bring to this stage. And let's not forget as well, he played 3 different roles across 3 maps last week. So yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing him grow in this league, and just what a debut performance from him as well.
Do you think he can carry the game today?
It's gonna be
top frag again.
Of course, yeah. But it's going to be harder today.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we're on the 7th side, right? I mean, I loved to see him, you know, like yelling, bringing the vibes up and stuff. I think it's so important for a rookie team indeed. And I actually got the opportunity to discuss and to hear about his thoughts before the match. Truth be told, I'm honored to be with one of my biggest discoveries from last week, Pacific 7. Welcome to EMEA, first of all, even though we've told you that many times. It's a pleasure to have you here. Another NA fumble that we're very glad to have, of course. The first thing I wanted to ask you is, how was that transition to Europe, actually? Because there is a saying that it's either you hate it, like Crashes, I mean, you love it, sorry, like Crashes, or you hate it, and I won't quote any players. So how has it been for you so far?
I mean, so far it's been good. Like, it's still super early, like in my, you know, my transition, you could say. I only been here for a couple of weeks, you know. I guess, like, but so far I like it. Like, the place I'm in is very, very nice. Like, my teammates are very, very cool. The org is amazing, and like, I'm just excited to be here. I'm just happy.
And we see that, of course, also on camera. And speaking about this, you're the vibes merchant in your team. You've seen the clips of yourself. You've heard yourself. Your teammates have heard yourself yelling, screaming, you know, keeping the vibes up. So I want to know if it's something that you always had in you, kinda, or is it even more now that you're on the big stage with the boys, etc. And how do you handle this? And the shooting. Man, you're shooting. How do you do that?
Well, for me, this is something that I did not have. I used to be the guy who was very anxious, very reserved, very like kind of didn't calm as much. But I think this is something I picked up from my last year, where I had more like rookies. Like I had Timotino, I had Alvin on TSM, and you know, like you kind of need to be that kind of role model, that kind of like guy to step up. Right? Exactly. And so this is kind of I picked up something from my previous team, and I'm bringing it to EMEA.
And we're very glad that you're bringing it up to EMEA, of course. Speaking about your teammates, I want to hear nice words from you, of course, for your teammates. But who do you think has like a lot of potential that you would like to see unleashed today, let's say, against Giant X? Who is going to carry your ass?
Honestly, I really hope Ninja. I really think he's going to pop off. I mean, he had it like, I think, the worst because, you know, he's like the youngest on the team. He's 19 years old. He's very, very young, very like, you know, new to the scene. But like this guy's a shooter, bro. Like when I say this guy's like one of the greatest players I've seen, like, hey, I truly mean it. And I really hope he's gonna show it today in the server.
So the initiator duty may be, you know, the key to success for Pacific today. We're gonna see that, and you're facing Giant X. This is gonna be a tough match, at least on paper. So I want to know, you know, do you want to tell them anything? Are you expecting anything? Don't give me the good luck and have fun, please.
Well, I mean,
you were more.
I mean, I'm kind of gonna give you the good luck, have fun. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm so like new. You know, I don't really gotta find my place so far in EMEA. But I really hope.
Else?
Nothing else. No, but I mean, we're gonna have a good game. I'm excited to play. I just want to keep playing. And I'm gonna show like everything I have on the server today.
Yeah, thank you so much for the vibes and the sun that you're bringing to this cold Berlin winter. And we're gonna see if you have what it takes to beat Giant X.
Thank you.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Giant X.
Keep calling. Took a risk even though my hurt me. With the fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma put it out of sight.
jerseys are hitting the stage on this Wednesday, and we're of course wondering who can take the win between Giant X and Pacific. We were maybe underestimating the Pacific boys last week, but they showed against BBL that we shouldn't, indeed.
Yeah, and this map veto to me is going to be interesting, because one thing that we didn't touch on is that Giant X have been playing the off-season quite hard, and in their map so far, they've been leaning into the same competitions they did in the off-season, whereas Pacific have been completely open, so we don't really know what they got here.
And I think that's fair, though, because they did end up winning that off-season event Project Blender, so they're probably leaning into things that they've already tried. What do you make of this veto, though?
I think that it just looks very comfortable for both teams. Pacific going to Abyss and Giant X going to a Bind are maps that they both felt comfortable on last week. But Giant X obviously had that bit of a mishap on Bind last week, so we're hoping that that defense side is going to be better. Both teams on their attack sides of both of these maps is going to be straightforward and go.
Yeah, I think looking at that Abyss being the first map, you know, Giant X had banned that in their second wave last week, so Pacific deciding to choose that into them, and not to say that that's because of the playing against Giant X. I mean, they chose that into BBL last week as well, so yeah, I think that that's probably a strong point for them. Look out for the lurking KO, as Seven already screamed in those messages. So yeah, don't forget as well, he went plus 17 on that map last week, so very strong map for Pacific to be able to start out on.
And there is for sure a lot of firepower in that Pacific team, that is for sure, but around Giant X, you know, there is maybe also this kind of redemption arc. You know, you come and play your first game, you're not like warmed up that much. Yes, you played in the off season, but it's always different, you know, to come back home, and especially when all the rookie teams want it. You know, they want to get it, they want to take your crown away. So I think maybe it was just, you know, a misunderstanding, a failure.
I'm not going to read too much into losing to, you know, BBL on that first week. I think it's like one of those things. I think that's
actually a strength for Pacific, if I'm honest. Like the fact that they were able to take a map off of BBL is a statement in itself.
Yeah, but what about Giant X? What about Giant X?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, for Giant X, it's the same thing. It's like losing on your first week. It's just one of those things where it's just like, you know, it's not ideal, but a little bit of a wake-up call.
Especially in a triple elimination bracket, right? It's not like the end of the world, definitely. And we're gonna head to Agents Select very soon, but I'm super glad to see the Abyss coming, because I know that Pacific are cooking, and we were discussing, you know, that those meta talks, but we didn't get to mention Tejo. I wanted to have your thoughts, Millie, on it.
I think on Abyss, it's one of those things where it's just very, like, both teams are playing very direct, and it's like overwhelming exec. So the strategy for Pacific here, likely, if they pick the same competition, will be that they really want to overwhelm on that attack side with this heavy execute. And then they have a lot of post-plant potential with the Teo and the Brimstone. So Giant X can, like, holding the site against this is quite difficult, and then trying to retake is quite difficult. They might need to disrupt that back line where the Brimstone is going to be with that one.
I'd actually like to know your thoughts on the Giant X roster for Abyss, because this looks a little familiar for you, Lou.
I mean, yes, clearly the bridge and the Tejo, I'm buying it, guys. I'm not gonna lie, this is the comp that we run with my team currently in Game Changers, apart from the chamber. The chamber,
I'm liking the chamber. I've been bigging it up all week. I'm hoping that this is something that Giant X were testing in that off-season, so it's not too much of a surprise for me, but it is different bringing it to the stage. So my eyes are on Westside and how he can, maybe when Pacific are going for these heavy exits, can he find that gap in that exit, avoid that utility, get that kill, dip out, and then the retake or flood comes.
I think as well, Westside is such a hard hitter when it comes to mechanical aspects and ability, and so seeing him on the chamber is really nice for me to see that, and I think that he could be the one that has a huge impact in this map. On the other side though, one of the hard hitters I'm looking at is VALORANT. He had a great debut last week in Tier 1, and that Brimstone was something that's a little bit unusual in terms of his agent pool, but really enjoyed watching it last week.
For Pacific side, I'm really looking at SeedNet. He's testing and flexing his agent pool a little bit, and we know him to be a jet player really. And he wasn't looking as good on those other agents. I like that Pacific are testing him, but he's going to need to step up in this game.
But it was a meme. It was a meme in 2022, 2023, guys. SeedNet, as you know, kind of blossomed already like a flower, and we're gonna see if our casters on this Abyss can blossom as well. Up to you, Fancy and Hyper.
That was a really nice throw to us. Lou. Treating us right. I don't know how to feel, but we've got an interesting series here, because I think, in my mind, I had quite high hopes for Giant X at the end of last year.
Yeah, still do.
Still do, but there is that bump in the road, which was their first kind of debut this time around.
Again, whether or not we kind of brush this up with Giant X, slow to start, we always lose a map, but It was the manner in which they were losing rounds. Again, throwing fairly easy advantages, which for a coach like Pipson, the king of fundamentals, right? It's just the absolute basics. So that's not to take any credit away from who they lost to, but for me, Giant X just didn't look like what we saw them end last year.
Yes, and I was hoping building blocks coming into this year, right? They made those changes earlier than everyone else, and they could really develop as
We're always
as
positive, right? Really want to see them
yeah.
excel. But, I mean, it's exciting for me to see them coming on this composition. Obviously, Westside, the headhunter himself, now on the chamber.
Yes.
So, certainly a delight. And actually, on the other side of things, Pacific impressed me on Abyss, but 7. I mean, he set the bar high, man. He's now got to maintain that standard.
His KO was actually filthy.
Yeah.
Again, it got them that 13-7 result. In reality, you can't cut it too many other ways for that. That was a huge takeaway. Now, already Cloud going to get things started, so that is man to the good here for Giant X. And protocol list-wise, I hold Giant X to a higher standard. Again, they're a team that did do well towards the end of things. Okay, you caught in the headhunter. You were right. Oh, man, this kid is something else. Yeah, that's a formality at the end. Oh, you made it easier. Aura gonna fall, and I would like to touch back on Aura's performance, but for now, I mean, Ninja, hang on, hold up. I mean, he made a damn good go. There was a second I thought he got the spike diffuser down, but no. Bloody hell, all right. He was like, Westside's got a little too much attention. I'm getting some of that
He's
back.
gunning for that stat line again this year.
Yeah, apparently
He's just
so,
like,
man.
I want my headshot percentage back again.
And look at this. First one, you're like, oh.
I mean, again, it's just somebody who's made a name for themselves now. If we see him playing more chamber, because obviously, again, composition-wise,
try harder, guys.
maybe some concerns along the way, but he's just such an exciting player to watch, man.
Yeah, I think, wasn't he like one of your kind of rookies of the year, right? Like, you were really on board.
I would say if there's a chance to pick him up in the off-season, he could slot, because he is a very plug-and-play sort of player, so...
Yeah.
But certainly happy to see him return to Giant X.
Yeah. For now, all going to plan. Did have to give up the site here, so Pacific will at least get the path. But they're losing in numbers. Oh my god, Rubinho. Oh, it's just simple stuff.
That Westside? That's headshot from Rubinho as well.
Sorry, Cupid's just got to... What? Have we got gunners in the server today?
Well, the pace has certainly picked up since we were here last time.
Yeah, dude, I'm still in like fanatic mode. I'm like, okay, we've got 30 seconds to talk, maybe 40, and then around the 20 seconds I'll pay attention again. This is a lot different, but yeah, 2 to start with for Giant X. And yeah, again, overall, looking forward to seeing this. We've got some real shooters in the server. You're looking towards, obviously, 7, who's yet to get off the starting blocks. Rubinho's apparently in the conversation, but it's mostly that Westside's where my mind is going towards. Okay. Is it going to settle down, do you think, or just same old, same old?
I'd hope not.
Keep the pace up.
See, obviously, what the decision-making is here for Pacific in the first buy round. Bit of an advantage, considering, but obviously Giant X is going to ride out the previous purchase. Good progress already, though, for Rubinho towards the divide. Obviously, launching missile alongside that.
Bye-bye. I like this.
In here.
You see this in various forms, just trying to get that player inserted, and it's worked quite nicely. Does he get a chance on this? Cloud's a bit deeper on the angle. And trying to bait a peek. He's seen a shoulder.
Cloud spotted as well.
There.
That somewhat window is 2 available, and Cloud's a very considered player. I quite like the 1-3-1 here. Certainly keeping Pacific on their toes. They don't quite have comfort yet either. Not going to get that mid control they would have wanted. They're certainly not. It doesn't seem like they're up for the fight on it either. A little bit of a look, sure, but a massive commitment and just a bit of util invested towards the B site.
We have a good idea now of the setup. Rubinho probably going to be challenged here. Was he spotted? I'm not sure he was spotted. Yeah, the ping's come through, yeah.
Yeah, now they seem very aware of the possibility, but he's still got a chance with that stinger. Well positioned. Does he get any... Oh, he still gets a second. That's huge. Rubinho's done really well here. This becomes manageable. Aura's HP is a problem, but still you're looking at Westside. And snaps back in time. This man looks like Kierby 10 years ago. Super snappy on the aim. A little shaky on it, but it's fine. 2 left, Valorant and Cena. This is tough. Chance coming in. Look at
10
his position.
seconds left.
Cena a little early on the corner, but handles one well. Can't convert on the second, so it puts it all in the hands of Valorante.
Just catching the backside of his own molly here.
Positioning, yeah, that's good. He's been able to isolate the 1v1, but Westside only with that Guardian. Oh, it's not only a Guardian with him.
I've got all he needs.
God, that's the bonus, Mike, and that was really well done.
Really, really well played by Giant X. Again, window of opportunity here where if Pacific can get this plant during that first wave of smokes, then maybe a chance to stabilize a little bit, but being forced to retreat back into main. Westside already wrapping this. The ping's getting through it. Maybe this was just a ping to careful of this smoke. I was thinking somebody had spotted him, but then seeing just a solo clearance from Cupid in there. Yeah, a little bit of a frustrating round to lose. So again, the ping comes through. If there's 2 or 3 bodies to come in and trade that, then yes, they've absolutely spotted him. But just seeing the clearance felt a little awkward there.
Yeah, it did.
Probably their downfall in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Now, conversation-wise, I did eventually, maybe during this lighter purchase, want to kind of keep a bit of a mindset towards Ara here. Joined at the same time as Flickless, and I think we've seen really good results from Flickless. Westside's been looking very good as well. Some of these players starting to really suit this roster. I need to see a nice upswing from Ara, because we've seen those upswing games.
Cena just missed his dash. It looked like he maybe... I mean, they're going to get the plant regardless. Next, obviously respecting this for the time being. Wait to dump some util back in. Going to catch up a couple of players, but Valorant found one.
Okay, but can they get any more? Gravino playing a little bit of spoiler, but Zened rolling back the years. 2 shots on the Sheriff. Down to a 2v2, and Ara does get an upgrade. Timely to come in with. Trying to draw the eyes here. Cupid trying to back away. Reset the fight a little bit with Westside still alive. There is threat and danger, and Ara, I spoke his name. He's starting to turn up a bit here. You can see Cupid looking, trying to find him, but I think he's kind of got a little lost in that lost track of where Ara went, and I questioned Ara. He's going to do more of that. I'll be happy.
3K to follow up the statement, as is always the case. Yep. But yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Ara, we saw kind of isolated peaks from him. The consistency was the discussion, obviously, last year. Flickless, I think, had a much slower start, actually, but able to stabilize as quite a safe pair of hands for this roster.
We're not
in early buddy. Pacific timeout here. Certainly, I mean, especially after the previous series, we want to see Ara get back to... Because that would be a huge positive for this roster going forwards.
Huge, huge if they can implement him correctly and he hits that stride at the right time. Now, you're looking at Pacific here. You do have a great deal of ults. Plenty to play with, so this could be a nice all-in round they could invest behind.
So we'll have the purchase as well. Really only missing 7s to kind of push all in if they wanted to stack up for something. The other side, Robinho and Westside doing majority of the fragging here. So Ara still missing just 1 orb. Again, certainly the start here has been a little frustrating for Pacific in some of these situations. You can see on the timelines 4 diffusers back to back. Certainly getting over the first hurdle, but unable to stick the landing just yet. Even considering obviously being at a financial disadvantage as well, so maybe just some tweaking required.
Yeah.
Really concerned being the Giant X now happy to do that and kind of trim the fat on the way in. Looked fairly comfortable in terms of the retake, other than Zened, what, finding, was it 2 there in the close
so with the Sheriff, yeah. Okay, of course. Going to be called in over towards the B side. Should free up Grabinho to potentially wander and keep a bit more of an eye towards that middle pressure. A 3-man walk right off the back of a timeout. Good call. Should have decent info for Pacific, but this could burn some of that util much earlier, and it has. That's big investment.
Just countered though. Retreat back in, not going to catch anybody inside that. Ninja and Zened with a huge investment, as you said, and netting very little.
Yeah, back to the start, and Ara's getting a little curious again, going for a double dip here, but 7 was sharp in the past. Do with a bit of that. Now, resetting somewhat across the map, we're down to about 50 seconds. They haven't noted where Westside is. It's a fair shout. It's going to be on B, or maybe leaning a little towards middle.
I mean, the assumption here being they've dealt with the trap, but I mean, Westside's got the tour de force. He's always going to anchor this now. So they're still walking into the heavier stack here.
Yeah, and they've not done much to take him off the angle or pressure anywhere else, so they're pretty happy with this 3-play stack. I'm wondering how committed Ara is, though. Is there any bailout for him? You can see already the commitment coming from the teammates. Ara does well, supported well, but Pacific breakthrough, clearing all 3 towards the site. Mid should be caught here. It is VALORANT catching Rubinho as the plant goes down, leaving just West Side alive, and well handled in the end.
And it's cost them an awful lot here. Even with 7 popping the null command. Snake's probably not going to feel awful about conceding this first round, considering what it has cost.
Has that been every ult?
Yeah, because they got 7s online. So 7s came on online during that exchange and popped immediately. Obviously, the orbital strike sent in as well, so Giantx going to feel pretty good about conceding this now, especially considering Westside invested nothing.
That is true, yeah. See if Westside can make it costly.
I think between Grabinho and Cloud, they're going to have a chance to at least get an operator back in his hands if he need. Doesn't really strike me as an operator player anyway, but he'll get himself a rifle.
God, it did take 5 ults to get that done. But
I'm not sure if I missed something there, but I think it was all 5 used.
I'm pretty sure.
7 beautiful double to open up though. Yeah, I mean, Cloud doesn't even realize where he is until.
Yeah, man, my guy's lost.
Come on, baby!
It's kind of what you'll see from 7. He was such an instrumental factor in their previous series. You kind of need him on that sort of level, right? Giving you 2 every now and then, starting to find that impact, find his footing throughout this series. But obviously this round, they don't have all those ultimates to bring into effect. So what's the game plan from the word go? I already like that Giantx tried a little bit of aggression in that 3-play stack, kind of playing off of the back of having the ult in Westside's hands. And a new challenge towards middle. This time, obviously, slightly differently equipped, and I don't think the drone quite crested the corner.
No confirmation. Flash going to come through. Westside looks for a pick, but doesn't catch it here. Will TP to safety. Again, Pacific now with a good understanding of at least 2 members of Giantx. I don't think R has been confirmed just yet. Still very slow to react from that. Almost looking like they want to immediately collapse back into a more traditional execute here.
Yeah, maybe feeling just because they've got Westside potentially on that B side of the map, they have a better shout at this. I don't know if they've, as you highlighted though, identified
now,
Ara.
Yeah, now calling the audible off that.
It seems a bit
That,
hesitant.
on the back of VALORANT, maybe seeing Ara, catching some info?
I don't really know. I don't feel as though VALORANT even went that deep on this.
There was a smoke invested, but...
And with that paranoia, it's instantly the alarm bell. So they evacuate the site, trade this out, and they refight though. They go back in way earlier than expected, and Westside is running rampant, getting 2 quick kills, and set up the rest to succeed. Ara backfill in the space as 7 did manage to take away Flickless, but it's just Cupid. It's a 1v2, and he's already been stalled on the plant.
10 seconds
This
left.
is now open for Cloud to deny, and there he is. Perfect from Cloud.
Unfortunately, just caught up there. Ara's placement absolutely perfect. Westside landing a couple of shots. Just to make things even harder for Pacific, but again, if the housekeeping almost early on in this round was just to identify Westside's position, and like I said, they had the confirmation of Flickless as well. Took them a little long to react
One more,
or make
97 Willie.
Make a decision based on that. Like I said, they drifted immediately towards A, and then audible was called before they even confirmed anything towards that site.
I've got to say as well, the discipline for Giantx kind of, you know, falling off site, playing back in just after the paranoia, re-engaging was great.
Like I said, the positive that we're looking for. Oh, actually, 7 shut down here.
And look, I asked a lot more from Ara, but now where are we going in this one? They look a bit in between a rock and a hard place, and the decision-making is looking a bit lax, maybe trying to bait out this reflood that Giantx did in the last round, but now they have to handle it, and they're already at the door. Cupid's on 5 HP.
Yeah, he's tanked so much of that util.
And look at the map, it's getting smaller. Are on a new flank, a new line, so Pacific are pretty much screwed here, surely. But maybe not. I mean, they're fighting forward, they're fighting for a chance, a slice of safety, but here comes what could be the final blow. A quick kill from Ara, and he's going in on this one. Has a glance, spots out both. He now knows Rubinho could work off this.
Keep at 5 HP though, has to be the one to take some of the pressure away. Rubinho's waiting, and actually come through perfect. Support system there from Ara, but has to clutch out now. VALORANT will fall. Again, Giant X just making really good decisions in some of these situations. Like I said, for me, reverting back to fundamentals, safety plays, low risk, very high reward.
And I'm impressed at Aura. Variety on that kind of pressure on the back lines, right? This was the initial contact, very early, 1 minute 26. And bear in mind, he slowed down, waited for that re-hit, and then re-engages after the plant goes down. Nice synergy between him and Grabinho as well.
Yeah,
the call for util, facilitating that swing. And I was going to say it, but I think you can see it. Frustration. So close again. Down to a 1v1 that time. It's nail biting, but the problem is the scoreline.
Yeah.
6-1. They're Tejo.
Not accosted many more mistakes in this half. Will force a purchase here. Get off kilter in terms of the ultimates, so nothing really to complement this lesser purchase. West side prowling once more.
Got that distance down, yeah.
Not spotted, but I think they spotted his TP, so gonna deal with that. West side.
Great flash.
Oh no, sorry, it was actually the trip.
Oh man, and they've lost a player. We didn't see it go this far before, but actually, Zenit was willing to explore that option, but he isn't. Sets maybe an idea he could be exploring it,
Valorante's
but
so lucky, by the way.
Yeah.
Grabinho just on a deeper angle.
They're on site though. I don't think he expects Valorante this deep this early. And now he's certainly going to know about it. Valorante being powerful in these plays, pushing up, getting to, opening up space. Hell, he made that last round look almost doable. Cloud gets caught this time, and Valorante maintaining dominance. This could be a call to cancel. This operator is precious. And again, you're playing in a 2v3 retake. Could be possible, but they don't fancy it.
I mean, with rifles here, maybe combine the ultimates, but you're right. Orbital Strike allows a lot of freedom here for Pacific. Valorante almost brute forcing his way onto site here, and again, a player that's very capable of doing so. If you needed an example, that was absolutely one to make note of here. I mean, looking at the next round potentially here, I mean, it bails Pacific out in terms of this chokehold they're in terms of the finances. It's almost a lifeline here to maybe favor them in the last few rounds. Still very fragile. I mean, Valorante and Cooper, 300 and 650 a piece here.
But God, his impact on these site takes has been impressive. It's something that I'm genuinely impressed with, and a little bit of background really as to where this guy came from too.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this in essentially a player that's come very close to breaking into tier 1 a few times. He's been on a few lists.
Yeah,
been considered. Yeah, been considered a few times, but certainly nice welcoming here, sitting at 11 and 6.
Make me proud.
In a series that I don't want to say they're written off in, but certainly the underdogs here.
It's an interesting player. It's just that kind of enjoyment to watch. Able to deliver against good players, good teams, even in a losing scenario. So credit to him in that. Now, whether or not he can be more instrumental, it's a lot to ask, but line here for Aura.
Again, just looking at the minimap early on in these rounds, Aura's going to be rewarded.
That's a little lazy.
Before, yeah.
Because you kind of felt everyone else was on the same page then, knowing there's a chance I pushed up.
I mean, I'll save this point now for afterwards because it looks like the side hit's coming through.
But there's delay, there's stall on this. Buford trying to get a little tricky on it, but Pacific held back. They try and filter out. There's still opportunities for Aura.
It's been here from Valorante. Will enable the plant to come through. Actually, rolling Thunder Punch very early on, though.
Yeah, super quick. Seven's been caught on that, and a TP out and a TP forward. It could be great, but Seven's the one to put his name up on the scoreboard. Trying to get a buff, but it's watched. It's all on Valorante, who's had a marvelous bit of it.
Another one.
What a shot! But now stunned up, hindered, he is in trouble. 38 HP is not enough. Aura with 4. But Valorante, man, he went down swing.
Yeah. Again, if you put Seven and Valorante in some of these situations, they're able to just turn things on a dime.
Yeah, you know, there's that mental, not check out, but there's like the, okay, it's a 1v3. Surely not. I mean,
it feels toast at one point there.
Valorante made a damn good go of it. That second shot towards Heaven was just poor. But again, Aura having his time in the sun. It was something we were asking for. Let's see what this guy can do. And it is good. Clean work from him. Happy with that.
Come on, you move
And again,
back.
Another 1v1.
Oh.
Again, the point I was just about to make, they're actually putting so much focus on figuring out where West Side is, where the trip is, where his TP is, that they're lacking coverage, which is what allows Ara to post up so deep here, catch them totally off guard with the operator, and CNED falls.
All right, Westside, you committed to this one. And you found a wild CNED, but Flickless on the side, no, he's going to have to fall away. So the site, hard fought for and won out by Pacific.
That's Giant X now at the disadvantage. Operator in hand still for Ara. Yeah, you're right. Robinho on a judge.
One suppressed.
No ults to use either, so this gets a bit trickier. But Cloud making a damn good effort, but gets outdone. Ara on the trade, but now Grabino's going to find value. Right range, right place. Judge going to break in. Now down to a 2v2. This is where it gets tough. Can he get a switch out of weapon? Hopefully for Grabino, he does. But now you look at the post-plant util. Oh, okay, Cupid just in no man's land. Trying to check on maybe the spike with the plant's in play, and so's the smoke. Diffuse is happening, no denying it now. Another 1v1 and another good outcome for Giant X.
8-2 the scoreline now. Pacific just giving up a little too much here. Maybe an extra body on site, but Cloud does so much work to enable Ara and Grabino to make moves at the right time. So CNED in a position that feels fairly committed there. Just caught off guard by the judge. I think, as you said, it's the right range for him to really shine in that situation.
This is going to sting this time out as well, because, again, they're getting 1v1s, man. They're getting
1v1s, but they're getting so many plants as well.
Yeah. Like, if you can see the timeline when we get back into game, you'll see it as well. It feels like they have had so many chances, and then just someone's there. Ara's having a great game. Rubinho, Westside's clutch, Flickless, Cloud, they've all had their little moments.
Giant X have 8 rounds, 7 of them as a result of being diffused. So it's got to be frustrating for Pacific, something just not clicking. Few examples of maybe going a little too far forwards, maybe then on the flip side of that, giving up way too much space in certain situations.
Yeah.
Certainly on the cusp of breaking through here, but Giant X, I mean, not really missing a beat in terms of this defensive half.
No, and we've asked, I don't want to say a lot of Giant X, I just wanted them to look like they're still on a positive trajectory from last year, right?
Well, yeah, no, I agree with that. I think we're now in a position to ask way more of them. Now, we were asking certain questions. Oh, you've made great decisions. Yeah. Timing of the roster change and whatnot. Okay, you've shown us some results. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough, it's Giant X. But now, I think we're certainly able to ask harder questions of this roster.
They're passing the test as it stands. Be it close, they are winning. Westside, similar position again.
Wrong going
the knife, taken away by CNED. This time already falling back much deeper here. And ready for CNED. Sends him away on the first attempt. There's the paranoia though, but he's still alive. Westside trying to be slippery and finally gets out of sight.
Considering not TPing there, I can see the cogs starting to turn. Maybe the smokes occluding Flickless, but we'll have a chance to reset here. Full 5v5 now. One of the few I feel we've had.
Yeah, it's normally someone's gone down on the way in, and there should be hopefully some util for stall. There isn't a lot. We've still got a molly with VALORANT. That's just been used, but it's seen it on the front lines. 7Z taking way earlier fights here, not letting that flood back happen. Rubinho with the judge. I mean, yeah, gonna get the upgrade and probably get out of there. But if that's the remedy to the woes, I'm glad they've been able to identify it and address it, but man, it's late in the day.
Yeah, in one of those situations, I said put VALORANT and 7 in, but also CNED. Certainly a chance to put some numbers up if Pacific can find this comfort.
Taking that back.
I think Rubinho's going to get caught. Nah, he's safe. So Will maintain the operator. And the buy is going to be a little awkward. Westside does have the tour de force. Oh. Wow. I was saying that CNED can put numbers up. He doesn't even need to see anybody. Just 2 headshots into the smoke. But again, a good read that the GX are looking to completely concede, maybe play off the divide, which gets invested for nothing in that previous round.
A gift.
So, quasi double op here.
Yeah, and it's kind of all they got, too. You look at the buy around it, it's Stingers and Sheriffs. Yeah, Judge for Grabino, but they need value off of this, and they're digging deeper on it. They want to invest it much further.
This is very bold from Westside. Oh, he actually avoids from the smoke as well.
Oh, how is he alive, CNED? Might have seen him. But Grabinho's there in support. The 1-2 punch, and Giant X holding at the front of the site. Cooper clears west side, and now they have to back away.
Certainly will take that trade, though, any day of the week. Pacific down to 3. Have to now recover. Ara making hints as if he's going to start. Trying to backfill this, but...
This is how it ends.
We'll post. Clear outside here, but... Again, just a safety net for Pacific to operate into.
Yeah, but did they spot Grabinho on this cross? It was a lazy clear from Cupid, really. Maybe not expecting it, but now there's problems. They almost played Giant X. That is devastating. They had the window of chance there, Mike, and they let it close.
Very, very bitter pill to swallow. A 9-3 half here, Pacific looking a little lost for answers in some of these situations in the post plant, but to find out if they can fix some of those issues in the second half right after this break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Well, I need to eat my words, don't I? Ara's had a blistering half, 17-6. I wanted to see more from him. We saw highs and lows, glimmers of greatness, but then he'd shy away a little. Might be a little hot and cold. Here, he's been fantastic.
Like I said, here we see the stats from week 1. Trending a little behind, but certainly not here to kick off the start of this series. 17-6 here in this opening half. Yeah, pivotal in some of these rounds. Grabinho and Westside obviously still putting up numbers. Cloud and Flickless, see again, thankless roles in this situation.
Yeah.
Allowing the superstars really to stand on their own 2 feet.
Yeah, you look at the scoreline overall, bloody hell, 9-3. That is something to write home about. Now, obviously for Pacific, that's frustration. This was their map choice. They've got sheriffs galore, so they're coming in invested. They kind of have to. You can't really... Look, we have casted, we have seen, we've been part of bigger comebacks than this, but the odds are not on your side.
But obviously going to have an opportunity to do damage here.
Oh, the stun off the back. If he got caught...
Yeah.
God, you could see the intention, couldn't you? But Westside just walks on in, 7 with 2. Now Cloud and Flickless, well, make it just one. CNED fancies a go-to. Those sheriffs were singing.
Slapping.
Yep.
Doing so much damage on the way in. Again, the rotation comes through quick enough that Pacific can secure the pistol here. Number 4 on the board. Even here, you think Westside just gets a chance to open up some of these sight lines. See what he can do with the Headhunter.
Bang, baby! Come on, man! Bang!
The energy that the desk were talking about here still... I'm not reading that out loud.
Say it.
No.
Say it.
No. They've done that on purpose.
I did it. I said it yesterday. I think I just read the score wrong. I think it was like 8-7. And I went, oh, 6-7. I was like, oh, my bad.
Oh.
But I'm too old to be saying that. That's not like, I'm brain rotted, but not that badly.
We can't compute fast enough.
No, honestly, like I'm not that clever. I promise you, it's mostly a mistake. For now, it's classics across the board for Giant X, so just going to go through the motions. Pacific do need to keep this clean, though. You've got to see the investment behind them. That is 2 of those Bulldogs. They cannot be lost. Beyond that, a Guardian as well. Easy, Cupid. You don't want to make a deal of that. And Wes... Ooh, CNED! CNED, what are we doing, brother? What are we doing? And I'm a bit worried about Ara here. I don't know why. I feel like he might get a kill. Oh, no. No, he's not going to get a kill,
I mean, Cupid's is, already tagged up a little bit. Probably a little cautious to push into that smoke, but Giant X with a huge opportunity here. Only classics.
And Cloud's got util for a post-plant. So's Flickless got a bit of stall on the stun. And Ara's just being a nuisance. He's being exactly what CNED thought he was! What is that? Ara, no! Oh! Man, I need to doubt him more often. Maybe that's what I need to do. Get me out. If this is how it goes wrong, there was still util. This is what I'm saying. You've still got that coming in. So 7 now needs to fight forward. Time's starting to dwindle. 7's putting this all on his shoulders, but he's starting to lose the fight. And Time, he's going to be gone on this. Oh, it couldn't have gone worse for Pacific.
Only classics. I mean, the smoke coming in to allow Ara just a pocket to play from and find another kill is beautiful. CNED, a little lost in that dash. But again, a big discussion point here is obviously CNED back to a position where he's trying to show versatility, turn his hand to another agent. Unfortunately, we get a stark reminder. Giant X capitalizing on a round 2 flip. We'll give them double digits now. Guardian for Ninja, but that is it.
Oh man, if we see Giant X actually really activating at the same time, they could become such a triple threat, a triple A team in that regard. You get Ara actually finding his form, Westside keeping up that level of play, and then everyone else you got throwing Cloud. If he has a great series too, hell, you could pick any of the others, throw them in. Man, this is why we get excited by Giant X, all these little options.
They've shown us the ceiling.
They have. So did CNED in the last round. But now, what the hell does Pacific do is that, as you noted, 1 Guardian to play with. 7's been noted. He's like, please, it's just me, I swear.
Yeah, they're trying to fake out. There's no stack here.
Hello, Valorante. That felt weird. I'm going to check for more. Ah, there was more. It's not gone well, Michael.
No, they're going to run away with this one. Cupid now, last alive, 1v5, classic in hand. Now making sure to have his ultimate for the next as well. Get it off the plant here.
30 seconds left.
He's even given
Spike
the opportunity
planted.
to find an exit here. Looking a little bleak considering a huge positive posting the pistol, but...
I like that Ara far.
I think
Hello.
they know. I think they know. Well, I did get it. Well, got his exit. Got mine.
Got mine. 4 for Cloud there. 11 to 4.
Cloud, I got my 4. I got my 4. Yeah, they're desperately trying to sell that they've retreated away from here, but I mean, FedEx just have so much time and space and bodies as well that wasn't really going to develop.
Did you get jump scared at the end?
I think he did, yeah. So they cleared it with Uto, and then still somebody, Cupid just tanked the first, I think.
Okay, so Cloud's got ult, 7's got his. We've got an operator in the hands of CNED. Okay, it's back to the wall sort of Valorant here. This has to happen now for them. Oh, it's direct.
They're rushing Cupid.
Cupid, good luck. Can you survive? He's still breathing for now. Site's getting cleared. He's trying to play a little close on the corner, but they've now started to flood the site. He is looking screwed in this. Giant X, they know their lines. They've scaled that site so perfectly. And sadly for Ninja and Cupid, they couldn't find even a corner of safety to play into.
They almost want to give this up, but again, the finances aren't there. Operator in hand for Cena. It's going to be a tough egg to crack.
Certainly will be. Does 7 and Cena do? I feel like you save, but do you save really at this point?
Yeah, it's not a good choice, but you're almost forced into it because of the operator. I mean, there's going to be 700 credits in the bank for Valorante, but Ninja and Cupid flat out broke. As Giant X will hit 12th.
Can't believe you brought up eggs.
Eggs?
Yeah, crack that egg. Allergic to it.
Oh. Yeah. I thought it was a sideshow reference. That was
No.
the most uncracked egg on the planet. You've seen him play, right?
mean, I saw when he beat Sliggy, I'm pretty sure. Do you remember that little talent game?
That didn't happen.
Mate,
I'm
they
sorry.
actually
No,
got
it
their
didn't.
ankles broken
No,
by
it
him.
didn't.
It was foul.
I refuse.
Was
to
it the
believe that.
coaches against casters thing, I think? I can't remember.
Why wasn't I invited?
I mean, there's probably like a skill cap. They're not allowing you. It'd be uncomfortable for the others. Let's be honest. It's like fun and games when they're a bit rubbish, but it's like, you know, when Ender played League. Everyone goes silent. It's like, oh, could you just have fun?
He really locked in Nuno. Wild. Giant up to 12.
Yeah.
Obviously, the purchase not ideal. But, I mean, still actually scraped together a better buy than it certainly looked like. Only got Seven's ultimate to work with. Cena did hold on to the off, as we said. Still threat here for Giant X to overcome, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. Stacked up once more for an all-in sight here.
Yeah, here we go. And VALORANT! Get out of here! 3 kills, that's his sight! In zone, flawless!
The two guys I said, put them in a position to just click heads, and they deliver here. A lifeline for Pacific. 5th on the board, long way to go to get back into this half, but I mean, Ara just gets in the weirdest part of that animation as well.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Nice! Hello! Come on, baby. Me and you, brother. Me and you. Even though you got them all, but that's fine.
That's my teammate
Me and
right
you.
there.
Emotional support, I got you. Well, yeah, what they say, the vibes merchant, right? Yeah.
Look, it's working, man. It's working.
He's just gassing him up. Get another one.
Come on, do it. Please, I'd love a win. What have they got? Okay, well, VALORANT's got ult. That's no surprise. I feel like Seven's been sat on his ult for a minute now as well, but... There you go.
Looking to re-clear through mid, potentially. Going to be anybody on the other side. Giant X avoiding these sight lines. Still probably aware of the fact CNED's going to be looking for something early on.
My guy put a little flare on that. Like, I was a bit worried.
I'm gonna flick shot drone.
Misses. Flies into the air, gets caught on his terrible movement. He's had a rough time. It's all right, all good this round.
Giant X have immediately backfilled that though.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of util.
Oh, hang on.
But a lot of help's on the way. That's fine. Cupid and Ninja
30 seconds
there to save
left.
the day. How's Grubinho slipped? He must have been seen. They
grabbed it. Yeah, they split this. So nobody focusing towards sight here allows Grubinho to make moves. Oh no!
Oh, there was such a chance. There was such a chance. It's getting muddy. Nicholas, 1v4. I said it as a joke and I got a bit nervous. It's fine. They're still alive. Look at that. Great round.
Really well coordinated.
Yeah, big.
I mean, Giant X out in a position to just smother the B site. Luckily at that point, actually, you got to credit the fact that everybody kind of conceded the right space here, and Cupid and Ninja. Jump scare for Cupid, I imagine, in that situation. But, oh no, no.
Oh, he knew how close he was to that too.
Yeah.
That could have been 2 kills. Suddenly it looks a little bit different, maybe for Flickless, but now the ults are starting to build up for both sides. We've got Ara on his, we've got Cloud with theirs, Rolling Thunder, and 3 online for the others.
The snowball just is way more concerning for Giant X. No margin for error now. Pacific have to maintain here for a long string of rounds.
Locating targets.
Giant X certainly slowing things down now, paying a little more respect in terms of this default. Certainly trying to probe the map a little better. Ara not rewarded here.
There.
The Cloud. Continuing to make progress. Pacific are going to be in a very weird spot once more, where Giant X have options towards both sides. Confirmation here, and Cupid did spot Grubinho.
Yeah. So the implication... that was Well, Ara's got the first, and that opens up the new avenue towards that A side. Luckily, I guess that was the slightly heavier stack side of having 2 additional players on it, but they don't need to follow this up. They can look wherever they want. This is where it gets... Oh, come on! That couldn't have been a better catch. The spike actually goes down on top of the box, but it is recovered. So Cupid, in the meantime, fell on the B site, found in the end, so that opens up complete options for Plant. This shouldn't be a difficult round at all, and that's the scary part. They don't have any of those ults remaining.
Very, very comfortable post-plant here. A little bit util left, but not much. And still the operator in the hands of CNED. Have to be rewarded here, as I was going to try and slow things down on the way in.
Ara going to be caught first. Ninja's done well. Going to need 3 more of those, basically. West side waiting. First layer of util sent in. CNED sitting on this, at least going to get towards halfway. That's fantastic. Layering of the ult, though, and that's where it gets dangerous now. You can see that time sink coming in. 7 trying to get invested, trying to get involved, but it's all on CNED. He's done this right under their noses. Steals it away with the Red Bull clutch.
Well, I was looking at the minimap there. Did Grabinho use the gravity well on top of the ultimate from Cloud here? They had enough stall to prevent this from happening.
I think they messed up the timing on it.
Again, I'm not sure of exactly how it would look with the half defuse coming through, but using both at the same time here and everybody playing deep off site. Another lifeline here for Pacific, and just 5 rounds separating these teams.
You want to play? Let's
Saw the force popped. Again, another chance to close out once more for Giant X.
Tim's getting way closer. This feels a little bit sketchy, but now I've said it. Obviously, this could be the final round, but let's see. Is there still fire left in the belly to keep pushing this forward?
CNED still on the top, but haven't really found much in the early round.
I like that he's gone for a bit of a walk, though.
I mean, he's, much deeper position this time around. Ton of information and rewarded now.
Yeah, calm work there.
West side.
Bye-bye, CNED. You're not getting a free exit plan on this. Paranoid goes in, and Cuba commits towards site. A little sketchy at this point. And a little bit of a battle in mid breaking out as well. So let's see if the site gets one in. So Cuba gets a new lease of life. They may not consider this one. And Cuba, goes unconsidered. Really well found, and a follow-up. There is fight in his Pacific side yet. In a 4v2. Defending that spike with his life, basically. West side of Grabinho, what are you going to do now? Flanks on the way.
VALORANT on an awkward angle here. West side actually flanked it. Ninja's going to find him.
Oh, this is game back on Cupid. Great positioning there, Mike. The fact that he didn't get cleared by that util and they just didn't consider it.
It's just so down to the wire here. Giant X, this final round eluding them, and I think you were saying before, they're starting to get a little concerned. Now I'm certainly concerned.
Giant X timeout?
You'd hope so, yeah. Pacific. Certainly showing life.
Wow, wait, they're hitting your site.
Certainly a few here for Giant X. They should have been able to close out.
That's crazy, no?
Feels like they're starting to believe a little bit, right? A little bit of that faith restored with Pacific. 4 rounds in succession to get to this point. They've looked good. Feels like Giant X haven't quite had an answer. They're not quite able to fully deal with it. And Cupid becoming a bit of a factor. That previous round from him was exceptional there, Mike.
Yeah, it really was. The fact he's not cleared there with the from the util from Flickless, again, just allows him to really run away with the round. And puts himself in a position that's basically a one and done, effectively. And then even considering the U2 on top of that, I think maybe just invested on the box underneath him, so there's that weird cutoff. Makes Giant X pay for it.
But Michael, we've seen a lot of fake comebacks. We've seen a lot of OGs.
Us, jaded.
Mate, my voice is still absolutely mullered from yesterday's games. I'm out here sounding like Barry White at some points. Like it's helped me. There's no helping me. We all been.
It's not going to be the same.
No.
No. Giant X will close out here.
Oh, okay.
Light off rip.
Okay.
No nonsense. Going to take mid.
All right,
I'm watching.
Waiting, anticipating, and say it ain't so. Already Aura goes down. This feels like a half-made plan, and I'm curious where it's meant to end. Already Valorante gonna find two. Seven gonna retake the space as well, trying to find some safety up here. Clear behind this. It's weird. CNED with a missed shot. Falls away. Can Westside open up anything? No, Ninja shut it down.
Just Cloud and Flickless Def now. A ton invested towards the start of this. A chance here to find a 2v1. I mean, it won't necessarily give them the man advantage in the post plant, but Ninja's going to tuck in. Test the discipline here, the awareness, or potentially of just Flickless. It's a solo endeavor.
And he's got his fight, and he won it barely losing HP. So that's now on cards, and they're far, Mike.
Now it's worrying because Cloud has util, Flickless has flashes, and actually also a plant denial tool at his disposal. Pacific need to make moves, make it fast to clear Cloud.
Trying to stay a little bit deeper, so he's going to have to backpedal into this cautiously as he can.
That stun could be disastrous.
It looks good, it looks really good. And Cloud looks hungry for it, hunts down the man of Seven, and now they've divided themselves. Cloud's position is perfect, played in by Flickless. And now CNED's got issues, backline's broken, he's got to fight forward. Flickless still surviving on the side. There's that util layering, buying time. And Flickless has got a full hand, basically. Stun was invested right, and he's not found his man. He can't find Flickless. And well, Cloud's done it with util. It's 13-8. You were right. Absolutely spot on. And I think we actually have a treat for us coming up nice and quickly is the fact that Lou's going to be diving down to stand by with Aura.
Congratulations, Aura. I'm going to grab you real quick before you get back with the team. You won all your 1v1s. Yes, thank you so much. You won all your 1v1s on this match. On this map, how do you manage to remain cold at all times, ice cold?
I mean, this is the result of the scrims. The most important thing, I think, is to play like in scrims. So I think that's what really matters right now, and it helped me a lot. And hopefully I can keep it on map 2, the same.
Yes, we wish you the same. Thank you so much, Ara. Good luck for next, and let's see if he manages to be a clutch minister on map 2 after a short break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You lost many clutches on Abyss. As a coach, what can you do to help your players going into map 2, knowing how frustrating that can be? We are already mentally prepared to this type of stuff because it's the reality of Valorant. Of course, we lost more than usual, but I will make sure that we have the mental back to the map 2 and map 3 because also they're aware of that. Yeah, like that happens sometimes, and I trust them individually to make the correct decisions next time, next map. I will show my trust, I will give them energy and make sure that, you know, like they're prepared for the new clashes on the next maps.
Give his players energy, give his players confidence. It seemed like they were lacking. The Pacific boys were lacking it on the first half, though on the second side there was a bit more, you know, of a recovery that we saw happening. But once again, as Fancy and Hypox says, it was again a fake comeback. Unfortunately, Mini, what have you thought of this Abyss? We were expecting maybe the Pacific boys to be more dangerous, Aura to be less good. What happened?
I was a little bit worried for Pacific because that was their map pick, and it was a map where they had a very defined strategy. And I think that Giant X did a really good job picking it apart. Like I said in the pre-show that like the strategy from Pacific is to go very hard and fast into those sites, then use the post plant. But it felt like Giant X were using the chamber very well, even though Westside didn't pop off necessarily, to like disrupt that a little bit. And then also they just knew what they're doing and knew the plan.
Yeah, and one player popped off. We need to talk about Aura, Billy. He played insane. He did literally everything. Was he for you the key for Giant X for this clean?
I think to quickly touch on what Minnie said, like Pacific were able to get into post-plant situations. It was just these clutches and the space that Aura was able to take around the map, which was feeling, it meant the map felt very small for Pacific at moments.
And again, like Pacific's win condition here is post-plant, and Aura's making space on the flanks, making sure they cannot get into that post-plant situation. I saw that multiple times early on. Round 3 and round 7 were big rounds in which Giant X knew that was going to be the plan of Pacific and just picked that apart. But yeah, it was everything though from Aura. It wasn't just that. It was like, yeah, like it was clutches, hopping, like everything felt good.
Exactly. He was disruptive, like you say, playing the operator. We got to see the bounce back that we kind of hinted at in the pre-show that we wanted to see. Hopefully it can continue throughout the series as well.
Yeah, and what is really important when you play against a team that plays post-plant is either to have entries with maybe like an operator or a chamber that plays aggressive. And even though Westside wasn't the player that popped off, he still had a lot of impact on this Abyss, and having also someone flanking. So, I mean, do you think that the Pacific boys can recover on Bind? Because Bind, something happened to Giant X last week against Gentlemates, and you know, the comeback. So
I think they look confident today. I think to quickly speak about Westside being on the chamber as well, and to talk about him not playing the operator, I think when you have a player such as Westside that is so mechanically skilled, why would he need to play the op in that sense when you have someone like Aura that is very strong with that weapon? So I'm not too worried about the fact that he wasn't playing the operator because he's a strong rifler anyway.
I mean, I want to see Giant X against better competition when they're playing the chamber. Like chamber strength is using the snipers and the operator, so it is very strange to me. I think that the long term it might not suit their identity, but if Westside's getting headshots, then it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It's kind of his added value to the game also is that he can just take duels, like he had an AWP, but he has a Vandal in hand because he shoots quite fast. But before we get into Bind, let's hear from Pipson in the Coach Convention.
From Mini, you have chosen Bind despite what happened last week. What have you done to improve the defense this week? To be honest, I don't think that the problem is Bind defense exactly. It was overall the problem of defense, to be honest. So that was the main thing we were focusing on during this 4 days of practice. What we had is to make sure that we are coming back to the same roots of defense, which we had during Champs and Stage 2, because our defense was good and we had a problem with attack. And it's not about being aggressive, it's just, or like all of that stuff. It's more about a fundamentally understanding of how we want to approach defense. So that was the main idea.
So the side doesn't seem to be the issue, but at the same time, it was the issue at Champs, and we were struggling in attack, now in defense. What
yeah, it's really interesting to me because Giant X are a team where I picked them up going into Champs as a team that was very strong on the defense. They were winning their games through that defense, understanding when to do aggression in the start of the round, when to do those re-clears in the middle of the round, and again, Aura's operator getting space. Sometimes he isn't getting the kill, but he'll get a line, and then his entire team can rotate the other side of the map. So it's very interesting that they're having troubles, and it's not a map-specific problem.
Yeah.
the whole map pool, apparently.
Yeah, and speaking about double initiators, you know, initially you kind of have the idea that you can help your duelist taking early picks also in defense, right? Because you have drones to re-clear zones, you can, you know, you have a lot of infos and you can stack on the proper side, so it's even more surprising that they struggled like this on Bind, isn't it?
They have the solo initiator on Bind, right? Flickless plays
Yeah,
Viper
he plays
here.
Viper,
yeah,
you're right,
so
but even in general.
I think in general, yeah, I have to agree with what you're saying. I like watching Flickless on the Viper, but yeah, that could be an aspect on why they've been struggling. I think, yeah, for them, it's obviously not swayed them too much in the sense that they've been confident enough to pick into that map today. So yeah, I'm hoping that we can see a bit of progress on that defense. Of course, they will be starting on the attack, so hopefully it shouldn't be too much of an issue and they'll be able to get a lead again in the half, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to still this question that, like, I think that because Giant X are changing, even if they do play double initiator, they are changing the combinations of which Flickless and Aura are playing together. And I think that some of the combinations worked better in the past.
Ooh.
But same
7 veto? 7 veto? Are we buying it? I love it.
First veto, I think.
Yeah, this is our first veto in EMEA, which is very exciting. And of course, it's not even a player
Welcome,
from
welcome,
EMEA.
and it's Steven. And it's 7 who picks it. He's already generational. We have the Astra, we have the Viper, double controller, of course, on both sides. What do we prefer? I mean, I'm turning to you, but I already know the answer.
I think I prefer Pacific's composition, actually. I like the Yoru, and I like the idea of this Astra. Astra I'm a big fan of, and then Vito, I really want to see what they got cooked up. Like, Cupid is a kind of like cooking, innovative IGL, so I want to see what they've got here. Giant X played a very direct, simple attack side, and I think the Pacific will read into that and be able to adapt around it.
Yes, especially if we have the Sage. Will West Side be insane on this map? The answer is with Pansy and Hype.
Well, we'll do our best to answer it, but Mike, what do you make of the veto? First time we're getting to see it here.
Just to come back to the point made there at the end of the desk, I think it probably is, it's certainly a reality check, right? It's an adjustment of the early round check, or actually the execution checklist, I should say.
Yeah.
It does kind of counter some more linear play. So it's certainly something that Giant X have to clean up. Again, it's all in the execution. Seven's already shown us he's very versatile, so I don't doubt that they probably put some hours into this, and it's not just an impulsive decision to switch up the comp. So I'm certainly very excited to see it.
You and me both. 7 going to be leading the way in bringing us our first ever veto here in EMEA. It feels like it's been utilized quite a bit over in America as well.
Seen it elsewhere, yeah.
It's found its place, and it looks good. I do just think as well, though, Giant X, this is their map choice, so I do want to see what they have in mind. Trying to set up Cupid and CNED, and 7 already looking solid on this, but he's lost a great deal of support already, just down to the one man who's on that A site, who's already readjusted, CNED. Sheriff ready, and the backline threatened, it's pacey from the get-go.
Ninja's just going to be caught off here, though. Just down to Valorant, 22 HP.
And he's been seen. They know of this position. So the time to try and get back through this is brutal. Grabinho there, safe, holding that cross. And look, I need to kind of readjust my mentality of the pace they are willing to play with in these earlier rounds. I quite like what 7 did. I like this little kind of like set piece play, but kind of fell apart towards the end. Cloud expecting that swing back through. Everyone very prepared with what's going on.
Again, really looking for maybe an adjustment of some of the utility in terms of staggering ever so slightly, but the issue being Giant X have a lot of util. So to kind of figure out, get a good feel for some of these veto setups.
Yeah, it is going to be that learning process.
Negating.
There we go, going to make it a little bit harder to clear this close corner. The triple swing. This is the intention. I like this. This is very intentional from Pacific. They know how they want to play this, and they've already dismantled this stack, so very early rotate off it.
And a perfect example of maybe just adjusting some of the early checklists to make sure that you're not falling foul. We'll actually rotate 4 towards B here on the side of Pacific, so leaving CNED on a bit of an island. Only a classic. Maybe feeling as if they've done enough posturing here to force an audible of Giant X, but ball goes up, going to find this plant.
Spike planted.
Yeah,
they're chipping away, but don't necessarily want him to crack through the wall just yet.
No, not just yet. This is where it gets tricky, though. Obviously, the outgun coming in for Giant X with the better weaponry is going to be a problem. Giant X looking to maybe stabilize. A bit worried for Westside here. He could be overwhelmed quite easily, but he's got the crossfires in play. Cloud helping him out, so Seven and Co didn't be able to, well, wasn't able to really shut down towards Westside, even though it's such a tantalizing prospect. And now, Cupid, Seven, and Valorant, can they make it costly? That'd be on the checklist. That wouldn't be a bad prize to walk away with. Nice little exit there from Westside, but they will lose a fair amount of lifetime. However, being gone, they've made it exceptionally costly, Michael. I'm actually quite impressed by this.
We'll clean it up, but you're right. Removing a ton of inventory from the hands of Giant X here. Check in with the early progress towards ultimates here, but in Giant X, these early rounds for them, obviously if they haven't really had much server time against this sort of composition, said my eyes go towards the early default and just setting up for some of these executes. 7 already. Great progress, 5 and 2. It's the ultimate in hand here on the side of Giant X. Cloud the closest.
Both lineups. They try and be as versatile as possible. He looks well versed in this, looks comfortable on the veto. Giant X, look, they're coming out with the wins in these rounds, but they've been close. This buy is going to be shaky. Obviously, still have that phantom that they managed to maintain from the previous, but alongside that is just sheriffs and bits and bobs, whatever they could afford without breaking the bank.
Likely to be a slow burn here. Try and find a pick. I think Pacific are going to entertain the idea. We'll concede a lot of space here towards these early sight lines, though.
Vulnerability, you're looking at kind of Valorant, Cupid, and Seven, just with the light shields. So Ara could still do quite a bit of damage on this. Ninja sat pretty on the full shield and has a C-Ned. Flash in. To have to commit on this, Flicker's kind of getting caught, not knowing if you want to go forward, backwards, try and find some stability to allow for this plant, but so far they are toying with this util coming in. But they are surrounded here, Mike, this is getting difficult.
They've got themselves the fight they wanted, but not necessarily winning out here. Just 3 left for Giant X. 7 going to find Cloud as well. Spike lost in no man's land. And just west side now.
This is a great look for Pacific. If this is how they look going forward, if this is what happens when they get a bit more creative, maybe take a risk or two with that veto coming in, but also everyone on the same page.
10 seconds
reacting
left.
accordingly. Good fights. Obviously, Giant X this time didn't really have the weaponry to fight back as, I guess, fair as you'd like it, but cleared up in the end. C-Ned there to catch that. So credit where it's due. Pacific answering back as required.
Denying the bonus. Giant X will come back in with a much more comfortable purchase here. Again, if the go-to for Giant X here is just to rely on the wall kind of guaranteeing this plant, going to need to do something else to break some of these sight lines.
Yeah, because we haven't seen much pressure, if I can speak, pressure through showers, through little fakes here and there. It's been kind of very one-directional.
And it's always been that discussion with the Sage. It's like, how much do you invest into showers, right? Other than just a little pressure. But here, Pacific making the right adjustments early on.
Okay, forced off early from B, takes TP back towards the site, so reinforcing this. Early exchange of util and space gathered, this time over towards that B long.
You don't necessarily gain anything off the back of that orb, not retrieved either. I guess the test being how many of these setups do Pacific have. You see, even in the previous, there was 2 or 3 players kind of walking in, looking up, looking for denying that utility. Here, at least the right read.
Yeah, 1-1-3 on approach. They were just trying to keep the stack from the right side of the map, trying to keep them on their toes, and come on! Didn't even see him, just a blind shot in the dark off the tap on the spike, potentially. And a quick pivot, but they're leaving west side here. I don't think he's going to be able to catch anyone, maybe just keep him present. I don't know what the plan is with 30 seconds. Are we looking at Fnatic now? What is going on? This is very late in the day, and they haven't cleared deep sight. So 7 gets freedom, plays from the corner. TP's around, going to be real slippery. I think double pumping on this with 18 seconds, bro. Where are you going?
There's just not enough time. Again, not enough clearance here through showers, but Ara taking the TP. Maybe still a chance here. Ninja
10 seconds left.
Identified, but Westside has to win this.
Yeah, and he doesn't. He's fallen short, and now they can focus on the fight on the side, and it's an easy clear up. I want to see a timeout here. They ran out of ideas and options, and they made all the wrong choices. For Pacific, they'll be grinning. That is a dream come true. In zone, flawless. They've got what they need.
Pressure here. Again, another situation where Ninja's just allowed to sit behind this smoke and cause so many issues. Deny that comfort, that security that playing the Sage should give you.
Nice! Nice!
In terms of obtaining a plant.
Boys, I am the at this game, man. I'm so good.
It will be a Giant X timeout here.
Hard to not enjoy Seven as a player.
No.
Because he's brought a life to it. Like, you look down that roster, and there isn't many kind of loud players really that are going to give it and kind of get pumped up and kind of keep that vibe up, I guess. But he's certainly ignited a little bit of a spark with him, and these 2 rounds have been so commanding. Easy to get your confidence behind, right? You see it, you're like, oh no, it makes perfect sense, cool. This then puts the preparation and quick to react ideas to Giant X. Do they have a plan in mind of how they want to handle this? Did they even consider there could be a veto coming out? Have they prepped much against it?
This is the thing here, this timeout, you'd hope would be Pipson kind of realigning the entire team in terms of what the plan needs to be at the start of the round. What are kind of the conditions we need to tick off to make better decisions? It's even there, was it 18 seconds or something where, again, it's just desperation at that point. It's like we have to do something. Seeker's available, Res available for Giant X, but not necessarily anything that's going to make this Shiko any more comfortable.
Yeah, there's just no funds around it, so it is just those sheriffs. First time we're seeing heavier intention towards showers on approach, so that could be a slight difference. Maybe just getting a feel of it as well, getting that read while you have a bit more of a throwaway round. Wow, okay, Ninja's going to have his head wrung in this one, so he can't be shouldering that as confidently anymore.
Show intention here on a lesser purchase. TP set up.
There's TPs everywhere, man. I mean, to be fair, it is hard to just get numerical advantage on site with so much ability to rotate quickly. So that, as just a ideology, has to change. They have to come up with a way they want to address this. You're probably not going to find weak sites easily. I don't think you can find any sites easily with this.
And now they're in a pretty awkward spot here. Well, attempted, at least tapped here. Cloud spammed off though.
Hi, Flickless. That side's still around. Flash in. Oh god, this plant is never happening. And okay, Ari, you're gonna find 2-3. How is Ari getting these? How is he just popped the hell off like this? But the answers come back in from Seven, who apparently is the best at this game. Rubinho, the last man standing, and he is on the run. Might get this one quick. Luckily, he does at least get there early, but Seven's just that bit better. It was only Sheriffs, but he's put on a show.
One of those situations where you can just stand there and smile. Just tank everything. Like the Terminator on site here.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
Seven makes him pay. That's a beautiful catch on Gravino as well.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
12-2. What a spectacular
insane
impact
by round 6.
Yeah, it's round 6. He's got 12 kills.
A switch up again here. Again, just constantly testing Giant X. Oh, wow. Ara says, not this time around.
Okay, wall up. It's Westside on top of it, but do they get the plant this time? It's been difficult. I think the wall's enough to get through that. But on the drop of the smoke, it felt like Ara was completely surprised. And Pacific still have bodies. They still have numbers.
The red's gone as well.
Oh, that's brutal. Down to only 3, and really the 3 that can just stand and hold this. Util, they got a bit on Grabinho. They got a bit on Flickless.
Yeah, still got the molly to work with as well as the snake bite. So there's plenty of stall left.
Well, they use it right though. Cloud could do it a 1-for-1 at minimum. Doesn't get it. Ninja's got him. Rubinho, get your line up fast. Where's the layer? Where's the layer? Where it is? It's too late. This is way too late. Oh, they've made a mess of that, Mike.
Again, they had the tools to slow this down. Maybe just a little bit of a miscommunication between two players here, Flickless and Grabinho. So again, you can give up some of these catches. Oh, what a catch from CNED. I said not necessarily the safest of reses, but
Bang! Oh! Wait.
Yeah, no, you can celebrate. Yeah, no, you good.
They got it.
So 4 rounds found now for Pacific. X certainly not showing that the timeout paying off immediately.
Cutting through.
Have the showstopper. One away from the pit as well, actually. And Ara again. He's looking to brute force these early rounds.
He started to warm up a bit here. He got them the first and the last, but that didn't do too much to the end result. But still, they need someone to be a bit of a talisman of approach because they are struggling on the site XX. This time guessing right, but still getting it wrong. Cupid swings out, gets 2. Giant X down to a 3v3.
Not expecting this.
And they have no idea Valorante's this close. Goodbye on the plant, but a quick trade. They're trying to claw into this fight with everything they've got.
Oh, Flickless did get his ult off that. It's very shallow. Only going to cover Spike here.
He's not getting much, and now you can see that push through 7. Trying to be hungry for this. Get nice and close if he can. Needs to work with Ninja, though. Just burned most of his util. That last Prowler just sent out. Should facilitate the push into the pit. Rubinho playing outside. Flickless just trying to play his life in there. Head kept down. Horn goes in. Fight to be had. Giant X. Finally break back in.
There was a chance there with the coverage on that pit for maybe some angles to split the focus of Giant X, but able to stick the landing here. And Ara, like I said, with another very pacey opener. But maybe that's something they've discussed. The answer for them is pressure, aggression early on. So what's coming online now for Pacific? Still the operator in hand for CNED as well.
This side of the map has just been such a no-go, it feels like. Util's been solid. The rotations have been good. Ara's made it in, but Valorant can backfill that space, and it's only Ara so far.
And it's going to slow this down. Wait,
ow! How is he allowed to get there? That's unforgivable. Even the fact it wasn't called, he didn't turn, maybe he couldn't in time, but that is an absolute tilter.
Just stuck behind this U2 on short. Flick this though, a chance to find a response here from Showers. My eyes go towards CNED. He's watching this. That's 2 players as well. On top of this, trade is good from Ninja. You know, a ballsy re-clear actually by the 2 members of Pacific forward with CNED in heaven.
A lot of faith. 7 seconds to hold that B site.
Spike
Let's see if
down
it's rightly
A.
so. The Spike being left pretty far away here.
30
Cloud.
seconds left.
Ain't gonna have much to say. Pacific, they are playing this great, but again, the fact that Ara, if he's such a win con, to leave him so alone in that, the comms maybe not coming through in time, that there was a chance they could push up behind you.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I didn't know if the kill from CNED was towards Short or towards Showers, but I think Ara may be just a little paranoid to take up a deeper position in Lamps and leaves himself open.
Transfer ready.
Again, I think there's probably only a second or 2 left on the coverage on Short as well. At least good decision making to come forward and clear that.
There.
Remove the threat. Giant X now on a lesser purchase. Still ultimates to play with though. Showstopper the one that certainly looking to find value here.
It's just the buy is so awful for them. Great information off this. See a couple of shots, blind shots, but again, Ara makes it in, but there's a lot of space between the next kind of layer of players. They do come through. Flickless, nice shot. You're right. And there's the follow-up. Great pinch back there from Giant X. Good focus on where to fight. Plant now next. Man to the good. But here comes the big boys. Valorant 7. CNED coming through there, investing the res. 7 going to instantly punish Grabinho. CNED back lines, boxing them in. Every single ult coming down, and CNED's taken away Ara. Big work from Flickless, however, leaving 7 Valorant to try and work their way back in. That's the first step, and it's a good one.
Oh, the pit's
Hit
gone
on
up.
top. They are putting everything to this. Nothing left really in reserve here. Oh, a bit of a blind shot. It's worked out. Flickless from the back lines.
Time.
Finding value, and you're right. Time is going to be the factor. Up on the spike, and he's caught. Mike, they, I don't know, brute forced that one, it felt like.
A beautiful execution here. And even with Alorante, the other ultimate, sorry, Grabinho, the other ultimate that was available here. Alorante throwing the pit down late round. It's this kill here from Flickless.
Yeah.
That swings it back in their favor. Ara, again, you cannot doubt the value. Even sitting at 4 and 10, it might look brutal. But he's creating some space. He's breaking sightlines for Giant X to at least try and move forwards. Make inroads towards sight.
And it feels like a selfless role almost. Right? I'm just going in, I'm going to try and take you that space. I'm going to try and get a bit of impact done. Cupid doesn't get a fight on this, but he does fall away. Giant X playing very passive here. Very slow default. Potentially just keep Pacific guessing here, showing very little intention early.
Yeah, maybe waiting for CNED to post up somewhere, show his hand. Really, it plays towards the way Pacific have approached this defensive half.
The question becomes, if it carries on like this, depends where they want to end. How much can the 7 do alone?
7 as the solo anchor. He's probably calling that as well. You know he's the one calling it.
All good. Well, they did get contact on the Prowler, and Flickless has almost over-delivered here. He was a solo push up towards A, and that feels indicative of this is going to end B. Let's see how well 7 can do on this one. Takes a look towards site, has to evacuate the corner, and he goes down. West side, where did that come from? Now Ara's in, he's holding that higher position, allowing for the plant to come through. Cupid, CNET, Alorante, 3 to try and pull this back from the brink. Giant X have found recovery. The wall's still in play as well, so Elbow is not available yet.
Grabinho does have the ult. I was going to say, get posted up here, cleared some space to allow Cloud to wrap this. This could be deadly.
Should be. It absolutely should be. It's a sitter. Finds CNET for near on free, and the other two become choreographed. But they can't back away. No. They've tried to take an easier fight, which is maybe fight towards Cloud, but you can't even cross. They know it. This is a horrible situation. And a godsend for Giant X. Valorante fights in, and maybe they can survive in this one. Cupid, he's trying, and he ain't gonna make it. 2 stay alive for Giant X, but they tie up the scoreline. They found a solution.
Somehow, some way, Giant X able to tie this up now. And just, well, what feels like brute force and ignorance in some regards.
Yeah.
But certainly winning out here, applying so much pressure to Pacific to maybe force an adjustment on their part. It will be Pacific to take a breather here and maybe consider just that for the final 2 rounds of this first half.
And the player who was singing the praises of, and I'm sure he will continue, now sitting on 14-6. He had such an upswing initially. Probably one of the key factors of the outcome of Pacific's scoreline currently. And you can see his history towards it too.
I was going to say as well, we were talking about the versatility, covering so many different, not just ages, but roles as well. And I'm so excited to see that development of 7 throughout this year. Certainly if Pacific can make some deeper run, well, a deeper run here, potentially at kickoff, but also throughout stage 1 in particular.
An absolute steal of a player, it looks like.
Oh,
really great pickup. And to be fair, we give credit to both of these sides for having good scouting, good investments into players. Flickless and Ara, I mean, Westside being in this again, just eyes always go to him, but on the other side, it's a bit. It feels like a bit of a mismatched team, but a lot of potential, a lot of players that are on the cusp. Alorante's name was, as said, talked about for years of, is it going to be this time or not? But 7 has been the standout to my
for me, again, on paper, this Pacific roster is really exciting. Yeah. Again, if they can kind of demonstrate things like we've seen already at the start of Bind here, across the entire map pool, they're a team with some threat to them.
The issue for Pacific now is, though, the money has finally
caught up with them.
Yeah. And it feels like they had it for quite some time. They were, did really well with that great start. But Ginex showing versatility and a level of adaptation that is impressive. Problem solving on the fly. Always easier said than done. But they can't really slow down nor stop. We don't know quite how Pacific are going to look on that attack. Be a little bit trickier. Who knows?
Obviously, recency-wise, first half being 10-2 here. Obviously, a notable improvement here for Pacific.
Yes.
Versus the Gentlemates half.
Poison's off.
It goes without saying, we know how that ended.
Yes. Let's see if Ara gets given anything here. He's shouldered up a little bit deeper towards A, but no one's looking like they're going to clear towards this. They're all sitting pretty deep, but Ginex have got to be careful to not go into the 3. It looks like they've made the right call, seeing that CNED's already starting his journey back towards A. Yeah, has to double guess on that one. Ginex are showing interest.
Worries me. Does he get full cleared? Does he get spotted? No.
Great re-address from Seven, fighting back into that smoke just at the timing of the dog. Prowler caught as well, so they know that people have made it through this TP. How many? Who knows? But a great piece of utility coming in too, stalls them out, allows time for rotation.
There's
so far, they've done very well. They are hitting the markers on this, 8 seconds, and there's no security on the site. It's going to be Manic out here. VALORANT going to find one, but Ninja falls.
No,
They're finding
it's too late. It's too late.
Oh my god. I thought they had like a second or two more.
Again, there's so much still to clear on site here that Pacific probably just sit back.
Time to spend like there's no tomorrow.
Oh my god, I genuinely thought they had like 2 more seconds.
Well, for a second, I thought it was West Side with the spike. So when he gets that clearance onto Ninja, I believe. I thought that's when the plant would have come through. Missing this by just half a second here.
That's madness.
Again, we know what West Side was dealing with, but I didn't catch Cloud. Maybe still just caught up in an engagement with somebody. He didn't have safety to cross. Last round here, Seven going to pop the ultimate, so another obstacle for Giant X to overcome here to try and tie things up for a 6-6 half. Spot here, confirmation. Ara punishes, and Ninja has been the issue here on some of these A-site hits.
Timing on this walkout for Seven. Oh!
He's quick, man.
Yeah.
He's so quick.
He's pretty good. He's pretty damn good. They're still going to group towards this A side, but he's on the way. Already drawn over players. Their timing, God, you can't leave it late again, can you? Cupid, Seven. Obviously, well, we've seen Seven with his ult invested, but Cupid's still got his as well. CNED setting a little seed of doubt there with that TP. Cupid playing just ahead. And he's got a copy. What is going on? It feels like Ginex just sometimes go off script. They don't quite have a plan in mind. And they get left absolutely torn asunder. And they've got nothing to play with here. Ara trying to fight forward. He's got 20 seconds, no spike. 3 to find. 7 to 5. Pacific are impressing me here, Mike. They look good. I love what Seven is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ginex defaulting back to kind of a heavy contact play that just hasn't really suited them in this first half. But 7-5 will be the scoreline. We'll be right back after this break.
Nice! Let's go! Come on! That's it, bro.
Come on.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz.
You've had your fun. It's my turn.
10 seconds until we get back underway here. The bar is set, and Pacific have set it high. This was Giant X's choice, and in all honesty, it looks far more comfortable with Pacific so far.
Yeah, inability to deal with a curveball potentially in this first half. Haven't necessarily set themselves up for success, but certainly set themselves up to maybe overcome what could be a thought in the back of their mind, considering the Gentlemate series. 2 to find here to kick off the second half if they want to right their wrongs.
Starts with a pistol, but I would say Pacific have been all right on their pistols, to be fair. Lots of sheriffs and lots of investment, but it's worked well for them. Just ghosts on the other side. That is going to be relayed. I wonder if Seven heard these steps as well down
Continuing, yeah, continuing to push. Seven can get behind this, though.
Cloud. I think he stepped there, but he actually has the angle. Seven got caught. I thought there was a step there that he heard from Cloud, but apparently not. But the wrap is still on the way.
I mean, they just have to play safe on site here.
Yeah, they can't die. That's the difference. So Flickless falls back, but Westside also going to find a cubby to play from. Map gets smaller.
Just give time, wait for the plant here. Force a decision from Pacific. Corbino obviously still conscious they could TP. Like this from Pacific, though.
Yeah, just letting it simmer for a second. Dynex can't get ahead of themselves. They've got to keep composed. What a shot. How's he landed that? I thought he was blind, or maybe one of the only players who wasn't. But Spurs on the back line. Ninja has to fight themselves out of it. He can't. Down to just Cupid and Ninja. Cupid took a lot of damage here on 10 HP. Ninja has to be the X-Factor player.
30 seconds left.
Left with the spike.
Can they TP? It doesn't feel safe.
No, it certainly doesn't. One gets away.
Enemy
Oh! And now Ninja has to try and get a plant done in a 1v3. No util really to hand yet. Not too far away, I think, from the Haunt coming in, but regardless, it's going to be easier said than done, and Ninja knows it. Yeah, overwhelmed, and Ara with a point to prove. And we said how key some of those kills were. There weren't many of them, that's the thing, but the ones he got opened up so many chances for those rounds. So great to see him off to a nice beginning here in the second half.
Well, let's see what he can do now where he doesn't have to be tucking himself into a position on site. 3 here on the pistol. Great catch from Cloud as well. Threat developing with 7.
Bro, everyone was blind. I see everyone jumping and then Yoro swinging from the wall. Dunk!
You're right, yeah, seen it, the one not to catch it. That's interesting. Cloud, the only player in this lobby, never competed in VCL.
Looking down the roster.
Cloud, obviously part of the furniture now in EMEA. Been around the block. Found a home in Giant X for some time now.
I feel like Suit's kind of working with the coaching staff, the stylistic approach they want to bring. Always seem like they're on the same page with it. Only remaining real danger would be Ninja with that Sheriff. So everyone else just down on the classics. I guess we get to test the validity, at least developed so far, of that veto on the attack. How does it fare in this scenario? Our side to flex out a little bit more, take a couple more engagements.
Yeah, and that's an interesting discussion. It doesn't really cost you the same sort of denial. So I'm really looking towards the post plants if
they get to them.
Well, yeah. Obviously, the game plan for Giant X is probably going to be attempt to prevent that, but maybe tick back in on the buy rounds.
That'll be something, I guess.
Or if we just get Raid Boss 7
yeah.
on the attack as well, which I'm here for, honestly.
No, he makes the game look good. There's some real flair to it.
30 seconds left.
They're not getting much, are they? As much as, yes, Ara went for a bit of a deeper challenge, the rest of Giant X kind of sitting safe here. Not really wanting to be taking too many chances.
Toxins going up.
VALORANT on the switch out, so he's got the Sheriff here. Cupid was down on 75. But with 10 seconds,
10 seconds
Cloud
left.
will have a lovely reward. And he absolutely does. Comfort in the end for Cloud. 7, as you may be, not going to get much done.
In zone flawless to tie things up here for Giant X. Looking to stabilize here in this second half. I'm on the back of the flawless, going to be well invested here for the bonus. Conversion previously on Abyss.
What is this, bro?
CNED reaction cam is one of my favorites, though.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that? The disappointment?
Yeah, because it's almost just like I've died in the most boring way.
Yeah,
Like, it's
fair.
just unflash. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he shot me.
That.
He shot me.
Why
Is he holding that? It's like ranked reactions sometimes.
It's true. It's true. They walled themselves in there.
Yes.
Right.
There is actually 2 Guardians out here for Pacific, so prioritizing obviously the full shield and the util.
Recovering it.
Actually mitigating Ara ever so slightly.
Oh, the timing. Ninja was not where he wanted to be.
Maybe a mini-map moment almost.
Yeah, he looked kind of stunned that they walked out. It was pretty late that they walked out. No util, just like drive clear out. I mean, it's worked. If you're going to hold these long-standing defaults, you kind of have to be ready for that sort of stuff. That's the whole point.
I mean, the sound cue is almost to bait somebody to come in and deal with the wall, but again, it's now going to maybe make Pacific reconsider. Towards
30 seconds
Don't
left.
let me cast this light fanatic.
I was going to say, yeah, getting towards the point where we're going to be in a fairly frantic 15-second execute here.
20. 18. Okay, there we go. That's to go. About 15 seconds. We make it through the first choke point. 13. They might get towards the site. 10. There we go. Plant now on the cards. Cloud's still here, but they are getting cleared out here. VALORANT doing exceptionally well. Maybe this is what they needed. I don't know. It's a very slow game. But it has got them a 2v2 in a post plant. Be it the bonus or not.
There.
Any more damage though, it's already a pretty decent win for Giant X in that aspect. Financially, they've done work here in VALORANT here. The timing,
Still adjusted.
But it's still a 1v1. Ara gets a change out as well. Having to just guess on this one. Takes a choice. I think it's going to be the death of him, it is. Made a bit of a guess on it, and Cupid just sat towards elbow.
But again, all things considered, a ton of damage done, and Ara will come out of this with his ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
So in terms of a bonus round, it's as close to a victory as you could hope for Giant X. See how the purchase lands here. VALORANT, as you said, dude, God's work towards the site here. Even catching the adjustment on Flickless. Cloud just 2 away from Seekers as well, so Giant X still going to be feeling pretty good about that. Only trailing by 1.
Do they want to maybe gear shift in this specific, or are they going to continue that very slow pace? So they've made contact across the map, really. The Prowler through towards
Ninja just checking, but nobody's going to...
Better not walk this again.
Yeah.
Imagine it happens twice. Hello. That's pretty gutting for 7 as well.
Full shield doesn't matter if you hit the second shot as well.
Yeah. So reward for Ara. I can probably get a quick heal off of Cloud, but he's pretty far away. So do they adjust a player, maybe bring someone back over towards the A site, or are they happy to wait this out?
Pacific just creeping towards A here. You've got to expect Giant X to rely on these numbers. In a retake situation, Flickless though, I've seen it drifting forwards.
That's going to be a sigh on the replay cam. Plant going to come down, but they've only got 3 players to try and defend it here. Paint Shot going to force them off the site a little bit further away, and you look at these post plants, they're not going to be super comfortable. There's a long flank en route, and Ara's still got the ult. There it is. That goes in, gets instantly sent, finds absolutely sod all. Cupid, however, desperately trying to do something, but he's got so many players to worry about. Not much of a chance in that, and Giant X are happy to play at this slower pace if that's what you're wanting to do. There's little bits of, kind of pushing and prodding here and there.
Yeah, I mean, the issue being Giant X have a ton of plant denial, right? If that util doesn't get burnt up in any sort of exchange in the early round, they will greet that sort of retake every day of the week. Here now, Cloud just 1 off the Seekers. Have a huge advantage here in terms of the buy.
Big sigh. Told you a sigh on that one.
Ranked reactions, man, I'm telling you. So expecting Pacific to be the ones to call this timeout. Ahead of an awkward situation now. All tied up 8 apiece. Giant effectively now, only one falling in the previous and with not a massive investment, obviously. We'll have effectively a round in hand behind this.
Yeah, looks tilted. He looks fuming.
Who's seen it? I didn't catch it.
No, he was literally leaning.
I mean, he does have
over,
that
like,
streak sometimes. It's understandably so. Again, a player that's certainly been through the motions in Valorant.
Yeah, the highs and lows. He's had a few. Pretty calm on the other side, though. Giant X seem all on the same page, but I guess the momentum's kind of sat with them since they've gone to the second half anyway.
Well,
right?
like I said, they must be really happy with themselves to turn around the first half, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
put it in a
feel
position
good.
where it hasn't really run away from them just yet. Now, obviously, a 3-1 scoreline in the second half, certainly going to be feeling good.
Yeah, financially, you've got to feel you're going to be up like 4-1 pretty soon, right? You look at what they've got buy-wise. No big ults to invest and really bank on that can get you a free round, or at least kind of be threatening in a round like this. And it's just one Sheriff.
Well, obviously, considering what the game plan for Pacific is here, the fact that Flickless potentially has his pit to come back on what will be Pacific's buy certainly has to be a consideration for them. And what they can get done here. CNED, nearly catching Flickless. Vulnerable was still in effect. We're going to be shut down here. Commitment here towards B potentially. Cloud.
He's going to get away with this, isn't he? Yeah, he is. I think this is where we're just seeing, I don't want to say the veto falling short, but just like there's not as much comfy util to try and take any sites. It's getting a bit trickier for them. I want to see what the plan is though once we get into the buy, right? What's the plan here? Because they've hit a bit of a brick wall. They haven't been able to adapt yet.
This is almost the issue, right? So if you want to commit to this, it's almost like you'd almost prefer the double duelist or to have some extra util somewhere else in the comp that allows CNED to find that value early round, right? Get them towards a post plant, get them towards a site hold at least.
So I guess really it falls down to Ninja's util. That's kind of all they've really got to set it into motion. So if that's not
it's not like the Waylay, it's like you don't necessarily have the safer cancel on some of these all-ins. Oh, next getting curious now. We'll take some of the space away.
Oh. But it is weird because it looked like two of the players were away. It looked like Seven and Cupid were thinking maybe that's weird because they heard a flash going out. But they still, I mean, the damage is there, but it's just not enough to convert.
Heal. They can both heal.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's gutting, isn't it? Lovely pace change, though. Look, first buy coming in after the timeout and everything.
And the round is just effectively over for Pacific.
Yep.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
A little one-dimensional in a few of these buy rounds for Pacific. Cloud going to find 4. All wrapped up now, double digits on the board. On the back of an in-zone flawless, Lauren. It's bleak here in the second half.
It's also a bit bizarre that you had 7 and who was it down there as well here? Cupid. It almost felt like they were aware of just maybe hearing that flash.
Yeah, because they're tucked,
really.
right? They're tucked.
Nice,
but Valorante's just caught transitioning forwards. Yeah, wow, that's the, yeah.
So it's either a comms issue or maybe just it was considered but not expected. I don't know, but you're seeing these real issues starting to come through. And again, all these ults, but no plans around them, no opportunities to use them. Giant X starting to look more and more stable.
Very composed.
Ooh, West side has a little look. That's a whole lot of info. Slow orb goes in. Seven's very curious if someone is through that. All go bye-bye.
Countermeasure broken.
But again, it's not been just kind of dealing with utilities. Right, so how are we going to get them on site? How are we going to do this? As I said, with the Waylay, with the Yoru, if you're going to kind of combine that together, cool. But it just doesn't have that same pop to it.
I'll find you.
Plenty of ults, but it's Valorant that has to do the heavy lifting here in terms of the gunfights.
And Westside still not cleared. Able to play below this. Cloud's already taken away Cupid, just blind through the wall. They're stalled out again. They are struggling again. Just theoretically, it's
Cloud, man.
I mean, Cloud's done marvelous here, but it is because of the fault and flaw. Pacific's approach is gorgeous from Cloud. Credit to the man, 5 in the round. But if you're going to give him this, he will take that every day of the week.
A 4K into an ace from Cloud. Absolutely ridiculous. Again, this is the potential of this player. We've seen Cloud show us absolute magic in the past. Always,
Give him this, come on.
Always a threat. Not necessarily always reflected numerically for him.
No.
Sometimes the unsung hero is not even gassed about it. He's go around.
Walk through the wall.
Not as good as my 4K in the last, like in the buy round. I don't know if you forget about that.
He's on 26-14. He's doing very well numerically. As you said, normally it's not in the numbers, it's in how he calls the game, his util work, how he's a little bit tricky with that. Not the case. Do they have the same struggle of breaking that front line?
Poison's off.
See now, very cautious here. Scoreline and the finances. This ult cycle, obviously very, very nice in Pacific, but need to see some plans put in place to utilize them. Seeker sent out, don't necessarily paint a clear picture.
It's going far.
Basically just reveals that they are still committed to this default. They're going to try and fake some pressure towards B.
You are divided.
It's a really good ball as well. So the only real engage towards the site
Three here.
is that Prowler. It goes
30 seconds
first
left.
wave, and Grabinho's somehow still alive. Don't tell me. I couldn't tell you how he's here. Oh, how is he still getting kills? Okay, they've got 3 alive. Can he get a plant? Taking quite a lot. Shot goes in, is going to at least catch a little chip, but not too much. Cupid lucky to be breathing. But Westside still keeping a watchful eye from up on top.
Ninja's got to be careful.
Ninja might be dead here. No way to back away, has to fight in, and just gets outstepped. Cloud's on a heater. And a missed shot for Ara, but the numbers are still there. Cupid tries to refight, loses, and Giant X, once again, meticulous steps being made here, up to 12 now.
Giant X just so confident in creating these advantages and then securing them. And the issue last time, I believe they won out in terms of opening engagements versus Gentlemates, but the few times where, 4v5s or Ara gets traded out very early on and able to really create some sort of comfort from advantages here, we're just seeing Pacific barely scratching the surface in some of these rounds.
Yeah, their defending side, I quite liked. It's hard not to like it. Look, we all saw those first couple of rounds, 7 looking nuts. But here, the comp falls short.
Lacking innovation, lacking really, I guess, a lot of variety in the ideas. Got the pit to come in here, but Giant X probably looking to just send this one home.
One of the 3 pieces of util that Ninja really has to work with. Actually no Prowlers left. They've already been used, so...
John to CNET again.
Frustrating. Got...
So Grabinho just crouched in showers, gets revealed.
Hello. What else do they have here? Okay, they should be able to
Well,
get a
first time we're going to see, like,
Yeah.
potentially a 5v5 post.
Because that's maybe where you see that util coming in a little bit better, but even then...
I'm still not convinced we will, but...
Yeah, and I'm worrying how low their finances are, and util count is, and they've lost 7. That felt like the insurance policy that was meant to be there.
They're desperate for Giant X to do something in this situation, but Giant X are just going to sit and watch this all day long.
Rubinho might get a challenge, and maybe he's expecting it because of the silence, right? That lack of re-hit actually opens up a big chance here. First time they've got a bit of safety. Flash in, and Flickless goes. Doesn't win the fight. Ninja digs deep and keeps secure. Safety with the plant. Now down to Ara, Cloud on Westside. Still have a res on Westside, but the pit's been invested.
Your duty is not
Actually, the pit allows this to happen. Spam coming through. Ninja's still going to find the response, though.
Great from Ninja, just thriving in the pit here. 33 HP. Does he get to keep his head down? No. Westside's found him. I'm starting to tick, though. No more util, it looks like. I think they're pretty much down to the last of it. It's the guns in hand, but the time is very, very late here. Pit gonna get dropped. And hello, CNET! Say goodbye! Westside was on for an ace to potentially close this out, but no, the time too late. And Cupid with 3 will keep Pacific with a touch of hope.
Huge round for Cupid to post here. just to keep them in this. West side looking electric here towards the end of that. But just a chance to catch their
That's
breath.
what we needed, baby! That's what we baby, come on, live. Oh, mashallah.
Well, you probably need another couple of those. You needed that one for sure, but still, look at the money for Giant X.
They've got quite a bit. They've got quite a large amount of money. Now, we do have Flickless pop in the ult very quick here. Ninja still watching towards Shower, so if they go into this, it's a bit sketchy.
Spamming off these angles, but don't really want to commit too much in terms of resources towards this. Again, B has been the bigger concern for Pacific on this attack in half.
Yeah. Zarhab, okay, so he's got the Outlaw. Light shields, yeah, 4.
Plenty.
Probably going to find Alorante first somehow, though. Obviously.
Yeah, and the issue being that the timing and the spacing on the back of this wall towards B has not favoured Pacific at all, and 7 falls very early.
It's been the scale, it's been how they want to try and break through. Cloud now knows, yep, okay, that's not just a lurk, there's more behind it. Cena trying to shuffle in, maybe a pop flash through, swing on it, but Cloud's got safety to play into, he's got his own flash, and it's even better, but Alorante saving the day.
30 seconds left.
Maybe saving CNED. Now Flickless and Westside, irrelevant to outcome, they suddenly been on the same hymn sheet. Where's this been?
Heads up play for Cupid to smoke behind this wall. Like I said, it's been an issue for them time and time again. It just gives them a little pocket to play from. Westside on the hunt here. Not necessarily giving this up just yet. Well, as I say that, the call is made to hold on to these weapons. Pacific will hit 10. And troubleshooting on display here. 4 survivors, which they need. They need another clean round effectively to make this doable for them. Issue being Grabinho, 1 away. Ara, just 1 away from the showstopper as well. Some big tools on the horizon here for Giant X.
So there's a little bit of hope on the side. You can see it with how they're kind of talking to each other. Enough to engage the mind as we go forward. What does Giant X do? We're now presented a problem.
First time, like I said, that the B has really worked for them there. Lighter stacks still, considering the pit invested elsewhere, and Ara finding that opener very early on. Credit where it's due. Pacific immediately reverting back to A. We'll leave Ara posted here.
Yeah, and I like that, but if Pacific aren't defaulting in any way, they can't even identify that there's been information. The fact that Ara's walked down B, out that third player over. Divide gonna come through. Slow orb in.
2 ahead of this though.
Yeah,
Alorante flanking showers as well.
Good flash. Does get revealed. Good clear. Nice scaling. Much better. Dealt with though, and Grabinho, does he get away? No, he gets caught. Alorante and CNED now. Starting to find some layering to this. Starting to find that pop on the side, but quick positioning from Cloud. But Ara gonna struggle to make that operator valuable in this post plant.
7 go.
Caught.
I thought he was going to tuck there. No catch here for Cloud.
Ara's still got Pain Shell. Still got Boombot, plenty of kit, but how do you want to bring this in? How do they clear CNED?
Well, forces the TP.
That should be heard. Cloud can't make the cross. Pacific waking up in the final couple of rounds here.
Clinging to life. I think the buy is still going to be there or thereabouts for Giant X though, yeah. And some of these key ultimates now available. Is Grabinho just going to struggle here? Actually, no, getting the dropout, so. Credit to Pacific, because again, with the util they have, maximum value here. The flash onto the reveal obviously shuts down this very tight-knit setup.
Yep.
Ahead of the divide. Ara's going forwards.
Yeah, he is off weak.
Oh, 7!
Yeah, all right. That was one of the big ults we were talking about. Grabino's position also noted. And 7 is on a tear. Cloud can't stop it. It's all gone wrong. The pace has shifted. Pacific coming alive in the final throes of these rounds here. 7 looking to lead the way again. Slippery, trying to set tempo, trying to set pace. West side. I'm pretty sure this got heard though.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that stack up towards long is so indicative of it.
He needs a miracle here.
I don't think he's getting one. Cupid's got util. They've got the cross. Pacific back in business, 12 apiece.
Forcing an overtime here. Odds stacked against them. Just such a crucial kill from 7. Great read from Giant X as well, looking to punish this slow developing default.
I'm the best IGL, man!
So Cupid taking some of the credit here for potentially the calls being made. Will be a full reset here on Bind.
I actually can't believe it. The third map could be actually happening. The fact is 12-12 after what was brutal.
That felt teed up for Giant X to close out.
That's a killer. Now, remember, Pacific were great on this defending side. That was never the issue. They were good here.
Can they reset fully now? Convert this defensive round. Well, let's scene it up a little bit here. Gets a second stab at it and we'll shut down West Side.
That's a massive start. Still held, though, behind these smokes with a chip on either side, but late walk here could be deadly. Bit of a coin flip. Blickless getting close. He's ahead of this. He's ahead of the util the Ninja's put down, but he doesn't go hunting on it. But Grabino catches Valorante asleep at the wheel. Ninja was the one noted, but he's the one coming out swinging. Now the spike's on the way. The A side's going to get messy, but Pacific coming out on top. Maybe that third map is happening. Maybe it's a repetition of regulation. Zara trying to get towards the back lines. Good damage, but he can't close down on the kill. The reaction to here, Mike, they've only gone and done it.
Put themselves one ahead now. Split certainly on the cards. At least you'd feel that way. That's a really unlucky catch for him, but again, just don't have the opportunity to sit out and wait on shore.
Keep picking me! I'm made for this shit, bro.
Cupid finding his voice now down on the stage. And what's the read here from Giant X? Pacific, I guess, ride the wind in their sails. I feel like they've had the upper hand the last 5 or 6 rounds now.
That momentum shift, almost tangible at this point, right? See the quietness, the frustration for Giant X, just unable to problem solve quick enough. Cloud gets first contact, but goes that Prowler.
All on the op. So we've got to be conscious of the possibility.
Scout destroyed.
Just probing on either side.
Oh, it feels so tense, though.
Very tense.
Cena trying to maybe give an audio cue or two here, but his body's not behind it. That's on the other side of the map. Looking like a flash for info for Cloud. No one's there to swing off it.
Can he retreat from this, though?
I think he's dead here if he tries. Oh, he's got to be careful, Cloud. I don't know if one's enough. I don't think you're going to even get one. Is that the goer now? Molly going to come in, try and stall this out, deny that springboard forward.
30 seconds
But
left.
down to 28 seconds here.
Op still not noted either. Still a paint shell to work with to slow things down. Pacific could back themselves into a corner here.
20 seconds, rotation coming in now. Does Grabino have anything to say about this? Does Zara? There's that additional smoke that worked wonders.
Oh, he
missed
missed!
shot!
Last player standing.
Oh, dearie me! That is map 3 for sure. I can't believe the Pacific brought this back from such a shutout game. Giant X, what are you meant to do now?
Headshot.
I would not like to be in the conversation with the coach after this sort of game.
Enemy removed.
Westside's putting up what he can.
Time's going to pass him by, though.
Yeah.
And two players now disconnecting. Westside has so many angles to clear out here, and the time's already gone on the spike.
I will not die here.
Yeah, you can tell. He knows it. They know it. We are going to map 3, 14 to 12. Of course it was OT, but split coming up. It's going to be a big reset for Giant X. And obviously for Pacific, you are going to be sky high motivation-wise. That's going to feel fantastic. We'll be back after this.
문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade that just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never leave
Got what we wanted finally, and I hope that Pensy and Hypok are finally satisfied not to have had to cast a fake comeback because this one was a real one, and it's not the first time that it happens to JNX on this bind map. So what have we thought of the Pacific Boys' resilience? What's wrong with that defense indeed, as you were mentioning, Mini in the coach confession?
Yeah, I think that this time Giant X's defense I thought looked better. It was for the attack that they couldn't get as many rounds. But honestly, like a 7-5 on bind, I think is a fair, you know, fairly balanced.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like huge mistakes, I don't think. I think that Pacific seemed really prepared to me in terms of understanding the way that Giant X were going to use the Sage, running up short a lot and trying to plant with the wall. A bit of a one-dimensional strategy that I didn't expect would get too far during kickoff, and Pacific just knew what to do.
Yeah, and I saw how excited you were, Billy, when we saw that Pacific comp at the beginning of, you know, like in agent select and stuff. So can you tell us about it? You were pretty excited.
Yeah, do you know what? I've really been enjoying Pacific coming in with kind of unorthodox compositions throughout their map pool so far from what we've seen from them. And I think that a team like this, that's exactly what they need to do. You know, they're the kind of underdogs, so I expect that from them. I was a little bit concerned about their attack in the sense that they only really had the fade. I think that Pansy and Hypoc were kind of highlighting that throughout their cast as well. So the fact that they were able to lead at the half and then have that kind of comeback on their attack when they started letting rounds slip, like you mentioned, Lou, the resilience that they were able to have was really, really nice. And yeah, they were able to eventually close it out, which was good to see.
Yeah, and I think this is something I would typically love to see from the ULF boys later on tonight, you know, like putting your players on their strengths, you know, letting them have fun. And thank you also to Seven for giving us the first veto in VCT EMEA. Are we convinced?
Convinced? I think the way I'd phrase it is that, like, it looked very good. I think that Pacific are a team that when they run stuff that looks unconventional, that's going to be a good win condition. Because they are a team that's going to be a bit underdog in a lot of these games. So running a veto that's not common in this region means that coming into these matches, Giant X just really didn't know how to deal with it. So it was very good and thought out, but at the same time they got the advantage that Giant X had no idea what to do.
Yeah, and we chose these rounds specifically because of the value that he was able to find from that veto. It was very early on as well, let's not forget, but I think the way in which he was able to double TP across the map, get a frag, and then being able to rotate across to the other side was so nice. I think this round as well, he was in his ultimate, so there's a Sky Seeker that comes towards him and he's completely immune to it, right? So I think watching him play, it just felt like a veto masterclass, I guess, in a way, which wasn't something that we were expecting from our players in EMEA.
Yeah, and then you saw in the clip, like, he throws that trip across the map, which is quite nice. But what I was really interested by was Pacific used a different Viper rule than normal. Like, they used it cutting across the A side of the map.
Yeah.
And my question is going to be, was that something in preparation specifically for Giant X, knowing that they like to run up short and do that Sage wall? With that trip, it seemed like a kind of nice little anti-strat.
Yeah, and it's interesting, but when it comes to anti-strat and we arrive on Split, it's a map that neither the teams have played so far in VCT EMEA.
But,
but
Giant X have been playing in the off-season and they keep playing the same compositions they played in the off-season. So if the approach is the same, then we expect a Sage on Split as well, and it might be something that Pacific can look into.
I think it's a little bit disappointing too, right? Because we're looking at a roster that didn't make any changes. Therefore, they've had so much time together throughout the off-season to try out new compositions, to come and bring a fresh new approach to 2026, and we're not really seeing that for them. And we know that they love that double initiator, we get that, right? But I would have liked to have seen something a little bit more exciting coming out for them. I guess it's good that they understand what their identity is and want to lean into that, but yeah, I don't know, like it's kind of easy to
I feel like they are changing stuff. It's not maybe drastic changes, but I feel like Giant X are changing enough. I think that one thing I think that you could say is that they like to pick a comp and stick with it for a long time. So even quite, you know, a few months of practicing in the off-season, we already saw these kind of compositions coming through, and Pipson likes to keep that the same, if that makes sense.
And I think it also helps the players to have, you know, like some kind of landmarks and like knowing where they're going, because when you're changing one or another agent, even if it seems nothing, like changing Omen for Astra, for instance, it does change a lot in the macro, so it's probably not out of laziness that Giant X didn't change much in terms of compositions between off-season and this kickoff for sure, but maybe out of confidence, but it shows that Pacific have some confidence too. So what do you think could be the key, let's say the keys for a surprising win on the side of Pacific?
Ooh, on Split is interesting, because like usually I like the double duelist, but that's not very strange. So I really don't know what the strange thing is.
I think when you have a player as flexible as Seven has been as well, you really could go anywhere.
KO Split? I mean, that's weird.
Last time I saw that was maybe...
We got the whale!
I think Angel was playing KO probably.
We got a whale on Split. Usually, so I'm going to be looking out here for these KO lineups, because honestly, Split is a map where traditionally you don't think of the KO flasher getting that much value. It's usually the knife that's getting the value. On Giant X side, new composition, going back to Breach. Breach on this map is not bad, but I feel like Breach is in a bit of a weird spot right now. So I think a key interaction here is the KO going to be getting the knife on the Breach and stopping them doing these traps?
Right, because usually you would have seen maybe the KO on mid, you know, denying the Sage with his orbs, or the Viper with its orb and stuff, but maybe it might be different here because they're tend, and I think they will tend to be more aggressive. Is that what you're seeing, Billy, on Giant X side?
Yeah, I think so. I think as well, like Cloud being on the Sky isn't really a surprise to me. I mean, he almost ended up getting a 30 bomb that last map, so if he can continue to have that kind of performance throughout this next one. It is intriguing though that both teams have decided to go for that double initiator composition, I think, here. I'm looking specifically at Pacific as well though, having that double controller as well. Like we've almost kind of got a mirror matchup here in some way, but just choosing different agents.
Different agents,
yeah.
right? It's really rare to see 4 different initiators on one map, and Split would definitely not be the one I was expecting that on.
Yeah, that's completely true. Yeah, I agree completely. The foundation, the compositions feel very similar, despite there being a lot of differences between both players.
But it feels good to see a double initiator back. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a double initiator girl.
Oh, don't say that to Minnie.
I know it's off meta. I know it's off meta, Minnie. But it's just, you know, you have good guys that are playing for the team, clearing angles, denying operators and stuff. You're not buying it.
Yeah.
I think for
sounds
me,
skeptical.
I'm also looking at CNED as well on this Waylay. It's not something that he's looked too great on so far, so he really needs to be able to step up.
Yeah, and we're gonna see who manages to take the win on this decider with Pansy and Hype.
What do you make of the Wayo here? We'll start there. That good. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can decipher that noise I just made.
Okay.
Again, I think as well, just throughout this series, we've seen CNED struggle. It's again a historic topic as well in terms of the agent pool, the versatility.
Yeah.
I'm not fully sold.
Okay.
Again, let's see what they've got cooked up. Let's see what we have in place. Pacific have obviously put some time and effort into variety of comps, so I'm almost happy to see them go a little off meta.
Sure.
Again, Minnie's probably not happy to hear that. Lou obviously making the case for being the best ranked teammate, by the way.
Love that.
Like, more util.
Love that.
More util. Let's go.
Lou's MVP, we know that now.
But
what about Giant X?
in this server.
How do you feel about Giant X?
Again, I think this probably leans into some of the older comps that we saw Giant X make. Whether or not they're behind the trend a little bit, it all comes down to the execution here.
That's a very deep investment of the Delg. Paranoia goes in, they can sit a little bit further away from that, but it's pacey. Something that seems to be in these pistols. Valorante is the one on site who will be very alone here, so he needs to almost outdo 2, which he can't achieve. Cloud clears, Plant should be on the cards. I guess the presence through sewer might be something they don't expect just yet, but that's still a little ways off.
Spike planted.
And nobody tucked outside of site here. Do have presence towards ramp, so West Side going to be the one to sniff this out potentially. Cena did eat that paint shell earlier. Obviously now no recall either, but Sheriff in hand.
Can do damage. And Ara, man!
Over delivery from Ara.
Yeah, look, he had a quiet map too, I guess. He did all right. He was a serviceable player, but man, he fancies it again. A little bit of a roll back to map 1. It's an in-zone flawless pistol round.
Again, just coming back to that comp discussion, again, Giant X particularly on Split, they love these rehearsed kind of, not necessarily set pieces, but in terms of the early round, they love kind of util dumping, sniffing something out and really committing to an engagement. So Pacific have to have that in mind for sure. Again, not necessarily, sure, you've got the KO here, you can shut down that sort of thing, but it's usually so well invested from Giant X.
0 upgrades, so you've got to imagine they should stay with minimum 4 alive. They are willing to lose 2 though, Cloud and Westside just on those ghosts, so see if they can
going up.
stay alive with this. Flash in. Might have seen something. All eyes kind of towards one side, gives Grabino a fight. But
Valorante though gets caught.
Yeah.
Paranoia sent through. No contact found elsewhere. Didn't know if, well, Cupid now noted. Didn't know if Ara had spotted. A knife invested just to see if anybody stacked up behind that trap plate. But again, a big investment at that point of the round as well.
You are in danger, CNED. Yeah,
this is the sort of thing they have to consider it every round.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard to find that little bit of a window to play from. Aside, yeah, hello, catches Cupid. CNED was noted towards that top side of heaven. And that 3-play stack still pretty far off on A. So, by all rights. This is tick of the box stuff. Let's see if it can get threatening. Ninja's maybe going to be heard here.
Don't think he was, yeah, just switching to walk at the right time. Obviously going to hear the second set of steps, though. So Cloud with good info here on the flank and also on mid.
Nice synergy on the team. They're just making sure that Cloud can't get easily overwhelmed. High flash and swing. Nice from Cloud. And again, he was one of the players that were willing to invest behind that. So that is just the Ghost lost. West side, another who can go be a little bit more assertive. And actually, they keep 4 standing. Mike, that's a lovely outcome for Giant X.
Definitely is. Obviously keeping Grabinho and Flickless's weapons in hand, but also Ara. Ara. We haven't hit enough Aras.
That's true, and he's had a good
We
game.
were very restrained last year when he,
That's right.
when he came onto the scene.
The temptation was there.
I think we did
One
it.
enemy
We did it.
remaining.
I'm pretty sure we did a game 1.
There's a high chance. How many light shields? 2.
It's a still possibility here for Ara.
But no one's gotten a kill yet, apart from 7. Okay, that's got to change.
Cupid spotted here. Flash to deny any progress on the back of the dog, but presence noted for sure.
They're trying to.
Is that the second flash through? Yeah, 7's just curious if somebody had slipped the net here, but
I'm a little worried about that. I mean, Westside was close, I get it, but he'd have had to disrespect the smoke and everything else if he fancied to actually really pressure that, but it's a lot of the kit burnt up here. Knife's still around. But still, kind of a 2-3 split here. At the end will be that B side, but they've got a bit of a reinforcement towards Heaven, so Cena not alone. I'm just catching glimpses of Cupid several times now, Ara.
or just the shadow of Cupid.
Yeah.
Knife was invested as well, just to confirm the rotation here.
Cena gonna try and maybe play in 7, but oh my god, they're quick. 7, faster though. Able to answer back, but Giant X in there. Bonus still doing damage in Ara. And freedom through main. Surprising it fell apart so
Spike's
easily.
up here though.
But you're right. Spike being left here is a problem. What can Ninja do about this? Should hear those steps. Does his mind then turn to CT and stairs? Can he split his attention? Easy enough. Oh, he's done brilliantly there. 13 seconds. Grubinho, what are you going to do now? 10
seconds left.
Gotta make your mind up. He's going for it. Trying to get that plant.
Ninja's a little bit too far away from
Could be a
this.
bit closer.
Yeah.
We'll show Grubinho, but TP out. Hello, know where you're at. No way! Ninja, what's happened there?
Gave up the spike, and again, just a little too far away to not pressure the plant. Again, Grabinho has full time to reset, get a safe plant as well. Bonus just slipping through their fingers here.
Spike down, B.
Oh, the adjustment from Hara. To say that looks as if it was probably quite tight, but Grabinho.
I don't lose.
A huge clutch here. Maybe the nerves just getting to Ninja just a little bit.
Toxins going up.
Because, I mean, Ara obviously making the noise on the rope made that a free kill, essentially.
And that's going to put a fair amount of worry with Pacific too, because they are instantly on the back foot with money.
Only thing I didn't note there, just to come back to that previous hour, the timing of when the reveal came back available for Ninja. I don't know if that maybe played a factor in not being able to confirm the plant or... Yeah, certainly that's a tilter. There's no other way to really describe it.
No, and it compounds that last map too, right? It's like, okay, gotta kind of focus on this. We can't just rest on a comeback like we did really on Bind. Oh! Now Ara's out for blood.
Well, he spent the entirety of the last map basically being the bait on the end of the hook for Giant X.
Yeah, let off the leash here, just to say the least. Now, oh god, on the edge, 7. Catching that with his face. Ooh, but a lovely surprise appears. But now Cupid and Cena, it feels like a formality as the plant's going to be in. And for Cupid, there's not much to really achieve in this one. Everyone's hitting pretty decently. Yeah, Cloud took a bit of damage, but barely anything to report. Beyond that, everyone's out very safely here. So not going to be given much of a chance.
Cupid's going to be much of a threat here. Well, Giant X really, I mean, protected in terms of this buy as well. Healthy
gonna be
cushion
good.
after the bonus, yeah. Probably more conscious of giving away progress to Cloud or Flickless.
That's true.
Cover going out. Smoke to go out, I think Cloud's got a pretty good idea. I don't think he was close enough to hear that, but flash
Very
comes
close.
through.
Luminek, yeah, okay. Giant X might have had a little talking to after that map 2. Feels like they are at least on the same page now.
The crack of the Whipson in between maps.
I like that. There we
What,
go.
the Whipson?
I mean, mother phrase.
Oh, crack of the Whipson.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It's a good one.
But you're not okay with us calling them Whipson?
Look, we can discuss. We'll storyboard it out. Operator in hand for CNED, yet to get off the starting blocks. And look, we talked about it very early on. I think it was coming to round 3, but 3 of the players yet to even draw blood, which is worrying, right? That's not what you want to be seeing from these players, Valorant being one of them. Saw his highs on Abyss as well, a very dangerous player, very capable player. You need that to become, I guess, a repeating story. However, Ara does have ult, so that's another threat in the back of the minds of Pacific.
Really noted as well. Cloud just one away from Seekers, Flickless 2 off the Rolling Thunder. You see in this sort of composition, 2 huge tools in terms of flipping around back in their favour.
Poison's off.
VALORANT, not sure when he caught that spam actually, but down to 71 already.
Back up to heaven. Oh,
Great
okay,
timing from Seven.
Yeah, that was reactions aplenty on that. Now, Cooper is noted. He can buy time and leaves Rubino ahead on his own. They can't get out with him at this point. Now, Ninja, okay, yeah, holds on to it too. Catches a follow-up. Brilliant from Pacific. Good positioning on Seven. And a bold hold there, considering Ara came high in with that ult. This is now pretty much out the realms of reality. Flickless. Good luck, mate. 1v5.
Yeah. 7, right time, right place for the
30
full
seconds
cancel
left.
here.
He was dead to rights.
Yeah, Ninja the one to actually maybe get some confidence boosters back in his favour. I was going to say, do we see a shadow of Cupid once more? There's just an elbow this time around. Not going to matter too much in terms of losing this, but I don't really want anyone from Pacific to give this away.
Yeah, I guess that's more.
Yeah, you'd love a flawless here.
Yeah. Once again, their finances. Look down the left side there, you can see it is just a bit fragile still. They're still trying to build into this, but again, Seven was quiet, but lovely moment for him to start finding that form. Great positioning from him there. Still looking to see VALORANT, Cooper, and CNED activate.
And the other benefit being, I mean, Westside, again, maybe just doesn't react quick enough to this, but what tees
Sat in the
Ninja up,
smoke.
yeah, to basically seal the deal. Yeah, the important factor being operator still in hand. Like I said, elephant in the room, 3 players at 0 and 4. Got the first round on the board for Pacific.
Be right back.
Much of a challenge on this yet. A very deep hold on the other side for Westside.
You're rarely going to get this challenge from Westside in this sort of position. He's just kind of crowd control almost.
They are filtering this way though. But obviously CNED's not going to get the challenge in the form he'd like. So going to have to either... They're putting a lot of faith in him too. Did he hear this?
Yeah, he's certainly heard the rope here.
Okay, so the dog
Injured.
slowed on ramp. Yeah. Seeker's coming down. Gonna deal with one early, but the fight's gonna be on the ramp here. Seven. He did well under the pressure before. Nightfall comes in, gonna split the pack up a little bit, but I don't think it denies as much as they want here. Big rotations in. There's a lot of bodies on this site now.
Certainly is. Not much value on the way in here. Fault line comes through. 7 though. Ready to play spoiler. Aura shuts it down.
Yeah, this time he got the better of him, but CNED's still alive. Able to swing back in. Does he get some more support? Flashed up, in trouble, and Giant X make the most of it. Sweep the site. The other 2 far off and yet to draw blood. Westside keeps it that way as Cupid's options become near on 0.
Has to give this up. 1v4 now. Just Giant X, the pause here is crucial. And again, the re-hit is perfect. The fact that Ara gets away with that kill is just insane.
He's doing so well.
Yeah.
Just as a player.
Yeah.
Look,
like I said, to get his head out of that attacking half of bind and still be able to deliver like this now on the decider.
Well, that's the quality you're looking for, right? Because we saw a lot more value kind of throughout last split from the other players kind of coming into their own, starting to see that. Aura was always that what if he kind of comes in and finds that level of form too, that would be an excellent tick in the box for them. And I think we might be seeing that here, potentially building a lot around him during that off-season. And he's activating well amongst it. Here it is from his side of things, comes right in there.
8 HP.
Oh.
I mean, Sevens are really unlucky not to get that. Don't talk to me about the hitbox. With Satchelin like that, just hits him with the drive.
Come on!
1 to 5 though, timeout here. And Pacific need to get on the same page. We can't just have the Seven and Ninja show. It has to be a collective approach, but they are struggling to get the grip on Giant X.
Again, in this previous round, Cena's obviously going forwards, but they leave him very early in a very risky spot, right? He can't commit to a deep angle here with the operator. It's not necessarily like Pacific gain anything elsewhere by putting him there. And like you said, as soon as he hears the ropes, it's like, okay, well, cool, I'm likely going to have a dog coming towards me, potentially a foul line, potentially a flash, paranoia. There's so many things that he has to worry about that posting him up deep in that situation, especially on one of the extremities, they can't really adjust on the back of that.
Yeah, it gets...
Plus, I think he burnt his recall up like very early. Very early.
I think so. I think that was when it was just west side on that side.
Yeah, if you want him to anchor versus this sort of composition, just leave him deeper towards screens, up in heaven, just somewhere else.
I wonder if we see that, potentially. Again, still has an operator here.
He's probably keen to get just start posting numbers, to be honest.
Yeah, because you saw the frustration map too.
Yeah, yeah.
And you kind of need to have that want to get involved, that want to let me get active, let me get around this. But as it feels like similar to last round, the start is just one, and it's west side super deep, so not going to get an early fight on that. It's mid where the initial engage from Giant X is, but no one there to greet it, no one there wanting to challenge it, which is completely understandable. But Aura, operator 2, so it could be a little bit slower this round, just to work the map a touch.
Valorant here is the first head on the chopping block. Confirmation here, the flash from Seven. And we'll force them deeper, but he's a ton of spam through the orb, down to 5 HP. Sent packing.
I almost cuts him out of the round. 5 HP is nothing. So the early exchange, absolutely golden ticket for Giant X. Now, obviously they don't know how much they've damaged him, but still.
So again, it's just the timing as brutal. He sent the knife out here, rightfully so, but won't have it again until the clock basically hits 0.
Late. He's trying to find a position to work with, but the dog's an issue. Everything's an issue on 5 HP. Flash in, he's confident! Fights in on this! That is bravado and a half, but what more can you do? He went down swinging. He's given them a chance for the site. Valorant now kicks into gear. Can he get some more done? Can he find another fair fight to take it down? Yes! There we go, Pacific. Finally getting their footing.
A collapse into a very, very comfortable setup here. Nobody overstepping the mark at 7, at 5 HP. Still gets his ridiculous flash up here.
That's so sick.
Beautiful stuff. Happy to display that talent time and time again for Pacific. Some of these crucial scenarios as well. So another response found. Again, still money in the bank for Giant X. The issue being the purchase around the operator cloud, the one to feel the pinch. Rolling Thunder, Viper's Pit just one away. Gonna post out the breach ult here.
They're re-engaging on the site early. Look how quickly Seven's here. Look how quickly Cupid's here. Valorant as well. They're not going to actually fully rescind by any means. Seven's still on patrol. Sends in a flash. Has a glance. Spots one. Takes one. Seven is an absolute monster. Confidence brimming. That is the player they needed.
Get Seven into these brawls, man. Get him just down and dirty on sites, and he keeps finding kills. We saw a few examples previously already. Showed it on Abyss for sure. Talk about him and Valorant being the ones to put numbers up. It's just beautiful to watch.
Bang, baby! Bang! Come on!
You're a beast, bro! This guy is a beast, bro.
Absolutely right.
Man, I love seeing that level of killer instinct in a player. Like seeing a situation like that and being like, I'm going in.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Well, it's only the previous round he does the unthinkable, right? Next, looking to pick up the pace on the back of that aggression. Rubinho looking to split the defensive formation. Cloud is hit so early.
Yeah, they don't know about it. Rubinho still going to be doing some serious work here, keeping Ninja down and dead. Cloud on the follow-up. This is dangerous. This is a different look. And now CNED's the one who has to do something. It has been the 7 show. Maybe CNED doesn't like being second best, but he's going to find Flickless to finish. Oh, Cloud, you...
It's just so heads up.
I hate that. I hate that. That's foul. That is foul. I just can't the rest. I can't deal with it.
So cerebral. Cognizant from Cloud. Just heads up play.
I just wish we didn't spend every minute together. What are you meant to do now? Okay, Valorant.
Makes it doable.
Yeah, well, Cloud doesn't like that. I mean, Valorant put in a damn shift there towards the end. Sadly, the clock was late, the numbers simply not there, but still.
GiantX showing the tendencies to not want to respect the raw firepower that Pacific are happy to tap into. Cloud, well, the 2 freest kills on the back end of TPs, basically. 6-3 now. I mean, Pacific, 2 players struggling financially, but Ultimate's here to maybe offset that ever so slightly.
Last time 7 had his, it was pretty darn good. And he's got another fight here. Whoa. Aura out of it.
Nice and slow now.
A little bit of a... Yeah, and Flicker's catching Valorant is an issue. That means that they're pretty divided.
Yeah, it was. Yes, towards vents.
Got the spike.
So then do they continue going towards the op? Do they go towards where the stack may be? Or do they then try and take the long road out?
Pacific has sent 3 this way. I mean, Cloud has some util, the Seekers as well, to maybe sell this fake. I mean, keeping them interested now. A site wide open for the taking. Obviously, West Side has the pit as well. The Seekers at the perfect time. But it's cut off it. Sevens, he's nearsighted.
I don't know how he's
still alive. But he followed the null command. They're fully committed to this now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. This should be heard, though. Ninja's going to hear a whole lot coming his way. Tries to early clear through ramp, which I quite like. It's a good idea. Viper's bit on the side, though, trying to get any corner to play from that's on their side. But they're going to be surrounded in a messy shot from Rubinho. Gives chance, gives numbers up for Pacific.
Well, they know one's disconnected here. Cloud down to 22 HP. They have to hold down this site right now. Ninja definitely spotted Flickless there.
Oh, yeah, and he's gone back for seconds. Westside has to buy time, has to be an absolute madman here. He can only do so much. And Cloud is the plant even for you. It is. It ain't gonna be easy. Bullet's gone.
Yeah, hasn't got it. Hasn't got it.
CNED's there. I mean, how 7 survived that, I'll never know.
It's ridiculous.
Thanks.
Again, Ninja just not expected so early on. Rubinho just caught off guard a little bit. I mean, the awareness was there for sure, but certainly a bit of a jump scare for him. Again, I think Flickless as well, just getting caught on the outside of this. West Side, I mean, he's put back in this corner here. Great recovery from Pacific.
Broken the money. They're doing enough here, you can see that. Turning round. All starting to hit a little harder. Cupid still 0-5, but he's doing his job. CNED. I want to say shouldered on this one. Ah, again, another miss, Mike. That's... he wants it, but he's just not landing these shots.
Ara a chance to maybe get the showstopper online here. Only missing 1 orb.
Poison's off.
A quick adjustment here for Pacific. Don't necessarily catch anybody in mid just yet. Ara looking to dig even deeper now.
Good timing on the flash. Great shot from Valorant. Turns it in time. Gets back down to vents. No threat.
Certainly a chance for Pacific now to play a little deeper. Wait for Giant X to go hunting. Lots of time left, actually. Still 45 seconds. Westside not spotted close here.
And he's
seen it. Oh, he's letting him. Oh, my God. I mean, Westside, again, there's no way he commits to going forwards there. Another miss from CNET, though.
Mate, what is going on? Thank God Valorante's there. Have a word.
Getting a little dicey in some of these situations.
And these aren't hard shots. These are sitters, some of these.
Still a 6-5 scoreline. Pacific with a chance to end all even here. With Giant X to call a timeout here just to touch base ahead of half-time. A couple of players on stage making some noise.
Who was that?
Probably Cupid. Well, I mean, it's either Cupid or 7, right?
True. It sounded more Cupid-y, though.
Cupid.
Cupid-y.
Obviously, the buy going to be there now for Giant X. Like I said, Showstopper available. Potential here for the Rolling Thunder as well. We can see Pipson.
He's getting aggravated
Yeah.
with the pace, the tempo. This man speaks fast.
Whipson.
Whipson. Cool whip.
Yeah, impressed once more from Zed. Again, very shaky start.
Yep.
A couple of other moments.
Still there. Still in the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you were to cover the scoreline, it certainly doesn't feel like a 6-5
no.
At this stage. A little separating these teams. Yeah, actually on the side of Pacific, chance for a couple of ultimates. Maybe Valorant will start with the pit available. Looks fairly all in here from Giant X, so 7. What can he get done here?
If there's anyone else, I'd be a little less likely, but the wall is there. Big knife too.
Yeah.
It might get held on this. 7's trying to stay close to the action. And he's been good in that chaos, but look at the damage down on Aura, only on 5. 7 is just filth. In this sort of like aggressive, postured up place, he holds space. And the rotations are here. There's already 4 on A.
Oh, Valorant! He does get against the spike as well.
Oh God, they have to go back. There's no way they can just leave this now. The plan looks scrapped.
That's an absolute disaster. The pit's going to go out on top of this as well. Have to get this out. But he has to go to ramp.
He's got a long way to go, but at least he's gotten away with his life, I want to say. Cena, look, if the op ain't working, I guess the shorty's right there. So now, Aura and Cloud, what do you do?
2v5 to try and recover here. To end with an advantage in this first half. Things now start to slow down. Cloud, though, finds that headshot. Operator removed from CNED.
30 seconds.
30
no
seconds
more flashes,
left.
no more paint shells, no more anything. For Pacific, they've got to be careful. Don't give them a chance. Don't open it up. Playing close. Aura going to dip towards site. That should be planted. Time on their side, 2v4.
Cloud finds a kill here. It could be disastrous
I like
for
his
Pacific.
timing. I like his timing. I was kind of hoping he might continue, but Valorant considering it. And actually, Cloud gets the better of him. 86 HP, very
Well, he knows about Ninja now as well, because of the reveal.
They've got to know. And yeah, I think the penny just dropped then. I saw his attention. Aura left on his own side. He's still going to find 2 here. You're going to see that they're just going to try and keep Cloud away. Aura has to go above and beyond. He's trying. He's down to a 1v1. Now Cupid runs forward. Oh, his pace there. Just keeping cool. Just staying calm. Will get the job done. Tied all up on the half. 6-6.
Thoroughly impressed with Pacific again, showing resilience here on the decider to tie things up, Lauren.
We'll be back in just a sec then. 6-6 will be the half scoreline.
Red Bull gives you wings.
this Pacific side doesn't know when they're dead. The start looked like Giant X had the perfect talking to. They'd fixed all of their issues. Everything was figured out. And then look at us now, 6 apiece.
Obviously, Flickless, one of the newcomers to this roster, obviously a big talking point last year in particular, not necessarily going to be reflected here in terms of the numbers, but similar to Ara, we saw kind of peaks, but certainly for Flickless, like I said earlier, stabilized. He became very consistent, a safe pair of hands in terms of the role here for Giant X. Obviously in this opening half, not necessarily the issue here. I'm just so impressed with Pacific once more to be able to still dig deep here, claw their way back into a half.
Mate, I'm putting it on Seven and Valorant. Those two had an absolute belter of a first half. Critical work from Seven, finding his footing at probably the best of times possible. That ult that denied Aura, from that point onwards...
The knife as well after that as well, yeah.
Absolutely on the money. Now, alongside that, Valorant doing really well. The rest, they'll be quiet, but hey, if they brought back the game 6 apiece, cool. Giant X, be ready, I guess, because this is a close affair.
Well, I think coming back to that early discussion we had, right? We can ask tougher questions of Giant X, and this just isn't good enough. We've had an example versus Gentlemates, the previous map as well on Bind. They have to clean things up here in the second half of Split for me.
Yeah, if we're meant to be treating them as a slightly higher end team, we absolutely do. Cloud going to do well to catch Cena, trying to work up from the ropes there.
Flash!
Oh my god, he's in trouble and can't get out of it. Valorant closing in on the net there to try and keep this at even footing. But the damage pretty low. Ninja's down a bit lower. Valorant suffering a touch. Cloud on the screen. Can't quite find him. Now he can. Okay, takes away 7, which is a big scalp to claim. In the meantime, Flix's HP, I mean, I was going to say it's going to be an issue, and it absolutely is. And again, an explosive pistol round.
Greenio does have the advantage here, though, because he has the paranoia. So a chance here to really gap close, potentially onto Cupid.
Spike planted.
He's fast. Greenio's here really quick. I don't think Cupid's considering it yet. Now he might. I don't know if I like that reposition.
No. Reveal his position now.
Smoke up.
Not going to know about that tap either.
Yeah,
he's got to check this.
He's got to check. He's got to look behind. No, Cupid. Have a look, mate. There we go. Lucky boy.
Such fine margins. The paranoia landing, missing the initial get onto the spike. Cupid keeping his cool in this situation.
Goodbye.
Valorant finding 2 with 10 HP, by the way, in a pistol round is filth. Still doing damage. Cupid fired up from the clutch.
Oof.
Only 3 kills here, but certainly finding his value in one of them to open the second half.
Yeah, get you a pistol, cool. That could be a nice segue to extending the scoreline. Bit of a stack on this side of the map, but it is only with classics. A couple of shorties are here. I think you maybe abandon it with Cloud. Don't worry, observers, I'll let you do your job for once. So if they can't figure this out early, there could be some down the line threat, but now it's not too worrying, thank you. Cloud.
He's good for 1.
Think he's got one here?
He's good for 1.
Okay.
Ara, not so much.
No? No. I don't know, he did pretty good with that little classic last time. He's done well in the past. That's unlucky, that is. Nicholas, awesome. Hey, good for 1. There it is.
Got
good
mine.
for 1.
Got mine.
Not a problem.
Shorties on the retake.
It's not a sentence you love to hear.
No, it's not. Be fairly comfortable here for Pacific. Close this one out. I imagine side of Rubinho probably just going to post stuff outside.
I think so too.
Toxins failing.
Oh, toxins are failing.
Oh?
Oh?
A curveball.
Well. Hello.
Last player standing.
More. Okay, all good. All good in the end. That's fine.
3 HP, by the way.
Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel fine. All good. That's a recovered Bulldog, I'm pretty sure, as well, so don't lose out on too much.
Sure what? I was going to say, not sure what that was.
9-6 now.
Yo, Pipson! Where is Pipson?
Coach.
He's out the back, mate.
Actually, I think
he's not on stage.
No.
If you were wondering, I don't know if he's made an appearance today.
Don't think so.
No.
No. Maybe he just misses him. Just thinking about
We're
it.
missing some lore there.
Maybe there is. Or just unsure of the roster they're playing. It's one of the two.
Pipson's their initiator. They've actually just subbed out from map 3.
If you had to sub in a coach, who are you picking out of any team?
Pal.
After his 1v1
After the
performance?
skirmish.
Mate.
He's a shooter.
In which game?
Not this one.
Yeah. Love you, pal. VALORANT. Ooh. Oh, that's a horrible bit of bait there. Really thought he was on for that one. However, CNED got a little bit of space. Inside. Just going to try and tuck safe, but he's... Okay, CNED, where are we off to? Did we think we had that all for free? There's even Cloud here. Mate, I don't know what's happened to this game.
That's just so stupid that it worked.
Spike planted.
I'm taking side. Oh, what are you going to use, Bucky? Oh, are you on a jet or something? No, I'm actually KO, and I'm going to keep doing it. I am now chasing them down. I'm chasing down the opposition, and they're terrified. I've absolutely upset them. Agrabino doesn't want to fight it. He'd like to go anywhere else, but die to that goddamn Bucky. 9-6 Pacific. They've done more than necessary. Where is that timeout? Then we might...
Where is Pipson?
Yep,
Actually,
Pipson.
Cooper. Yeah, Cooper was just playing around ahead. Bonus conversion here. Frustration starting to show in some of the reaction cams here.
Best? Am I the best?
Sheriff's in hand for Giant X now. Have to find a response early. Pacific knocking on the door of double digits and a huge cushion now. Upper hand in terms of these ults that are coming online as well. The pit available for VALORANT already. Ninja just missing 2 points. And certainly in control of the second half now.
7 scares me still. Thinking of that Bucky. It makes me nervous. What's he gonna do now? Oh, dying. Well, win some, you lose some, I guess.
Can't necessarily find that upgrade.
Toxin screen down.
But Grabinho at least a chance to reset here. Advantage created. Ara and Cloud on the perfect timing on the flash as well.
But the stopping power is still obviously going to be substantially weaker. Zeno going to put his life on the line.
Whoa. Okay. Again, just a half second either way.
30 seconds left.
But the rest should fall into place. Yeah, and they do. Somewhat like Dominoes as Rubino going to be found, and it's double digits. Pacific. Look, I started off not knowing quite where to place them in this, but you're seeing that strength round by round now. Yes, VALORANT, yes, 7, but everyone else is on that same page too.
Right, let me listen to this timeout.
Please, open the mic.
Please.
It won't end careers, I promise.
Let's sponsor the listening and start just broadcasting it. Even if it's just to us.
Yeah, we'll relay it. Be translators. How fast is he talking? How red is the face?
Lots to consider here. Very little going right for them in these opening 4 rounds. Don't want to see the players.
No, you know what we want. Take it away.
Cut now.
3,
20
2,
seconds left of
1.
time. Come on, thank
There
you.
we go. Yeah, that's right. How close is leading now?
Tell you what we should get like a words per minute for the coach. Cam.
Who do you think's the slowest? Who's calm and cool?
I mean, Milan's, again,
Yeah.
especially thinking about the timeouts yesterday, maybe he's like first 20 seconds and the rest of it then just closer.
Yeah, true, it could be. Yeah, we could be having like a
I think I remember yesterday there was a time where we were looking at Milan and just said nothing for 30 seconds.
Like, maybe you should say something. Guys, have you
But
seen
then Boaster was talking, so...
Perhaps you should interject. For now...
Big round here for Giant X. Operator in hand. Don't necessarily have the benefit of the ultimates, but... feels like a must-win.
Oh, yeah, God, it absolutely does. They haven't found many kills for their woes yet. So they're going to get first contact. It doesn't feel... there's no build off this. Spike is still over towards that B side, a little bit close towards middle. You're looking at the ults here. Ninja and Valorant both have theirs. Contact on Valorant, and they are fast to this fight. CNED sends away Cloud, though. Does it look like he wants to come through vents and take an engagement on this? But Flickless doubles down and does get the reward.
Down mid.
West side there as well. CNED will fall just Ninja and Cooper. 2v4 of the ultimate, but going to need a couple of kills to even want to entertain that investment. 15 seconds off the reveal as well.
There. There.
I think they've been seeing... I think Westside might have seen something there. I'm not too sure. They can give up the spike. Pull back to more of a standardized 2-2 hold.
Bring them down.
Parallel in. There's nothing in
Where
vents.
are you?
Point up towards heaven. This deeper off
30
angle
seconds
coming
left.
in from Flickless and Grabinho.
Giant just want to force the error.
Now with that util already used, there's very little to try and break in towards the site. It makes it much easier for this hold. Flickless can sit on this angle. You'd imagine he gets the reward he does. Very nice. And the follow-up. Lovely round from Flickless. I was a little bit worried when Cloud fell. There was no instant trade, but the second they tried to scale up, there was Flickless. Lovely, lovely work.
Now the response here is certainly going to have to string together a few rounds to follow that. Now have the benefit of some of these ultimates being online. The TP's here. The Rolling Thunder. We have the Seekers as well. Even from just some of these reactions, still feeling as if they... not necessarily throwing some of these rounds, but again, they should be winnable in certain situations. I know we had probably more than a few examples on Bind.
Yeah.
Spam almost... actually, yeah, it does connect onto CNED. It's just broken, battered and bruised in some of these early rounds.
Yeah, he's been having a bit of a tough time, but...
having a mare.
He's having a nightmare. 1-3-1. Already Cloud coming on over to be somewhat closer by, potentially. Westside the one to deal with it so far on towards Vents, but it's Flickless as well, and he was very good last time. Is this where they tighten up the bolts and screws? And again, CNED just gets absolutely screwed. Westside comes into the fact. Suddenly, Giant X are awake. Out of nowhere, they find this level of form, they find solutions, and they look like they should have been in control the entire time.
Now in a position to potentially make progress elsewhere. Westside just one away from the pit. Down to Valorant and Ninja once more.
Hello. Oh, quick trade, there we go.
I was going to say, the freebie, yes, but Ara able to clean things up. Now just Ninja. Again, happy to give up the spike here, just force a decision to be made. Starting to chip away at the finances of Pacific.
What can he do? Very little. Very well done. They've got a solution for this mid approach that we've seen coming out, right? They found a great answer to this. 10-8. Giant X also have a massive hand of ults coming through. Aura is only one away.
Yeah. Basically 1 point away from a full house. Operator still in hand, and now actually probably got themselves a buy or two behind this. Pacific still held at 10. We certainly now are looking towards Pacific to maybe reconsider their approach.
Well, this is the interesting one when you kind of look at this team with the coaching staff and Cupid and kind of how they want to build this roster. We haven't got the full idea of their problem solving yet, right? We don't know how deep they can go on that sort of front, how comfortable they are once someone's made a good adjustment.
Yeah, I guess the benefit being Cupid's an IGL that's happy to get a little funky and try things out and whatnot, but the big test really is stepping up to this stage, playing against some of these teams and showing resilience and problem solving on the fly, which has been certainly a concern through this series, but
it showed
again, early days for the roster for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, you only have to look at Bind to see they can do it. There is every opportunity. They are currently in the lead, though. They are up, obviously, 2 rounds here. Giant finally posting their first 2 on this side, even. This was a drought of rounds, and it looked quite clean, obviously. It didn't look that hard for Pacific to get to this point.
I mean, consider it, well, it was a stretch of 7 rounds across the half.
Yeah.
Certainly took control of that first half to tie things up. Obviously now in a very different situation. Double digits posted already. But a real opportunity here for Giant X.
I doubt we'll see Pacific eye up middle again like we just did, though. That feels like that was denied. That feels like it was very in control of Giant X. And option looks like they want to try and challenge Ara. Forced off on the first angle, but that should be operator noted. Should be keen on that, should notice that was in play. So how do they then want to scale across the rest of the map? Do they then target towards middle? Do they go back down? It looks like they're going back down.
And still, tools to prevent this from happening. Flash from Cloud will confirm presence still. 7 considering the knife, but maybe a rehearsed set piece here. Seekers.
Nice timing.
Spanner in the works, yeah, but great timing. Not necessarily a clear indication on the back of that, but forces Pacific to pivot.
Late mid piece? Maybe just trying to toy a little bit more towards the extremities early on, draw these players away. It has put a little bit of a different glance here. Cena goes in, going to spot 2 Heaven side. How does this change things? Target them out, it looks like. Smoke up, ult comes in, hindered. Do they then try and burst through main? There's still Cloud unaffected though, Mike. This could still be a problem. Aura has fallen, however.
Cloud's got 1. Chipping away as well. West side here to provide some support. They're finding every kill. CNED finally finds a response.
And I don't know if they thought that was just the only players that were left on B. Oh my god, CNED couldn't find any more. But still, I don't know if they got the misread. There was 2 on Heaven. That was all that was on site. Maybe didn't know that the rotation from Cloud went back towards kind of back B site. And they hoped that the ult was enough.
It's another situation. Again, slipping into this plan of like, right, let's go to a set piece, a rehearsed execute, but they're burning up CNED's dash and the recall just to kind of fish for info to then post both ultimates into Heaven.
He's a breathing prowler at that point. Like,
I mean, it's very rare we're finding CNED finding entries with his abilities. He's just the probe in some of these situations.
It feels like a really weird way to approach it.
Time to hunt.
Bit down to secure mid here. West side planting the flag.
You know, this should be quite nice. Maybe a pop flash.
Bam into it, yeah. Only seen it again to take the damage.
Man. And he's dead on this. I just don't like the way they scale through. Now, luckily, Valorante's landed a couple of big boy shots, right? That has opened up the site. Rez comes in. They've actually got player advantage. And our having to play retake with the op is going to be difficult, tricky. West side takes away 1, though. Even numbers now, 3v3. Recovered rifles. They can make a go of this.
Showstopper potentially to find a kill inside this pit as well.
It looks like that's why they're trying to be a bit unorthodox in positioning, but there's only so many corners you can play from. Aura is away. Straight to the back lines, and Westside takes away Ninja. Aura looks for one, gets it, rewards there. But Valorante, the one who started this, could be the one to end it, but time is gone. Nothing to be done. Tied all even, 10-10.
Giant X, unfortunately, with the perfect counters to this post-plant setup from Pacific. A lot of P's in there. Now reduced the finances Pacific had worked so hard to establish. In the trade off of 7, popping the null command as well, but still, even though Pacific finds success, it's just not enough to really stabilize in that situation. Plenty of ults expended here, and Pacific just looking to roll the dice once more.
I'm worried that they're going to run out of steam here. They're going to need one of those rounds from 7, one of those rounds from Valorante. They need something, an X Factor to come online. There goes CNED the Prowler. Spots out 1 on CT, but still it doesn't give you much info. Ninja's going to fall. And now there's issues everywhere. It's turned into a brawl as Cloud re-clears. CNED shot in the back as Flickless waited patiently. Spike left loose. This is now uncomfortable. Pacific left adrift. 2 dedicated towards site. They know that Valorante could be coming from this way. Yeah, perfect from Cloud. And now Flickless ready to catch. Yeah, Giant X have got the beat on Pacific. No one is bailing them out now.
One round to the good. 11 for Giant X. And the funds all but gone here for Pacific. Brilliant re-aggress here from Giant X. Again, the timing and the position the spike goes down just makes it so difficult to recover. I'm going to credit Flickless in that regard to find a crucial kill.
Cover going out.
So Pacific rolling the dice twice there.
Poison's off.
But not thrice. I backed myself into a corner.
Yeah, you
there.
did.
Yeah.
There was no way out. There was absolutely no way out. I could have tried to help, but...
Twice the dice.
Thrice.
Nice.
Bring them down.
Do you reckon it's OT, mate?
I mean, I'm just going to say yes, because
At this point.
OT is my life.
Scout destroyed.
Any plans this evening?
No,
Not
I
anymore?
specifically didn't.
Yeah, smart, smart.
Is this one felt like a 2-0?
So we knew it was going through with OTs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Slow round here from Pacific, obviously. Nice to see that Fnatic's influence once again holding strong.
Ara still posted here with the op, though. And the timing might not necessarily be there for the Toxin.
This gets awkward. And, I mean, I was surprised they just didn't think there'd be anything else behind that. There was nothing really to deny him, but the plant's in, I guess.
Spike planted.
In tools-wise, Paint Shell still here, Paranoia. Flickless stacked with Util and still a snake bite. Giant X, can they stick the landing here?
That's not going to be how it works. 4 alive. Cupid looking like he's backed into a corner. Valorant trying to play it forward. He was instrumental before, but he can only do so much. And Ninja with a lot to overcome. He can't quite do it. And Giant X make it up to 12. Now, need I remind you of Bind, though?
Well, let's just check in with the money after this.
Yeah, Moolah.
The ultimates-wise, I mean, Cloud all the way from the Seekers. Chance to get that online. Flash just doesn't catch.
Yeah,
Seven's been really good at those shallow flashes around corners, but even then, what, did he have a stinger?
I think it was.
Cloud just, that's directed at Cupid, I can tell you that.
What are you doing?
Yeah, good try, Cupid. See you next round.
Nice try, twice, dice.
Thrice. Nice.
Watch
Nice? No.
Not nice.
Oh, this game has been streaky.
A buy.
A buy has been made.
Purchases have happened.
Oh, it's Stinger for CNED. Guardian for Cupid. Rifles beyond that, though. So, okay. And we are in. It is pacey and it is looking pretty rough. CNED goes down, but the rest start to follow suit as well. 3 remainders, Valorant, Ninja, and Cupid. You gotta go big now. This is your chance to stay alive. Cupid's dug deep enough, but Cloud dives in, and then Ara's here. All on Valorant in a 1v1 to stay alive. Now Ara's gonna know.
Yeah, try and reposition here. Gets the confirmation, still has Paint Shell. Still has a satchel as well.
Oh, what a shot. 13 to 10. It took a talking to. But Giant X make it across the line. All 3 maps nearly going the distance again here. Giant X don't make it out unscathed.
No. Like I said, I think we're in a position now to ask some harder questions of this roster. For me, this is a real positive for Pacific to take this to 3, show some depth, some versatility and compositions. The Giant X, the ones to come out on top.
Yeah, spot on. I like what we're seeing, though. Pacific, I'm enjoying it. It just needs to happen more often, right? 7, he has those moments of sheer brilliance. Like, you can't help but enjoy it. Valorant, a talent, keeping up to that reputation he built leading up to his kind of tier 1 place, but you need everything else to happen at the same time. So if that comes through, hey, they're a team to look out for. For now, though, Giant X make it out of the danger.
Second positive as well here. Ara maybe just shrugging off that week 1 performance. Certainly worth his weight in gold in some of these maps today.
Oh, he's
certainly in some of those situations. credit must go to everybody here on this roster, including Pipson, the shake of the head down on the stage as well. But certainly a stressful one.
Guys, yeah. Yeah, it's a Pipson special. You're going to expect a couple of those if you're a Giant X fan, but...
Slow to start, right?
Yeah,
this is all part of the plan, guys.
Yeah. Look, we worked on getting Ara ready. To be fair, he was great, and I'm glad you brought that up because he was instrumental in some of these rounds. A big performance from him after us keeping an eye towards him. Again, Pipson already starting that chat. He's like, boys, what's going on?
Guys, backstage now.
We're going to prime.
Now.
Right, guys.
I've got round 7, 11, 14, 15.
VOD review.
They're queued up now.
Yeah, get back here. Now, once it is prepared, we will be, actually, right now, I've just heard, we are going to be hearing from Westside standing by with Lou.
Giantex defeats the Pacific Boys after a very interesting match. Congratulations, Westside, of course, who just joined me on stage. It feels great to see you back to winning, you know, at home, first of all. And I wanted to ask you, because you're the only team in EMEA who didn't make any roster change during the off-season. So I wanted to know, you know, what was the reasons behind this? Why were you guys 100% sure that you wanted to stick together for 2026?
I mean, I think one of the reasons was like mostly that we believed in each other, that we can keep going with all of us. We didn't need any changes, and I think it can make us stronger in like longer term. You know, we can still learn and improve on the stuff that we don't need to do it over again with new teammates. You know,
you don't need to start from scratch with another team, and you find the solutions within yourselves, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And you know, I used to see you playing last year on more traditional Sentinels. I was used to your Killjoy, to your Cypher and stuff. Today you showed some Sage, some Chamber without playing up. That was surprising me also. So can you tell me, you know, what changes in your gameplay as a Sentinel with those agents specifically?
Definitely hatchet %, you know. I mean, this is the sad part, but this is the part of playing Viper. You know, you have smokes, Phantom, spray, spam the smokes, operator on chamber. I mean, there is some, you know, ult, for example. So I'm not aiming for the headshots, for example.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, in some ways, fun more because, you know, only Cypher playing all the time, every game, it was like...
It was a bit selfie-taking with camera and stuff. No, it makes sense. And you're doing pretty good on those agents too. And we know that today was a bit of a tricky match. You know, Pacific were cooking, they have weird comps. We had the first veto also in VCT EMEA. You got comebacked on Bind once again. Then you managed to come back on Split. What was the secret for today's resilience coming back?
I think we learned on our last game versus Gentlemates. You know, we didn't really want to get comebacked again like this. And I mean, for us, I think the most important step, it was to win this game so we can like kind of make it snowball a little bit, because it was hard for us to win versus Gentlemates, I would say, because they had this advantage that they won already first game, you know, and this is this momentum, like the hype, you know, they were like this, and I think this is good for us to win this game.
You needed that win to recover a little bit, I think that, and I'm glad that you managed to do it. Now it's a bit more of a specific question about yourself. It's really rare for us to see you on camera, you know, like waving or trash talking. We know the Pacific Boys did it a little bit to you, but I was wondering if there's a reason for that. You're more into like celebrating with your teammates rather than being like, hey, you're bad, why is that?
I mean, this is just on the feeling, you know, depends on the day how I wake up, you know, like if they're gonna scream me, I'm gonna scream them back sometimes, you know, it just depends on the mood, you know. Sometimes I don't feel like, because I feel bad, for example, for them, if they lose cards, for example, I'm not gonna flame them to like make them even worse, you know. But it was close, so I think it was fair, like to exchange some words.
We can see you doing it a little bit in the future, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. Last but not least, we're gonna see the two teams, ULF and Team Heretics, take the stage. Are you seeing an upset from ULF coming, or are you going with the Team Heretics boys for your prediction?
No, I mean, I would say obviously Team Heretics.
Why obviously?
No, I mean, boys are so much experience, you know, they are always like so good, you know, they always perform on the stable like level, and ULF, they are like rookies, no?
Yeah, true. We'll see if they surprise us. Thank you so much for joining me, Westside, and congratulations again. And we're going to see if you're right about your prediction in just a few minutes with ULF versus Team Heretics match. Stay with us.
Bye-bye, bye GX Bundle.
To give a nut speech?
Yeah, dawaj, I need Lara from you.
Okay.
Hello?
It's coming, okay, it's coming. We play this game 24/7, guys. And we come here and we lose like this, guys. This is not okay. It's okay, guys. Fnatic throw, Heretics throw, we throw. It's fine. We are humans.
You know what he said in his last speech? There are 5 humans as well. You're gonna lose to 5 humans? And that's on God, bro.
An underdog story that fell short on this decider on split. GX manages to take the win, and we won't see Pacific take their first win in VCT. I see a little, sad smile on your face, Peter, of course, because we were seeing it happening after that comeback on Abyss, but it fell short. What happened according to you? What do you think about this game?
Honestly, I am really impressed with Pacific, and I have been saying, they've been coming into these games as the underdogs. The fact that they've been able to take maps off of top teams within our region is really impressive for me, especially for a roster that was just put together. Let's not forget it was an Ascension team that kind of came up. So yeah, I've been really impressed with them. I think for Giant X, what Westside said in that interview was really important in the sense that they were able to get that first win, be able to bounce back and find a bit of momentum going into this middle bracket now as well, which should be really good for them.
Yeah, get a starting point, indeed, and I think that's also important for them. We talked about the past, let's talk about the future. What is coming up next is Team Heretics versus ULF. Can we maybe delve in a bit deeper about Team Heretics? Let's, mention it. Why are they struggling? What's happening? Is it comeback? Is it team synergy? Is it reinventing, creating, new strats, new everything? What do you think?
Yeah, so I think that it's a combination of a lot of things. So I think that the obvious thing that we would go to is comeback's debut. He didn't have a great debut. It didn't feel like he was fitting into the team that well. He was a player that, when he started last year on Gentlemate, was the kind of player that I was basically he's like inevitable. He is one of those players that has that skill ceiling that he could just take over at EMEA. But we haven't seen that yet from him. And his start from Heretics was a little bit slow. But Billy, I think you had some things to say about this.
Yeah, I think most importantly, I want us to look at the agents here, because for me, seeing him on the Raze didn't really look right. This isn't really an agent that he played even in Challengers in VCT last year on his time on Mates. We saw more kind of movement-based agents. Not that Raze isn't a movement-based agent, but I'm thinking of the likes of your Jet, your Neon, your York, things like that. So I was a little bit surprised to see him on this Raze. I don't think it looked great for him. I'm wondering if Team Heretics fully understand how to utilize him best in this composition, because he wasn't really playing much operator either. And when I think about Comeback's time back in Challengers, he was sending it, he was running it down. It was very much comeback, go kill. And Team Heretics haven't really been able to get away with their entries, get away with their executes. So yeah, for me, I feel as though Comeback is not being utilized correctly in the roster at the moment. And I think I have to look at the coaching staff for that.
Yeah, as he found, you know, kind of his DNA in this Heretics team, because even when he was playing in Gentlemen, it was slightly also different. You know, the way he was playing, I felt like he had maybe a bit more freedom on what he was trying to do.
I think that's the key thing. I think on Gentlemates, there were glimpses of his peak, and that was when he was, I think, on Waylay, just sending it in, doing exactly what he wanted. And I'm sure it wasn't like a highly scripted execute. It was probably just his own intuition being allowed to do that, if that makes sense. So maybe there's something there about the freedom, but at the end of the day, it is only one game from him. So I think today is a big game because of our team that they should be, in my opinion, beating very easily. And so today's the kind of starting point on the bounce back, I guess.
And let's not forget, Comeback is familiar with the ULF players because, of course, he was on that BBL Pacific roster back in Challengers last year, right? So he is familiar with a lot of the players that he's going up against today, at least in Stage 1, Stage 2 of the Turkish League. So yeah, I want to see like that kind of bounce back, and I don't want him to feel as though he's on a leash, I guess, in a way, which is what we've kind of seen.
Yeah, and especially in a competition with two duelists, I assume, you know, that it's also hard, you know, to find your place when you have also a star player in the person of Wood, who's been there for quite long, who has also the recognition, who subbed in for Miniboo back then in Shanghai and did amazing. So yeah, we will see if Heretics manages to thwart their way, especially Comeback. But I think when it comes to strategies, I think we can handle it to you, Mini, to teach us a little bit more about Heretics on Bive.
Yeah, so I think that blaming it all on Comeback, definitely not the thing here. I think that we've given a lot of grace to Heretics over the past year because of how well they did in 2024.
Yeah.
And I think that we need to now start looking at the tangibles inside the game a little bit. So I'm going to be a bit critical here and look at their game. So here we see Heretics last week on Bind against Na'Vi. And to start it off, we're going to see Heretics going for a Showers default. And what that means, a default is just basically taking part of the map, and then that's the part of the map where you might be able to do something from. So in this instance, it's Showers. And I think that issue number one for me with Heretics is the default decision. Like, to go for a Showers default, in my opinion, is not a very good idea. I think that Showers is probably one of the worst places to default on the map because you've got the teleporter that can be used to crunch you. The second thing is the rotation all the way back to B can take forever. And then foreshadowing here a little bit, the tight choke point to run out of here can be easily spammed by utility and by, you know, shots, basically. So that's issue number one here. Issue number two, we'll see in a second with what Na'Vi are doing here. We see Filu's posted down long with the up. And here, Boo gets a little peek on that and then starts running away. So his mid-round now is to say, we've seen this, let's go A. And that's issue number two for me, some of these mid-rounds. Having an ult posted this deep for Na'Vi means that they have all the information that Heretics aren't A. They can keep the stack of 3A and even rotate the sky across to make it 4A. So to me, this is a very readable mid-round decision by Boo. And in my opinion, he needs to clear out this Opa. Otherwise, they're just going to be running into a huge stack. The third thing for me is their entry confidence. So with Woot here, we'll see, you know, Heretics speeding up, taking Showers control, and now looking to execute the A side. So they're going to clear this close shower space now with the Fade utility, with the Boom bot. And you see this TP here from Woot to entry onto the site, and look what happens here. He fakes it. He doesn't take that timing, and that's a huge moment. Him not taking that means that we're going to see a bunch of util now used on Showers, and look at them stuck in Showers here. So Spit used, now the Teo drone, now we're going to see Teo salvos.
Wow.
And then the molly.
Mollies,
like, they're stuck in Showers, and then because of that timing, Showers able to reposition onto bench where they haven't got re-clear. There's 4 players here. It's completely readable at this point.
And
tight choke point to entry outside, extremely easy for Na'Vi.
Yes.
So my takeaway from this clip is that we keep hearing Heretics talking about how they just need to play their game. And my response is, if your game is including questionable defaults, iffy mid-rounds, and executes with entries with no confidence, then I think that there's more to answer and more to improve than just playing our game.
Yeah, then we see here the problem, but I want to look at you, Billy, and be maybe a bit more solution-oriented. What ideally would you like seeing to change, in the Heretics roster? Like, who do you want to see unleashed? You mentioned Comeback. Is there any other player?
I think Comeback is the big one that we have expectations for, just because, he was brought in to this roster and the kind of big name coming in from Challengers into Tier 1. And I think as well, we need to see Boo not running away from an operator. Like, that's insane. I think that's one of the craziest parts of that round for me, is that you see an op, you run to the strong side of the map. What kind of IGLing is this?
I think that one thing to me is, I have a bit of a question mark right now on Heretics' understanding of double duelist. It was something they really liked to play last year, but their highest peaks were when they were playing double initiator with that KO.
Yes.
So to me, I'm starting to really look at these games and start to really question whether they understand that double duelist or not. I don't know the answer yet, but I think in these games we're going to start to see that come through.
Hot take or not, I would love to see Heretics going back to double initiator. I would love to see
I
that.
think double initiator could be a thing. Even throwing in a chamber in there could be a thing.
Right,
But I think the double initiator allows Boo to cool the way he wants to cool. A little bit slower, a little bit more EMEA methodical. So yeah, that's my takeaway really.
Thank you. We mentioned Team Heretics. Now we're going to move back to ULF, because they had a rough start. And I want to ask you if we have been going too harsh on them, because, and I think we can all agree on this, they faced maybe the best team currently in EMEA, that is to say, Vitality. They are playing with 2 subs, Third and Demure, because of 2 of the players being too young to join the league. So how are you feeling about this?
I think the result last week makes sense. Like you mentioned already, Lou, they kind of went up against one of the best teams in the league at the moment, and also having 2 subs, that is a big ask to be able to get that from them. I think the main concern from us at the moment has been that we're not seeing that aggressive play style that we saw from them when we think back to Ascension. The confidence that they had as well. I understand that they have 2 subs and they don't have what we have kind of bidded as their star players, but I want to see them have that confidence that they had at Ascension, and I wanted them to come into that Vitality game using it as a learning opportunity rather than getting so wound up at the fact that they were losing rounds. And I think that that's not really something that we saw from them. Like, look at them at Ascension. They were screaming, giving it across
fun.
stage. In fact, this clip wasn't even safe to air, which is why we've got it muted right now. That's how much they were giving it at Ascension.
Mini, what do you think they were saying here?
Very nice things about the opponent.
Right.
Very, very lovely
Such
things,
as?
I think. I don't know. Alfia didn't teach me enough Turkish, so I can't live read
Unfortunately, but yeah, is that what maybe ULF is missing, both on the strategic aspect, being like, just let your players, have fun.
Yeah,
You're playing with subs.
Genuinely, I was really excited to watch this ULF team play. I know they don't have the 2 players that I think are key players for them to win, but in terms of identity, I really just love the way they play. They play a very 4-1 or 5-0 style, so they just group up with I was calling it like a death ball. In Ascension, they just had a giant death ball. They run at you with no respect at all and kill you. But against Vitality, they were slowly spreading the map, just getting picked apart.
They were contacting.
Yeah, they were contacting into Durka is one of the best operator players in the world, and he was just eating them alive like he was Pac-Man. Like, it was just so easy for him. So I really want ULF to kind of... There's 2 things. In the game, strategically, I want them to just start grouping up a lot more and just sending it like Turkish Valorant. And the second thing is, stop being so hard on yourself. Like, this is perfect. You've lost the first week. No one expects you to do anything. Embrace that. Start getting that energy back. Like, when you're winning those rounds, like, pop off. If you're losing the round, who cares?
I think on that note as well, it's more just like we want to see that clear identity and play style that they had in Ascension previously, and I want them to allow themselves to have the grace to warm up to the stage. Let's not forget they had 2 players that had never played on the VCT stage before as well, and of course these ULF boys coming in, and this is their debut in Tier 1. Like, they all need to give themselves grace to be able to warm up to that stage.
And I think also on the side of ULF, maybe, you can release the pressure, because they've always been playing tournaments where they needed to qualify for something. They were aiming at, the big league, the something, above it. But now they're in the league, they're going to be playing the games. Of course, it's triple elimination, so you can't lose more than 3 games. But I feel like maybe, releasing that pressure, being like, we don't have anything to prove, right? Everyone is expecting them to lose, and to lose hardly, I would even say, because of this. So do you think it's like a mental maybe barrier that needs to be broken at this point?
Yeah, it's like it's an advantage being in the position they are in a way. Like, you don't have the entire league looking at you, studying every single detail, thinking that you're as much of a threat. Like, it's also just mental. It just is the best position to be in. You see teams like Heretics in 2024, they come in with no expectations. It's a lot easier to do that with no expectations.
And they do insane, right? But who do you think is the team that's getting the most studied at the moment?
Most studied?
Parallel question.
Right now in the EMEA?
Yeah.
Vitality.
Vitality, probably.
Right? Vitality, not Fnatic.
No. They're losing.
I mean, I know they're losing, but you know, it's Fnatic. Like, everyone always seems to be looking up
Maybe
at Fnatic.
even Navi, honestly, because of the read that they've had on the meta.
Do you think so? Do you think that people are like actually trying to cook the way Navi cooks? Because it seems to me currently that it's easier to go for like the Viper, Omen, double controller, usual
I think that Boaster has this thing where Boaster usually comes up with very good micro things that are able to be stolen no matter the composition you're playing. And so that's why I think he doesn't want those like POVs being like, what is it called? The replays?
Yeah,
he doesn't want them to be open.
Yeah,
because like obviously he wants them to be closed so that no one can steal his lineups as easily. You know what I mean? So
can you help us? Just he's not thinking about us poor people. I'd love to have all Boasters lineup. Like, share with us.
I mean, I don't have them. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know a single lineup in the game. I don't know why you're looking at me.
I want to come back to the mentality conversation as well, though, because I think the way in which we were seeing off tilt last week almost makes me think, as much as I've been saying I want them to be confident, them tilting that much almost makes me think that they thought that they could beat Vitality, which is
I hear you.
Really, like, I respect that a lot. But it's just kind of like you need to sort that mental because you're a rookie team coming into the league. But I think it's like honorable the fact that they got so tilted in the thoughts that they could be able to beat them.
Isn't that an ego question also, you know? I think ULF was kind of renewed, especially in Ascension, was known for being maybe the ego team, you know, the one that had, you know, social media kind of banter and stuff with the other teams, that they seemed unstoppable and they were saying that they were unstoppable. Whereas on the other side, Pacific weren't really saying that. We just knew they were insane and that they were going to qualify, but they didn't have to say it and to phrase it. And maybe that's related.
I mean, I like the sore loser. Like a player to coach who's a sore loser, you know that they got that drive and that energy for it. But at the same time, you just got to give yourself some grace sometimes because it's like, there's just no point. Like, if you're playing one of the best teams in the world and you've got 2 subs, you're not expected to win. Like,
you're expected to have fun, right? Exactly. You're expected to, if you win one round, yell and be like celebrating like you won the World Cup, something like that.
Exactly. And I think as well, like, looking...
like that? Yes! Beautiful.
Oh my god, they're staring us down. It's actually quite frightening, I'm not gonna lie.
That is all I'm asking for, actually. Give me these vibes on stage, even though you're losing rounds, even though, you know, you troll a little bit, and I think things can get better because I think Heretics is really also weak when it comes to momentum and losing momentum and not managing, you know, to get on track and stuff. And ULF could typically be the one to
I think that's the big narrative about last year we talked about Heretics was like, everything's fine, it's just for some reason they lose that kind of mental game. And I think now is the time where I don't use that as an excuse anymore. I think that's the time where, that's why I did that telestrator. It's like, there are things in the game that there are tangibles that they can be improving on. And I think to go back to what you said, you asked which players, and you said come back. Like, I think that we have to start looking at Benji as someone who's, in my opinion, falling down that power ranking of Sentinel. When I was ranking the Sentinels in the league from 1 to 12, Benji is like the Sentinels are stacked right now, and Benji is surprisingly low on my list right now. So
and
I think that
he didn't used to be.
No, he was one of the best Sentinels in the league. He was the kind of player that if I was coaching someone, I'd be like, you want to learn how to lurk? You watch Benji. Like, he knows how to lurk. But right now his performance is a little bit low. It looks like Rians is the only person that can, but week by week, we can just be like, oh, it's Rians. He's going to do his thing.
Rians or Wood also sometimes, but this is the big question mark, right? And we're going to see if he manages to recover real quick. Your prediction for this match?
It has to be a 2-0 to Heretics, or I'm very concerned.
Yeah, I think to kind of set the stakes of it, we are expecting Team Heretics to win, but I think ULF as underdogs, if they go back to that very aggressive playstyle that we saw in Ascension, that could catch Team Heretics off guard because they usually struggle against those kind of teams.
Yes, exactly. Could they surprise Team Heretics? That's the big question, and I think that ULF can be the right contestants to manage to bring a surprising match. Let's see if they have what it takes inside them to beat Team Heretics.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Heretics. Keep falling. Took a risk even though my hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'm a crew out of sun. But it won't be
esports.
Two subs and a dream of taking down Team Heretics in order not to fall even lower in our bracket and reach the third one. But can they do it? That is the big question as we're discovering on which map we're going to be playing.
Oh, so ULF have decided to pick the map that Heretics picked last week to win, so
Is that an
ULF
ego battle again?
I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, so I'll be honest, ULF doing very strange things in this veto. You know, Heretics like to pick that map, and ULF decided to pick it for them. So, not the greatest start in a veto for ULF.
Yeah, I don't really know why they've done that. I think ULF banning Corrode is interesting to me. I guess it was a struggle for them against Vitality last week, but to be that put off of it, again, like we said, against one of the best kind of teams in the league, I would have hoped that they would have left it open, but obviously not feeling too comfortable on it. I think Team Heretics as well, being able to ban out that Pearl, this is a map that they banned in their second wave last week, so looking at it, they're probably pretty happy with this veto overall if you're Team Heretics.
Yeah, I think they actually have 3 of their like very good maps, right, on the side of Heretics, so I think you're going to be pretty satisfied.
I mean, on that ban, I want to see some of those attack issues solved. I want to see so much showers defaulting. But yeah, I think this is a map pool that Heretics will be happy with, even in the context that they should be winning this game anyway, and they get a pretty decent.
And even individually, you know, we were mentioning Benji, and I think Ben has historically been one of his best maps in terms of like individual on Viper. So maybe, you know, having this coming in the map pool can help, because when you're not finding things, you're not cooking enough with like Cypher, you're being a little bit predictable. I think you kind of have that thing with Viper. Well, you know, your enemy is a bit paranoid on where you are on the map. Are you behind the wall? Are you with your team and stuff? But this will only be for the second map. What are we expecting from Haven?
Honestly, I want to see Team Heretics be able to bounce back, because even though, of course, they picked it last week, they ended up losing it against Navi. So I wonder if ULF have maybe recognized a weakness
they won it.
there. Did they win?
They're 10-11.
Oh, I'm
they got
trolling
comebacked. They got comebacked and they won. But
well,
I get you.
I think for
feeling
me,
they lost.
Like them picking into Haven, I wonder if they have looked at how Team Heretics played last week and thought, oh, Haven's a pretty difficult map to IGL on.
I mean, the reason Heretics only won it in the first place was they were able to just go A every single round against Xiao, and Navi didn't have any answers. So it wasn't the easiest Haven in the world from Heretics. There were definitely issues there, but a very big decision from ULF to pick it. I don't know what to expect from ULF.
But the defensive side from Team Heretics was looking a little bit scary, because from what I remember, when they switched sides, I think Navi won like 5 or 6 rounds in a row in attack. So I think when it comes to rotations,
I'm trolling.
Question marks.
I'm actually trolling, because this was the map that I was like, oh, okay, comebacks on Neon, like this is really good for them. He's back onto one of his agents where I think he looks much better than the Raze, because it was the first and last map that he played the Raze. Sorry for trolling there. So yeah, I think seeing comeback on the Neon is really a highlight for me for Team Heretics on this Haven.
Yeah, so same comp here for Heretics. A lot of comfort, as you said, in terms of benching comeback.
Viper,
Viper. I'm a big fan of Viper on Haven, but as I said, I want to see the ULF death pool, and Viper's not really a death pool agent.
Unless you hide as like 5 players behind the short wall and run towards a short
if they are able to get the sites, obviously a big thing is that Viper Orb's going to be down for the post plant. So I don't hate them still doing that death pool style and then just trying to win in post plants. But usually it's a very like tactical kind of agent, you know. So we'll have to see how they do it here.
I feel slightly uneasy about ULF's composition, to be fair. I think starting on this defense is going to be great for them with this composition, but when it gets onto that attack, being able to set up Demure, I think is going to be really difficult. I don't really know if Stern or Fabian, which between them would be the kind of lurker in this sense. It's weird to see Fabian jump from a Jet and a Breach to something like a Viper, and how that's going to work out for them as well. So yeah, I'm very intrigued on this composition and why.
Yeah, I think defensively it's like it looks like a fairly bunkered up composition defensively, but I want to see them push the limits. I don't want them to see them hiding behind Viper this entire time. Just do some stuff that's gonna get into Heretics' face.
Yeah, but you don't have flashes to do stuff, right?
You have a Neon and he's Turkish.
Yes, I agree. But you know, you send me a Phoenix. Give me a Phoenix on Heaven that is just running it down
You're
garage.
such an Aves Glazer. It's
yeah,
crazy.
I am an Aves Glazer, right? Yes, and yes, yesterday was hard to watch in the end, but. The thing is, on what you were saying about the post plant, you know, once you get the spike down and the Viper orb, then it's pretty easy, you know, to defend the spike and stuff. But that's not what I want to see, you know, of doing. I want to see them, you know, over peaking, getting, you know, peaks after the spike is down, and you know, like trolling some rounds, because I think in the end, and I wonder if you guys agree with me, I think that ranked style is maybe something that Off could be missing on this beginning of
No, I agree completely. I just think that Haven's a map where doing that push through deeper is quite hard. On C site, there's not really many instances you could do it. Maybe into Garage. On A site, you don't really push into CT that easily.
Yeah.
On B, you can get a bit aggressive, but
when I think of Haven, I think of more your lurkers and your late wraps, like you're layering to the post plant rather than like pushing to get extra space. So that's why I was kind of highlighting those lurkers there. Like, who are we going to see?
I think fundamentally what we're talking about is just aggression. Like, I just want to see Ulf aggressive. I don't care how they do it, what comp they're doing it in. I just want to see them doing it.
Yeah, and I think Heretics are pretty disciplined when it comes to defense, that are going to be saving, and I hope that they're going to be doing it properly, because we've seen some teams in EMEA having trouble with, are we saving for real, or are we, you know, trying a little bit, losing a gun, then the other players goes back to save. But I think the adventure for Off would start with a pistol. Like, they need a pistol for the confidence.
On the pistol, yeah, for sure. I think that it's just, again, like, the thing I'm looking at, I'm actually going to be looking at the face cam's reaction to this game, because Ulf can't be looking stressed again. Like, if they're looking stressed, then something's wrong.
If they're looking stressed, then something wrong. Let's see if Ulf can beat their stress as we get Mitch and Tom. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Ulu. Excited to see how this matchup's going to go. Both teams getting off to a bit of a shaky start. I think definitely eyes on Heretics, though. Didn't expect to see them here, especially not in the fashion they arrived. But, Tom, it is very important for them, for this entire stage, for kickoff, that they not only win today, but that they win convincingly.
Yeah, it already seems like that lower bracket is starting to get a little bit brutal. And as said, they're a squad that really shouldn't be in this position. We expected them to come in hot to trot. They've only made one change. That change is bringing in a duelist everybody has been excited about, been talking about, even if on Mates he had ups and downs. Those ups were normally dropping like 20+ kills and a half. And he looked very out of place in that previous game. I also want to put a focus on Woot, because you get this guy, you had him as a secondary duelist quite a bit last year. His worst duelist of every duelist he has played is Yoru. Wow. And by a fairly considerable margin as well. I think his next lowest is like 230 ACS. His Yoru is 200. Like, he's having a rough time. So if that's the decision by the Heretics coaches, management, whatever, to bring in a guy that doesn't really fit what you need, like bringing in that Yoru, I now need to see Woot prove that his Yoru is good enough for him not to just be playing something else. Just put him on an ISO, he'll kill everyone.
Exactly. Oh, well, not a bad start for Benji Fishy. Audaz has been deleted with an attempted push down C long for that information. Ulf have been denied it. They look instead towards Garage. One player out, a second joining. Quickly fading out. I love that. That's a beautiful bait. Favian has been set up here. They shouldn't expect him to be in the corner, but Benji's checked it anyways. He caught a glimpse of him on the edge of his screen, and well, that trap play very nearly sprung onto Heretics. Instead, they're in a 5 versus 3.
It's already not looking the best in the pistol. Neki at least in a position maybe to try and surprise them. He's going to try. Ooh, it's not pretty. A lot of damage done, a lot of low HP players, but nobody falling over on the Heretic side just yet. Demo. Oh, the swing out from Boo's going to give him one for free, but he now needs every single player on the block. And it will be Benji and Woot to close things out. 1-0 in favor of Heretics. And I also, obviously, I think the desk have sort of set this up as it is with this match. Like, you are talking about a team playing with 2 stand-ins who came in as an Ascension roster. The 2 players they have missing are their 2 best players. I would say especially like Sop. I think he's been someone that's been lighting up Ascension all the way through. Expectations are almost 0. For Heretics, the polar opposite. Like, realistically, we were talking before, what is our line in the sand? I said mine's around the if they lose more than 8 rounds a map, I'm starting to worry about them for the rest of the year.
And it does sound mean to say that.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
mean-spirited towards ULF, but the reality is, as you highlighted, they have so many disadvantages coming in. Their opening matchup didn't look convincing. It didn't look like any hope in terms of coming up against a squad with the caliber of Heretics. And so if we see Heretics struggle here today, it is going to, even if they come out with the W, even if they take that 2-0, 2-1, if it's a struggle, worries start to pop up because there seems to be a power level difference, at least on the assumed one. And a flying start from Benji Fishy. He's having a good day, at least to boot here.
Yeah, and he's baited them to almost just push him and avoid the rest of the team who are now on the A site. I think that the only interesting thing really for ULF is the 2 stand-in players, like Stern and Dema. This is sort of like the worst possible interview you could go into ever. It's like Alan Sugar's sat on the other side of the table, and you're trying to basically prove that it's worthwhile. No, he's not. Well done, Dema. Well done. Ace denied. But yeah, this is you trying to almost make a name for yourself. Obviously, a lot of the Turkish league is stacked, so a lot of the quote-unquote best talent are locked into teams. I look at a team like Eternal Fire. Their players were not going to sub in for 2 months knowing that they're not going to get to play in the league the second that's over. So it's these players maybe trying to make a name for themselves is the one thing that you can kind of look at as, okay, maybe this guy comes back to tier 1 because of his performance. But other than that, it genuinely is like, okay, how much damage can you do? How much fun can you have? And can you make some of these games a little bit more interesting?
I think Demer as well is a decent highlight. He's had a tough showing to start out down on that stage. But the reality is, you know, especially stepping up to this level.
Last mode. Take a deep breath if you need, bro.
Yeah, it's I need a drop. It's definitely going to be a player I have my eyes on. A 3-1 start. Confidence.
Yeah, he's already gone up.
But he started with an operator in round number 3. Crazy investment, you would think. Is he going towards Garage with this? The stun certainly to slow them. But yeah, he's looking for the fight. Comebacks running it down with the squad at his back. And it looks like there's going to be a crunch from ULF. They've sent a lot of players into this position, but Stern, was he a little ahead of the pack, or was that a shot through a wall?
Whatever it is, it's not gone well, especially with some of the weaker weapons. Waddle's now looking to potentially get aggressive on the other side, might be able to catch out. Ooh, and there you go. That's at least one.
Where is everyone?
Reveal is going to get Benji. Now it's the rifle and the peek through from Neki. Knew he was on the other side, tried to catch him off guard and failed. Some individual plays that have been feeding Benji additional kills, and they know exactly where their opponents are. Orders with a nice singular shot, but that's a post plant once again. Weapons already upgraded, and what is looking like a 3-0 start, because Mitch, as you mentioned, that operator, it's not great now.
Yeah, it's not going to be fantastic on the retake, is it? A 9-1, man. Benji's on it again. It was a 3K, a 4K. Come in with 2 to start this one, but Demer's still drawing breath, and Benji is going to be the one sent out to try to catch him early. Already heading his way towards that C site to cut him off. There's nowhere to go. Demer, 26 HP. They just need to land that singular shot on him, and he will be going down. And it's Benji looking for his 10th in round number 3 to do it, man. And Op dropped out of play as well. Huge impact from this man. In the first 3 rounds, he's on double digits. Madness.
Yeah, he had a bit of a rough start. Obviously, a slightly different opposition here today than what we saw in their opening match when they faced off against Na'Vi.
I don't know, bro.
Thanks for the input. We appreciate it, Benji. But something at least a little bit interesting. Obviously, Afron Fire has gone back to this ULF team, a man who is very well known within the Turkish scene. And yeah, you can see the list of players that has worked under him. Definitely a solid coach, someone I'm excited to see more of when they have the full roster. I think for now, it's can he pull some pieces together, maybe throw in a surprise here and there. I think also for the other 3 players, this is just a chance to get used to EMEA. Like, it's a different beast. You're going to come up against tougher opposition week in, week out. You're going to play on the stage regularly. And I think that will work nicely for them because you gain that confidence and your 2 other players come in and go, oh, I know everything. Like, oh, this is how we get to here. You know the little bits of the studio. Like, it reduces a lot of the stress when they can play in stage 1. Oh, that's unlucky.
145.
Not ready yet.
I feel like there's nothing worse in this game than a 145.
I'd say a missed shot. It's a little worse for me, but you know, I just like to
Not
see
if
my
that
teammates
player doesn't die.
That's true. Yeah, if he doesn't go down, I'm getting
I was
mad
also
at my
going to say
teammates.
maybe TPing and falling off the map, which yeah, we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate if that were to happen. Demmer, this isn't going to be the round that we judge him by, that's for sure. Oh, goodness, there we go. Got there in the end. Boo's low from that earlier 145. Boots being tagged up. You know, there's a chance here. Beautiful timing. And another tag. And a shock dart sent through. The bounce isn't quite good. It won't catch the kill. But Rianz has gone down this round. Not done yet. In fact, it's Benji Fishy who might have to be the hero yet again. He's the only one with full HP. Or anywhere near it.
Cage triggered.
Tapping that defusal. Trying to bait them in. A lot of players spamming. Now the second tap, it maybe makes them believe this already to half. I wonder what it takes for someone to go through. Benji's run out of bullets. Benji's run out of bullets. He's going to have to fall back, and because of that, Woot's been fed to the lambs. The problem is somebody still needs to get on that defusal. Now they are sticking it, but it has been denied. Time ticking away. Fabian the only one left, and Boo, well, I said 145. If you don't kill him, it's going to be painful. He lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, ends up being a really big part of this round in the late stage. So
I'm not smug at all. No,
I'm inclined to agree with you there, Tom. That does suck. But for Benji, staying alive, still got that one death on the board. 11 kills, a 4-0 start. And for Ulf, look, they can sit there and say, well, we made that one incredibly competitive. That could have been our round.
Job.
We had nothing going into it. It's more Heretics who will be disappointed with how close it ended up. But with that said, a timeout down on the stage. As a tactical break is taken, Ulf wants a moment before this gets out of hand. What's that?
Unlike yesterday, this is the team that's losing taking the tactical pause, so that's good. Unlike yesterday where it felt like we had some very weird pauses. But
7-1 up. Oh, let's take a moment. Let's take a breather.
Yeah, but I'm glad that we're seeing these proactive pauses. Afronfire given an opportunity to sort of talk through with the team, someone with a lot of experience, and obviously on the other side of things, come back someone who had a rough first week. And I think this is one of those games where like it could potentially be the confidence booster. Unfortunately, at the moment, the only person whose confidence is being boosted is Benji's. He's 11-1 and come back yet to really get on the board. But he was very disjointed from the rest of the team in their game last week. This is where you can sort of just try and bring him into the pack a little bit more, feel things out a bit more, and hopefully see some of the sparks that he had on mates, where, as I said, there were maps where he was dropping like 20+ kills and a half. So we know that the skill is there. Yeah. We've seen it on Pacific before that, but waiting to see it on Heretics.
Yeah, we've seen that ceiling, how high up it can go. 4-0 start for Heretics. Timeout for Ulf as they look to course correct before this gets way out of hand. Demmer already going to deal with some utility. The cam thrown up close, but he hasn't called for backup just yet. Ulf, very patient, not over-rotating. We'll see how this works, though. The drone's gone down through mid for Heretics. The brakes have been pumped entirely, and as time goes on here, I think the only difficulty for Ulf is that the only place they were looking for information was A. They've been denied that, and so now they're sat back with no intel of their own. A drone's going to be burned, but it finds nothing. And now they're going to have to gamble on a solution. Do they stick in the current positions and wait for the hit to come in? Or do they go for some aggression somewhere? And you can certainly see a lot of movement around mid and the double doors. Will they give the fights?
It seems like Demmer is at least wise to the fact that there could still be a player around this angle. You can see the gate crash for Woot, so he can put pressure in on one side and very quickly move to the other, selling the idea this is a fake. Look at the rotation being pulled from off. 3, 4, even the 5th coming in. Look, I've got a flank, we've locked them in. The C site, however, is completely open for business. As a nicely sold fake from Heretics, and unfortunately their opponents have fallen hook, line and sinker for what was a decent fake, but one that they almost had to gamble. As you said, they just didn't have the information.
Now, it's time to fight back in. It's going to be Fabian with a lot to do here. He's managed to thread the needle around the back. Boost spam was good, though. Taking down another and thinning out the herd. That felt like a chance with Fabian's positions, with eyes dragged into the other choke point. But, well, it's the same old story. It's Heretics 5-0, and that was the timeout from Ulf going into their bye round. now they don't quite have the credits to match up. I suppose they can still force it if they want to, but there's no sign of any slowing down on that attack side.
Yeah, it is quite funny that the second highest fragger in the server is Dema.
Yes. He did start 3 and 1.
Currently 5 and 4, and that's just because, yeah, most of the kills are just going Benji's way. Comeback still hasn't really had anything to do.
We're going to have to ask him what his lucky charm is. He must have come in today, had a different cereal. I don't know what it is, but he looks locked in.
Oh, comeback. It's a 0 and 5. A completely different story for the young Turkish duelist. It's not a bad spot to have this gun.
Next. Here.
Problem is, he's going to be taking the space. Here is the Hunter's Fury to make things very awkward. There is no escape, but while they push up, there you go. Benji's now died. Someone else will have to step up. It looks like that might be Wu. Flash through, leaves Dema so blind. He almost managed to get away with that one. And Aldous has found the trade. This is one of the better rounds we've seen from ULF so far. A chance to get one onto the board. But Wu and Rian still stand.
Yeah, that's very much the problem. Info to play with. Good snake bite. Rian's going to take a bit of damage, but most importantly, the drone is taken out of play, but it had already spotted Audaz, and so they know exactly where he is as Woot walks in his 3rd kill of the round. He swung out. He was down to 38 HP. He'd been tagged up, and no hesitation there. Right back in for the fight, and it really looks like Heretics playing this game like they're the better squad, but they still have that discipline in the early round. Just right there, Woot's starting to feel it.
This is the problem. Like, they're going to go into most series with not a lot of fear, but they're going to go into this series with none. And when you have Wu popping off, it is kind of just game over. This man was molded in the Turkish league, so going up against a team that has just risen from the Turkish league and has pieces missing from their normal squad, yeah, he's going to feel confident. 8 and 1, 6 and 0 for Heretics, and
yeah, with comeback going 0 and 5 as well, which. You know,
he's warming up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A veritable
He just started very, very cold.
Started on the Kelvin scale.
He was on absolute 0, and he's just getting it. Now he's at like minus a few thousand degrees, but he'll be warm in no time. Warm in no time.
Oh, let's
Somebody turn the heater on. Get him some
Here he comes. This is it.
Okay, maybe next round. It's all right. Woot's there with the trade. Fabian on another. They're still able to do damage with the pistols.
I know exactly.
Another one for Fabian. Maybe a chance to get a first round on the board, but he's getting revealed, and Benji Fishy still alive. And that has been an issue so far. Benji and Boo. Disadvantage in terms of personnel. Now Dema, full armor.
Spike planted.
And the ult's probably coming.
Yeah, it's a shame the weapons that have been dropped are all towards a main, so miles away. Nice shot by Boo. That's the big danger dealt with. Paranoia locked and loaded. Well landed. And Benji Fishy's following up on it. Beautiful round from Boo there. Both of those kills essentially going to him, but it's Benji that has to pull this off in the end with Audaz. 6 bullets left in that Stinger. He's running low on ammunition, but Benji only needs 1. He's unstoppable today. 16 and 2, 7 and 0. Where is the hope for ULF?
I love the Boo, because he knew the Neon ult was online, held the widest angle I've ever seen. Oh, the guy about to come around the corner because he knew the pace he was coming at.
Nice, Benji.
Boo gets a kill. Paranoia's from heaven. Brings him back in the route. Nice, Benji. Good job. All right, okay.
Hey, Benji
he
still
did win the 1v1.
And
he got 2 kills technically. Look, I was blind, but whatever.
He got most of the kills.
Nice Benji and Boo. That's what I would have said, but whatever.
I thought I was meant to be one of the Boo brothers, but clearly you're the you're the rep.
Rooting for the
team.
team.
Have you become his agent?
Both of them. Both of them. I get royalties now. Beautiful. I'm retiring.
7 to 0. That's it. The expectation was that this would happen. Especially, the only thing that's really surprised me so far today was that ULF picked Haven. Like they say picking your poison normally when you have 2 bad options. They picked the worst option off rip. So they didn't have 2 vials of poison. There was 1 vial of poison and some not so poisonous vials, and they chose the most poisonous one to go first. And I don't know why.
Aggression. Look at this down short. Stern's walking up. He wants the info. A little further behind is Audax. They've waited. They're going to swing this together if they go all the way through. But Boo's seen the elbow already. One taken down, but Audax quick with the trades. He's doubled up. And now a real chance with Audax on the triple. This could be the round. We're all finally bounced back. Fabian won't fall for the decoy, but the shot is good on the back of the flash. Great utility from Woot. The criticism of his Yoru not warranted, at least here today, as Heretics find another round, 8 in a row. And ULF still on the starting block.
They've had moments. That's the thing. You still see some of that individual brilliance. Audax in this round. They're even doing the strat of like, shoot at me, while running in with the Yoru, and he picks the guy behind. Like, it's clear that individually he's at least showing up 9 and 8. He's overtaken Demmer at the top of the board, but these are always the pauses that I feel like must be the most difficult for Afro on Fire. It's like, you know that this is not the team you plan to play with for the whole year, but I think he is just still trying to, okay, let's fix any of the emotional reactions. Let's try and look at what's happening in the round and what's going wrong, and let's build those protocols up for when we are ready. And hopefully try and get a few rounds here and there, because it does have to be massively demoralizing going up. But also, as well, I want to say, like, you play your first game against Vitality, against the newly made super team that didn't have a top 4 finish, so they go into the first round. You go, okay, well, at least it can't get worse. And then you go right into a game against Team Heretics, and okay, sure, on paper, I think most people off the first couple of games will put Vitality higher, but also I feel like Heretics have the firepower that once they disrespect you, the game's over. They're going to take it a lot less seriously and just almost make it hard for this even to be like valuable practice, because they're running at you and headshotting you. So it is one of those moments as a coach where you go, okay, I think you've almost got to look at maybe the more emotional side of things. 100%. You've got to try and get some of those players you know are talented, who he had worked with for a while before, obviously switching up teams for a bit. We'll see if it comes of anything.
The reality is you're not just up against Heretics, you're up against the wounded Heretics who underperformed on week 1, who had their heads held low.
Yeah.
There's no way they're coming in today with their foot off the gas. And for ULF, a squad who picked up 4 rounds in total in their opening BO3, it really has got to be demoralizing, like you say, to be in this position. But still plenty of game left to be played, as Fabian is showing us. Benji Fishy, the man who really has been the beating heart of Heretics' attack side here, he's been put to bed early. A valuable opening pick and nothing to show for it on that attacking side.
Yeah, a decent read as well. But out of the defense, they've got 3 players on this A site. Ready and waiting. Hunter's Fury, shot dart. Could do, I only really caught Woot, but it's at least staggered the push a little bit. Demmer at the back of the site. Some serious pressure they're about to come under. Quick kills coming up for Heretics once again. And they are being picked apart one by one. Audax, only man actually on this side, his teammate very, very far away. And what was looking like a round with some potential, fortunately looks like it's going to end the same way.
Yeah, I think this is the problem, though. Like, you just have Heretics grouping up in these disadvantages and then muscling a part of the site where they're finding those individual duels. The jump in, attempt it. Stern finds no one in the corner and a whole bunch of players on the other side. Woo! Comeback's on the board, yeah. Congratulations to him. Unfortunately, ULF aren't.
Felt a bit unnecessary, but, you know. Yeah, you know. I think they know that. But, yeah.
He's tracking after the timeout with the opening duel, and then the 4 players that just ran into the site and destroyed.
You just got to look at his face. He's like, yes, I'm on the board. We're winning 9-0 and I have 1 kill.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, it is attack side. My brother's got to slide in. He's got to take those fights. A couple of times he took contact.
Yep,
and,
I feel like Benji's been taking contact more than him.
Yeah. It's very true. Okay. It's that Cypher kit set up for it, you know?
Yeah. And they buffed it recently, didn't they?
Was that a drone crew? It must have been. I see drones already being used.
Oh, counter. Brienne does it better.
That's how this game's been going, really. You fire one through, they fire it right back, and guess who ends up with the blood on their hands? It's Heretics. Come back with his second. He's doubling up. Beautiful. And like for ULF at this point, 3 versus 5. You said it's all about marketing those individuals for this squad, making a name for yourself. Well, Demmer's the only man on this side of the map. He's got an AWP in his hand, big investment. See if he can make anything from it, and already Woot down's a valuable pick.
Yeah, decent reposition, but they're posted up. He'd need to be very quick with the shot, and he actually gets out unscathed. I thought they would at least take damage if he didn't connect, but managed to get out of there. The TP actually warrants a full rotation back, but this now leaves Ordaz on that side of the map. He's had his moments, but with Overdrive running it down,
30 seconds
leading the pack, needs to try and clear comeback. He'll get the chance in individual fight, and actually, he's going to spring to life. Ordaz again has given them a chance to at least deny that 13-0. Stop the chat from spamming. Boo's the only one that stands in their way. 15 seconds, surely no time. TP across. He's going to find him from above and should be able to get the plant in. For the flank coming. All he has to do is deny the plant. All he has to do is kill him before he gets it down. And while Demo will eventually get the job done. No 13-0 today. They've at least found one.
Better late than never, I suppose, Tom. 9-3 still possible at this stage, but the most important thing being pulling yourself back from that position. I mean, Ordaz, the fact that he's had a couple good rounds so far, but the fact that he gets the TP towards that A site, the rotation comes in, he cancels the TP, sits back here, isolates every duel, plays it so well. The fact that he allows Comeback to get all the way deep into sight, because if he challenges him early, Comeback gets traded. Probably, or at least the information is there, they can group up, they can take that fight, but instead he's in that perfect position to really disrupt the take, force those individual fights. Really nicely done. Pulls them to one round, like his name is Matter, and now we go to round 11. 2 left to play for. ULF need them both.
Early flash. Demo in position. Shot ready to take out Comeback. Another opening fight going in the favor of the defensive side, but as you sort of mentioned, it's a lot of the time been the group ups, been those more direct hits that have been a struggle for them to deal with. The utility overload has just left them with not much to play with. And it seems like that's the direction Heretics are going again.
Well, it definitely was at the start of the round, right? We saw that flash thrown through with the attempt to take the AWP off the angle. Demmer held his ground. Got a pick as a result. Now, they make their way towards him yet again. They look for this challenge. The drone sent out the decoy, the gate crash, everything thrown towards us, but they know. They're waiting for that TP to be taken, and there it is. A freebie as Woot just goes in blind. Ordaz again here to deliver, and although he'll go down, there's still enough players here, you would imagine. Boo on the side has this up to deal with, the info there to play with, but the shot lands eventually as Demmer continues to claim kills. A second for ULF. And we talked about building confidence. We talked about the debut from this man being a bit underwhelming. Well, what a way to get back on the board.
Yeah, great round from him. That's it. Like, for him and Stern especially, like, these are the two players that pretty much know their fate already. They are going to be replaced when the other two come back into the roster. So this is all about having those moments of flair, those moments of brilliance, and that's exactly what Demmer has had in this round. 12-8, not having a bad game, individually at least. See how much more they can get out of it.
Well, all we could really ask for is that they heat it up, right, in that first half. Even if the map was gone, you just want to see that bit of momentum, and it's certainly far from gone now. Heating up our ULF as Fabian finds a double of Demmers there as well. We said they needed all of the remaining rounds, and now it looks like they may well have done it. That spike miles away, but Boo, and he can steal it back for the 2 versus 4.
It seems like they're already going to try and re-aggress across the map, though. A push up from Neki. The same from Fabian. And well, realistically, the Heretics, they're going to want to get into a position to steal the spike and be on a site.
My portal broke.
That's what they'll do for the most part. But for now, actually, it just seems like Woot is going on a walkabout. He's seeing what he can find, maybe trying to get a kill or two. There's some space on the B site, but the second he goes in that direction, the turret will give the game away. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any more teleportation devices to get him in without being revealed.
Well, Well, the spike has been stolen, but they have space everywhere else. So Ulf instantly know where it is, and Fabian, he's on their tail. He might not get them both, but surely the work has been done. 12 seconds. Spike plant possible on backside here. Position's going to be so important for Woot with no control. He's a little wide. He's way too wide. In fact, a shutdown from Neki, and now Ulf finding 3 rounds. We said they wanted to heat up, and they've done just that, simmering like a dodgy kettle down on that stage. Let's see if they can continue this streak of rounds after the break.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Oh, it's time to see how this story ends here on Haven. 3 rounds for Ulf, finding all 3 in the last 3 rounds. It has been a comeback, quite literally.
Yeah. Wow, a man that at least brought them home one of the rounds is, of course, Dema. These are his stats from week 1, of course, but already having a much better showing in this one. Even if the scoreline is incredibly one-sided, he's currently 13-9. He's been putting up some stats.
And I think that's something we look at for players who are new down to that stage, new to the level, shaking off those nerves and seeing him have that performance uptick from the first series to this first half of the second is exactly what we want.
Against Durka.
Yeah.
Give him a break.
Durka Phoenix. Well, 9-3. Heretics, they let it slip at the end. And maybe they've given Ulf away back into the game. Time to find out as the attack side now to be tested.
Curses.
Woo! Well, Ulf are 0-5 when it comes to pistol rounds. It seems like someone might have put a curse on them, but this could be their chance to turn things right.
Yeah.
Stern in there for 2, but Benji, he delivered 3 in the pistol last time. He'll be shut down early, and Boo left to 20. This could be the first pistol for Ulf. All they have to do now is find that plant, but they're isolated in individual duels, at least for the moment. That puts the pressure on Odd as a man who's delivered in the past, but Woot has put it down to a 1v1, and Neki swing out wide will lock it in for Ulf. Their first pistol here in EMEA, and you can see they know that it came at just the right time. They're still in the game.
Yeah, right now there's only one comeback I believe in on this server, and that's the Ulf comeback. They're bringing it back. 4 rounds in a row. What's a 9-round streak to a 4-round streak? About 5 in difference, but we will see.
Thank you for that, Tom.
You got to start believing somewhere. Stern's now on the board. He's only 1 kill away from catching up with comeback, so
And we all know how difficult it is to play the defensive Killjoy, so obviously thrives here on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. He can now, look, Benji Fishy, 16-2. What's he done on the defense? 1-1.
And there you go, folks. Stats don't lie.
They don't lie. That's what he said. Wait, what?
The assist didn't even come from, well, obviously didn't come from the Marshals on the other side of the map. That was just the firing squad. All right.
Was it? I think, well, Benji has the bandit, so.
Oh, he does have, oh, sorry. I was looking at the smaller monitors. It was a little,
Did Dema have, if Dema had heavy shields, then he literally probably got hit for like almost the full amount and then got hit. Oh. Okay, comeback. I'm starting to get a little bit worried. We didn't have to say about their second round stats because normally that was a given, but it doesn't look like those are going to start off with a bang. Nice shot, darts, trades back. Fabian's doing well. Oh, they're bringing it back. Neki with another. It's now left on to Benji, and he's miles away. So what chance does he have? He's going to have to walk. By the time he gets there, he'll be exhausted. And, you know, both players are incredibly healthy on 49 HP.
Yeah, look at those shields as well.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah. You'll take a few tags of that bandit. Doesn't do much damage, thankfully.
Oh, dear.
Yeah,
nervous.
Oh, yeah, I like they've lined up, but they're now very, very low. And in the end, it will be Ulf.
I wasn't even worried.
Look at it.
5 rounds in a row.
The margin's so
Comeback
thick.
is on.
It's fair to say Heretics never stood a chance.
No.
Whew, well, that was a tough one. And you have to think about it this way, Tom. It's their first experience of winning the pistol and having that follow-up from the victorious side. So, you know, there were a little bit of nerves, but yes.
Yeah, that looks like nerves.
And actually, genuinely...
That's visualized nerves. Yes! I'm so nervous right now.
Well, that's relief, perhaps, yeah, right afterwards. I think for Ulf down on that stage, though, what is exciting me is even when they got that first round on the board, when Denver got a 4K, it doesn't matter. Every moment, they're getting hyped. They're living every second down on that stage. And that has brought them, you know, back within punching distance of Heretics. An early fight for comeback has given the advantage away. Lots of weaknesses here for Ulf as Demmer goes in. I thought he had a real opportunity there, but it was a little too quick.
Okay, 1 for 1, but in this much of a deficit, that's not going to help too much. Obviously, they are playing this as a bit of a harder bonus round, and you know what? They might just get themselves a free plant. There is nobody here. There's a trip currently on short, so I'll at least give them information if anybody goes in that direction.
Spike planted.
There's an opportunity here. We've not seen much from Stern. I'd love to see a Stern round. 2-11 right now, but getting into that post plant, obviously this is where the swarm of Heretics will look to take over.
The flood will wash away Ulf on this A side. Unless there's a big performance from down below. Stern is going to be isolated, you would imagine, because Audaz was stunned, but he still got the kill up top. Stern! Yes! A triple from the man who struggled in that first half. The attack side Killjoy, Tom. We talked about it. That's what it's all about. With a Bulldog, too. What a sensational round from Stern. That's going to get your confidence right back into play.
When does this stop being a bit of me? Ooh. Because, like, at 9-0, them winning a few rounds is like, okay, cool. We're starting to see. We said at the beginning, if they get more than 8, then I'm nervous for Heretics going forward in the year. They're only 2 away from 8 now, and the Heretics are on an eco. We might have to start looking at Ulf, and if they come back from 9-0, like obviously we saw an 11-round streak from Mates the other week, so probably wouldn't be the... Well, no, I think it would be the craziest thing. I think it would. If a team with 2 standings comes back from 9-0 down to beat Heretics, I think that's the craziest thing we've seen.
Pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, especially with the debut Ulf had, especially with the start of it being 8-0. I
might also get called a biased caster because I've been cheering when Ulf win rounds.
Well, after seeing them get 4 in their opening again, I don't think that's unjustified. You never want to see people lose the game like that.
We love an underdog
No one likes
story.
a one-sided game. Oh, nice shot by Banshee. That's a dangerous start to this round. Ulf need this. They're up against pistols. They're up against marshals. It's a weak buy from Heretics to try to get back on that horse. And for Ulf, it's a necessary win.
Stack up. Dissipated. The spike has gone down over on the B side. So that at least gets the clock ticking. And up against those marshals, okay, you can use them as more of a no-scoping device. That might help you out a bit, but still not favoured. No ultimates at least. Neki won away, but he's also in the heart of the site. If he used the Hunter's Fury when he got it, he'd have to be mad. Nice shot. The trade back immediately. Neki, he's even found another. Bringing it back into a 3v3 scenario, and this is where it really does get tough because those snipers are still in hand. They're doing a little bit of tickle damage, but that's all the tickle they'll get. It's 7 now for Ulf. His climb back continues. They are now just 2 rounds behind. Mitch, what's going on?
Well, start to think about if Heretics don't have as dominant, I said 8-0, obviously 9-0 with the streak that we had. If they're not as dominant as that, if Ulf come in and win the pistol to start, this is a completely different game that we're looking at here. The reality is right now, you know, when we started out this comeback from Ulf, the energy that they were giving in every single moment, it made me excited, it made me happy. It's good to see, but now you're starting to really see the reward for that. These guys, they are close to pushing Heretics to the limit. This is their pick as well, somewhere that they're going to have a lot up their sleeve, and we're seeing it here. The attack side, night and day in terms of comfort. The scoreboard's looking a lot healthier now. And even Stern down the bottom single-handedly got them one of the big rounds on the board to allow this streak to continue. Heretics, they're being suffocated out of a game that not only they had full control of, like this was indisputably theirs.
That's the thing. There's been a couple of icons in my life. One of them told me belief is everything, and another one told me don't stop believing. Two very similarly iconic people said those phrases, and I'll be honest, Ulf never looked like they stopped believing, and now smiles across the board. They've just got to check in with their coach again, because they used both pauses in the first, 8 rounds? But thankfully, Neil Zenio has given them another one, and I don't know, I feel like it might have just come down to, okay, guys, time to buck your ideas up. This is a game that was 9-0, it was done. I didn't feel the need to take a pause, but it's starting to slip away.
I think Benji was 16-2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Like, everything has slowed down for Heretics.
Well, yeah, I think Woot was, what, 9-1?
Well, here we are. Ulf with a big resurgence, and Heretics seemingly looking to get right back into play. Hunter's Fury, though, thrown through. Disruptive and tags are being found. Woot, caught in the open, will be dropped. But the numbers stay in favor of Heretics. His comeback fires himself into that backside. Good damage already. Turns to help his buddy with a fight, and he's picking everything up. Comeback with the 4K, the 4K. And it's a sliver of health on Benji and himself that carries Heretics to double digits.
Do you reckon they were saving him for when they needed him? That was all the pause was Neil took the pause and he goes, now. I don't think so. I don't think comeback.
No, I think you're right onto it there.
But he's now, yeah, he has, I hate it. He's had a little bit of a resurgence, because I don't want to use the other word.
Nice, let's go.
9-14. 10-7, the streak of 7 rounds in a row for Ulf has been broken. And unfortunately, with how close some of these rounds were, the economy is on the brink for Ulf. Now they win this round, and Heretics are in the same sort of trouble. And Dem has actually invested into that attack side operator, so clearly feeling like there's a man or somebody pushing that needs to be countered. But now, though, he's just locked in over on the A side of the map.
Portal closed.
Very slow round from Ulf. There will be a burst of aggression in a moment, if not from them, from Woot. He sent the decoy through, a flash as well, and all that utility's not got it all too much.
You should run.
The lockdown comes into play. Benji in that deep, long position gets a lot of value now. Hunter's Fury going to be sent through. This is their moment to strike. Boo is waiting. Will be caught off in the end, although the lockdown's destroyed. They have no control left on this defensive side over B. The plant is as easy as can be.
Yeah, they really love this B site. They were almost caught. Comeback now posted on the angle. Bads managed to connect the shot. He's getting swung on. His stuns have helped. The lurk of Stern finds nothing. Gives the defenders back an advantage as they look to circle in on the remaining attack players. Although saying that, Neki has managed to find himself some space. Demo whiffs as well. These operator shots are just firing blanks, it seems, and Fabian turns around at the wrong moment. It's another Benji Fishy multi-frag. Only Neki left in the corner, and he can do nothing versus Benji. It looks like he took a moment or two to cool off, but he's right back to winning ways.
Oh, 11 on the board. They certainly let Ulf catch up. Now, this is a moment where if you're on that attack side, you're begging for another timeout, for that moment to steady the ship. But alas, they've already used both. That 8-0 start from Heretics drained them of all opportunity. So they've got to keep this going as the pistols come out and Heretics move towards 12. Is there an idea here on the attack side? How do you get the best out of this round? Well, take a look at what they've got to work with. A lot of weak weapons, but some shields, and most importantly, that Viper's Pit on Fabian. He has the chance to get that down. Maybe these weaker weapons can stand a better chance, but losing to Mur right away, not going to help. At least the op is pushed back, but now it's set up for another strike.
Okay. Well, not the ideal range. Still going to be able to trade at least one back. Fabian is the main point of contact here, with him having the... Yeah, I was about to say, don't forget the spike, lads. Him having the Viper's Pit.
Oh,
no! He was trying to find the gun, I believe, and that's about as cursed as it gets. They will now retrieve a spike, but at a cost that really is second to none. Come back. Already spotting out that little bit of extra information. Timmy the turret being sacrificed.
I like that from Comeback. He steps in, lets the turret activate, see there's no one there, and comes back through, hoping that they will have already stepped up, but they were very patient. They knew what he was up to. He's inside the smoke now. I'm going to assume there's a shorty in play. Nope, he's walked through the smoke with his op scoped in. Of course he has. So 12-7 we go for Team Heretics. 5 chances to close this out. And while ULF, they came in with a shockingly poor start, but the resurgence they've had,
I believed for a moment.
It really got me.
Yeah.
It really got me. They had me in the second half, not going to lie, but well, Heretics have come through in the final hour.
They had me in the first half of the second half.
Yes. And kind of, I suppose, the last quarter of the first half.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, it's
It's all right. We'll get back to Mini for the numbers in just a moment. Come back. Oh, hello. Now they've seen him. Oh! Those are the shots we're used to seeing. Unfortunately, it seems like they've woken him up, and, well, that didn't go quite as well. Ooh, also taking a hell of a lot of damage. They managed to maybe do more than they would probably realize.
Oh, I like the rotate.
It looks like they're still potentially going to go back in the same direction, just switching things up to maybe claim some mid-control. They've loved a B site hit as well, so I wouldn't be overly surprised if they go there eventually.
Or even put the pit up there just as a distraction, whether you want to take it or not, especially because Fabian's 41 HP.
There is a trip that he needs to break first.
Yeah, that's an easy break. But okay, no pit, no distraction. Instead, they'll move towards Garage, but the double push-up's coming in right now. Banshee's here. Hat comes off his head, but he's got backup from Rienz, thankfully. There goes the spike. Fabian trapped in that corner. He will at least survive a moment longer, but then Benji finishes it off. 13-7. You set the bar at 8, Tom, and it looks like they've exceeded it. Heretics stopping them right at the finish line for Tom.
Yeah, you know, the cheeks were clenched a little bit for the 7 rounds in a row that they lost, but it definitely seemed like a fantastic performance from Benji Fishy. Was enough to help take things over the line. Maybe not quite as clean as we would have liked, but next up, it's their map choice of Vine.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put with the put get a pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out be the pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of breaths for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep don't you punch me problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูโชว์กูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one do it, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, but make a one chick. Separate from the competition. For love, cause I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, punch, man.
For breakfast today, jokes aside, how do you as coaches usually build confidence within the team? What did Benji have for food?
For breakfast, probably nothing, to be honest with you.
We had steak and eggs.
We had steak, egg, and chips with some delightful béarnaise sauce. How do you build confidence within the team? I think it's just positive reinforcement. I think they do something good, we kind of build on top of it. We kind of give them avenues to explore in terms of how something can be replicable. Because usually if they're not confident in something, it means they don't know. So just kind of give them like what they need to know from it, and then to add further, I suppose. Like, because not one situation is the same moving forward. So
it's also something that builds up throughout the season. I don't think it's you know, like hopefully we can win this game today, and I think the guys will get a big confidence boost from it. So Benji's already had a lot of confidence, and hopefully they take it into the next game.
Some eggs, some chips, and some positive reinforcement. That's the key to success for Team Heretics, at least for Benji. We jinxed him. We were mentioning a little bit earlier how, you know, we had to have him also back in his good old days form, and I think he showed it on Heaven, right?
Yeah, I think he
heard
Yeah, he did literally hear me. Downstairs, I think there was audio playing. I heard them laugh when I said it. I think he literally heard me say it, so I'm taking credit for the...
Yeah, oh, so you teased him, right? Because for the record, you can hear, you know, on the before the walk-ins of the players, you can hear what is being said on the pre-show. So you think you teased him a little bit?
Maybe, yeah. Because I heard them laughing. I heard them laughing as soon as I said it. They were just laughing.
Yeah, I think he heard you as well. The fact that he was able to, you know, step up after hearing that as well is probably pretty good. One thing I do want to highlight from Benji's performance as well is the opening engagements that he was able to get. 6 first kills, 1 first death. Pretty good when you're looking at your
Wait,
Sentinel.
I just saw the lower third.
Yeah.
Moved up in the 70 power
because of what you said.
I mean, okay, I'm not going to be a killjoy, but is that too early to say, though?
Too many Sentinel jokes going on right now.
We still need to remind everyone that they are facing Ulf, right? And Ulf, at the beginning of the game, I think it was 8-0, 9-0 or something like that, and they managed, you know, to win the 3 last rounds. So we were expecting a stomp. In the end, they managed to get a little bit back of momentum. So could we see something interesting?
I mean, recently from Heretics, I feel like there's not a lot you take away from this game strategically. But the problem is that what Neil was saying, you're building confidence. So a game like this is about just building the confidence, making sure that, you know, the next one feels a little better. They know what it feels like to win, come back being on the team, knows what it feels like to win in this team, you know, that kind of thing. The comeback from...
Yes, the comeback,
The slight comeback from Ulf was nice to see. I didn't want to see a 13-0. It was nice to see some competitiveness. Again, 2 subs, really difficult situations to be in, but some of those rounds were like beautiful. You saw some of that Turkish firepower for sure.
Yes, notably on the pistol, with, you know, just playing simple and going like 5 on C. I think that's what they were lacking maybe.
For sure, and I think as well a big part of being able to get back into that map was Demure on the operator. I think that was something that we kind of said that we wanted to see, as well as the explosivity, and he was getting away with a lot picking up that weapon. So yeah, that was really nice to see from our perspective, and I think that going into the next map, hopefully that's something that they lean into a little bit more.
Very mindful, very Demure with his operator indeed. Well, I said that I was the TikTok kid on the broadcast, and you guys are still acting surprised and shocked. Like I'm not getting it.
You should have saved that for a lower third, though. Like, come on.
Right,
we should have saved that for a lower third.
Yes, we should have said that. It's fine. We can reuse it, actually. So heading on to Bind, this is Team Heretics speak. And as you were saying a little bit earlier, Ulf may have given Heretics 2 of their favorite maps in the veto.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what Heretics do here. As I said, we saw the tally I did earlier. I hope everyone at home paying attention. So hopefully I want to see less of that Showers default. Maybe B-Long default, maybe a few more rushes, maybe. So tactically, I'm looking at Heretics here to see if they problem solved from the week before.
Yeah, I think that will be a big part of it. I kind of mentioned the operator. We don't want to see Boo running away from an operator anymore, and being able to recognize strong side from weak side as well, and being able to poke some holes in the defense of the opponents when they're on their attack, and actually being able to poke and prod at the map to find out the answers to those things.
And the other thing is that obviously Heretics have played this map, ULF haven't. ULF have got some homework to do. They can watch into it a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see if ULF are one of those teams that do that. I don't suspect they're going to be too hard on the anti-strat. I don't think they're that kind of team, maybe, from the way that they play. But they do have some footage there.
The thing we'd rather do on their side, and rather see, at least personally on their side, would rather be crafting, you know, their own game and trying to find, you know, their own pace before starting and aiming at, you know, countering some Team Heretics plays for sure. And let's address also the elephant in the room, because Comeback is going to be, you know, on the duelist role. I don't exactly remember where he's playing.
It was the Raze on this
right?
map.
It's Raze. It's what do we think? Can this be, you know, his highlights map like Benji's on Heaven?
I hope so, but it's really difficult to feel that way given, you know, the start that he's had in this series. I think as well, another thing that I had highlighted in the pre-show was that Neon should be an agent that looks really good for him, and he wasn't able to get off to that hot start. I think going into the second one, I mean, he's smiling, so the mentality looks as though it's there, and that's really great to see. But yeah, I think that was the one that I was kind of keeping my eye on. I think as well, Voot really needs to be able to help him with those entries and support him in being able to do that.
I think at this point, it's about the other players. I think that Comeback needs to find his comfort and confidence. And for the other players, we know how good they are, we know their experience is there. Like, it shouldn't be us just putting this magnifying glass on Comeback every single time. I think that at a certain point, he's gonna be confident and comfortable. But until then, the rest of the boys need to make sure they're at the peak. Yeah. Obviously, coming into a team like this, you do have high expectations.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not like they were world beaters last year.
Right, right. Especially last year. If it was, you know, after 2024, then we could have had, you know, higher expectations. I definitely agree with you on that. But the problem and the question for me is, how is Team Heretics going to choose their agents on Bind? If I'm not mistaken, we're going to discover it in a few, of course. But I'm wondering how Comeback can get some space efficiently, because as we've seen, when they were stuck in showers, we had the Yoru and the Raze together, and there was no synergy, no way of, you know, managing to get some space, managing to get out of these close choke points. So I would like to see a better synergy.
Do you guys think that they continue with it? Do you think they would ever comp change?
I don't see why they would. Obviously, just to clarify for the viewers watching at home, we don't have the correct agent select up at the moment. So continuing to theorize on the back of, you know, Bind, do we think they'll change up the composition? Honestly, I don't know, Mini. Like, I'd said, nah, teams aren't going to change their composition. And then we saw a composition change in the first series today. So who knows?
I just mean like the Comeback duelist. Like you said, you wanted him to find
like a Waylay would be fine for me, I think. Seeing Comeback on the Waylay, that's what he was playing as when he was on Mates on Bind last year, so I wouldn't mind seeing that come into play.
Yeah, you're agreeing on the side of ULF. I would be so happy not to see a Viper. I know we're going to have a Viper. I know we're in EMEA. I know there's only one way of playing the game, especially when it comes to Bind attack, but I would love to dodge the Waylay.
I got a big smile on my face. Like, me and Lou are going to have an argument about Viper on Bind in the green room after this.
Have it now.
Viper on Bind is it's not a necessary. You can play without it, but it's very specific compositions. I feel like very trap-heavy compositions. But I think the way that most people play the map, it just requires the Viper. And even then, I think most of the time it makes sense.
Yeah, Viper is indeed on both sides, but we
Chamber
have
and a Waylay.
Chamber, we're gonna have fun, guys.
Gonna have some fun watching this one.
Yes.
I think Chamber's really strong on the map. We've seen that in Americas quite a lot. And Heretics, we have seen the comp change.
I'm so happy to see that, actually. I know I said that we don't really expect it, but I think seeing two double initiators to be able to set up Comeback on that Waylay, really happy to see that.
Comeback versus Demure on the Waylay on Bind. Let's see who manages to get the win. Mitch and Tom, let's go.
Thank you once again, Lou. It is time to see how this story ends, or if it continues all the way to a Map 3 Bind. The choice of Heretics, the squad who won 9 rounds in a row to kick off this series, but it ended up 13-7. A streak from ULF got them back on our radars. The question is, can they bounce back on their opponent's map pick?
I'd say unlikely, but I'm glad that they're going for something a little bit more aggressive. I think especially Fabian had some like nice moments on the previous map on that Viper, but now being allowed to be that little bit more aggressive, use some of that individual skill we've already seen out from him. So I think that's a good change. Just try and like almost out-frag your opponents. And on the other side of things, I mentioned that so far, Woot, I think we've only seen him play Yoru, is now back on a Fade, back on an initiator that he's comfortable on, re-ends onto the Gecko, and it is more of a setup heavy around comeback, especially on this attack side. I think that's a nice change.
Oh, we've seen this before. A lot of players sitting, waiting in the spawn, playing off that initial contact, which will come towards Stern. His Prowler's already sent through, back up on the way, but not quick enough. Comeback's already on him. Now up close, though. He's going to face a big challenge with the early retake. 3 players rushing it through. It's catching Heretics off guard at least to start, but now they know that the cavalry is coming. Great stun. At least going to catch one up close. The trades, good to decent, as Neki pulls this back into a doable reality for all. Okay, beautiful spray with the wide swing, and a 1v1 set up as a result. Fabian's chamber about to be put to the test.
Still a snake bite available. Benji's lineup will go in immediately, and even though that's been tapped, it should be denied at least for the moment. He doesn't need to re-pick. Just wanted to make sure he wasn't sticking it the entirety of the way, but it doesn't matter. Fabian will hit the shot eventually, and should have himself enough time to get this over the line as well. It is an all-important pistol round coming in for Ulf, and a very good start, but mostly from the leader.
God, this is what we like to see. Again, we came into this series, we came into even the second half of last map, and we hadn't seen Ulf pick up a pistol. They very nearly whiffed the second round, but that really continued that momentum on from the first half when they found it. 4 in a row. If they can get that kind of start here, gold dust. And this is what I love to see, man. Fabian, last map, he reminded me of like Yedige, the way he was screaming. I mean, he had some pipes on him, and now he shushed him after a pistol. Hell yeah. Well, a 3-in-1 start. He's feeling confident. Or Neki's feeling confident. Sorry, Fabian only got the one. Yeah, a little bold to shush.
Well, yeah, he got the last
one.
He got the last kill. He clutched. He won the clutch, so he told them to shush.
And the pistol.
It's funny.
Let's hope he doesn't come to regret that.
You got to go with it. You got to go with it. You got to play the confident game. Obviously, for this round at least, not much invested into. Okay, but one of the things they did have was a Sheriff on Benji.
Don't miss me too much.
Fabian already dead.
I think he might have shushed him back there. With a 1v1
He was actually just predicting that he was going to be quiet in the next round.
I'm going to have a quiet performance now. I'm going to hush. Yeah, well, Benji's revenge has already been had, but...
Revengey fishy.
Yeah, sure, why not? But for him, that 1v1 didn't result in a round win. That's the difference. Okay, so they're eco. Let's go. Not going to push through that.
Confidence.
He's too close.
Confidence.
He's going. He's already in. He gets 1. He gets 2. It's on us for 3. That is a wonderful resurgence from Ulf, who I was worried would have a similar second round of what we saw before, where they were pushed to the brink, but Audaz has bailed them out of that situation.
Okay, doesn't seem like we're getting the same reaction, but this was nice. It was risky as hell, but this is exactly the style I want to see from this team. Are they going to beat them on synergy or team play or like having perfect utility setups? No. Are you going to beat them by playing mad? Probably still no, but at least you will get rounds like that, and it's giving you the best opportunity. As you can see, second best map. Not this group of players.
Before the 2 of the best players left. Yep.
Fabian. Now he only has himself the headhunter this time. He's already shot 2 bullets at the Gecko flash. He doesn't have a whole lot to play with here.
Pit.
And obviously on the other side, this is where they now come in with the full buy.
Be right back.
Fabian, oh my goodness.
2 was all he needed.
He didn't even want the kill necessarily.
1 to
spare.
It would
have been enough for him to be spotted and TP back to set up Demur to catch them as they come up through long.
Mitch,
instead,
I think you need to
opening pick for Fabian. Early rotation as well towards the safe side, but it does look like they'll be forced into a retake.
Oh, Util might be able to deny them a little bit. Unfortunately, Wingman has already done the job. No weapon found for Fabian, so I think he genuinely has 1 bullet on the chamber.
Scout
Been
destroyed.
given over. Forward on Fabian. Oh, okay. He's managed to survive that. I thought he was dead to rights, and eventually he is. Benji and Boo. Rian's still in the corner. His util now dissipated. But he's just meant for the surprise factor, and a surprise factor he most certainly is. Flash back online, completely blinded his Stern, and more importantly, the time is gone. There is no way they are taking home this round. They might take a few casualties. Neki still going strong. And in fact, oh, I thought he might go through the TP with that rifle. He didn't.
A bold choice, but he just wanted to make it even more costly. Unluckily, nobody was sticking around. Heretics, one on the board.
Costly one, though.
But yeah, it ends up taking quite a few blows in just because of that last fight. This attempt to swing through, guarantee that there was no defuse underway. Perhaps close the round out with a TP, but they missed out on the last step.
Yeah, I think Stern at least did manage to keep a rifle, so they have boosted their economy a little bit. That allows for the operator to even come in as well. So it's ended up quite nicely for ULF, and a chance to get back into this a little bit early. Straight away, though, it has to be the escape, and actually punishing this kill is going to be quite difficult, but they are rushing it down to try and find him. In fact, it is the punish. Come back in, come back out.
That's a wonderful opening. The TP's taken, though. That's a double push coming through on Bath. Rienz has got his work cut out for him, but Fabian's alone on that swing. Now they know there's another. The spam doesn't stop the spike plant in Heretics, despite what looked like a few bumps in the road. They seemed to have this round locked in, but the Seekers, that's even going to reveal the position of Rienz as he goes down. We're back in the game. HP advantage goes towards ULF. Heretics look to deny. The molly goes in a little late, but the defuse has been denied. Neki has to push them. He has to run it down. They can play the time if he waits too long. And that clock is ticking. The pressure on, and I think he's already ran out. They can throw themselves at this. Lemmings would be enough.
Are not for this shit.
And that's exactly what they're going to try. Neki, a 3K, but it might not be enough. He's got Boo, and it could be just in the nick of time. What a clutch from ULF. A Red Bull clutch to put that lead up to 2.
Fair play, Neki. He is 10-2 right now, and each time it's been insane moments. He did it in the pistol round. This was just ridiculous. And it was a 2v5 scenario where he had to come out with a 4K to win the round. That is massive from Neki. And that now puts them into the lead. It proves that, hey, that the IGL now stepping up as one of those big players on the server. And for Heretics, that is a bitter blow to what should have been an easy closeout to the round.
Oh, man, I mean, that one was done. They had all the pieces, but evidently none of the picture. For Heretics, that's a big blow. And for ULF, this shows them that this squad can bleed. When they got that big streak last time, it wasn't to extend the lead. It was
that was fast.
It was to come back. Now, well, they extend their lead to 3-1, but an early blow dealt a rifle onto Boo, a Viper's Pit late, one away
onto
from
Boo
orbital
for now.
strike.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. We need to be very cautious on this defensive side, because look at what this kill has given. A player rotating from the A side, dead over here, sure. A rifle recovered, but mainly, it's this. It's the fact that Stern is now completely isolated. And sure, they're making up for that with a bit of info on B, but they can't play a retake if Stern is there. Where is he retaking from? Unless he manages to slip through bathroom, which I imagine there'll be someone there late, this man is going to have to fight his way out of this corner.
Yeah, he does have...
Or out of bathroom.
The trap in play, so that might help him out a little bit, at least to know that he's not being flanked as of right now.
Although, Wu can't feel the same.
Yeah, the flank on the flank.
30 seconds left.
Already, though. Util used to counter Neki once again, but it's only going to be a couple. I say only because there's still plenty that needs to be done. Come back with another, and now can just look to dash into the TP. Nobody on the other side. They're going to have to try and sprint all the way back. They were wary just in case he'd managed to put his TP down and could have gone right back to them. Orbital strike used to deny. Molotov gives them time, but Fabian's already passed it. In fact, they're both already past it. Ultimate use, convergence path to try and stun them up. But again, already close. I think that's been spotted, but it doesn't matter. Comeback goes swinging in and they'll win it anyway. A close round. A round that maybe should have even gone the way of Heretics, but good reactions from ULF. They are extending their lead.
Oh, this is a remarkable play. I mean, obviously for ULF, they started on the defense by their own choice, but I think we can look far past that. This is a team that came in 9-0. Heretics honestly looked like they were playing ranked on Smurf accounts to start this out. They were not breaking a sweat.
That's just their normal accounts.
But now, 4-1 in the lead. Big individual plays. We've seen Audaz obviously looking good last map and here, but Neki, I don't know what has happened to this man. I don't know what they said to him on the way out, but 12-3, they pissed him off.
Stop trying to IGO and just kill everyone. Like that seems to be the genuine call, is just, I guess, have a little bit more faith in your own individual brilliance. And this composition does look like a little bit more of an aggro comp. It's like, okay, we tried the let's play properly and passive way. Now let's play the we're Turkish and we can aim way. And that seems to be working out way better. Like, Neki's just disrespecting them. Like, he's swinging angles from pistol. He was just swinging angles. He's now doing it, running in behind them, like getting into positions that he really shouldn't be able to get into. And I think this, if anything, this pause might just be a momentum break, just to go like, look, lads, it should be a comfortable victory for us. But maybe be aware that these guys are just running and pushing at us at this point.
Well, yeah, I think, if anything, that last round, alarm bells start to ring when you have Neki just shift walk up B, come behind you when you've made no contact for 45 seconds. You got to think they're going to push. They're going to do something. They're going to look for info. And the fact that he gets 2 players looking the other way, that can't happen again. And I think that realization's been made on Heretics, that there are gaps right now. Those gaps are being exploited. Let's patch them up.
Okay, that's the second time Deva's run through a TP and been domed immediately. It definitely seems like, just look how passive this time the positions are. But it doesn't matter when there's a tour de force on the other side.
That's a spike.
Could be an easy pick for Fabian.
In Dildefels. Very nice. I like the fact that Demer's the one going into the TP. Again, the idea there just being, let's check if they're there. I can TP back if they're not. And then at least we can rotate.
Look how far Fabian
to the
has
B
gone.
side if needed.
He's already pushed all the way up, so they know that it's here. 2 players already almost look like they're attacking the site. They've held all the extremities. Woot trying to swing into the angle. He's now spotted his opponents. Nice shot from Neki, but it's only the one this time. And you can see they're still trying to take these aggro fights, almost disrespectful fights from the Heretics players. And because of that, they're now a man down. A whiff shot from Boo. And he's boxed in. He's completely surrounded.
Yeah, tour de force waiting for him down on long. Tucking in the corner is the only option. Time is ticking, and ULF will need to make a move. The question is, will they be synchronized? Will they be able to trade at least for the first? It looks like yes. Fabian round that corner just in time, but they don't know where comeback is. Right time, right place for Fabian. Story of the round. A 3K out of him and a 5th for ULF. 5-1 in the lead, and the energy hasn't changed down on that stage. But for the first time, the scenario has. It really feels like ULF, not just in the last couple rounds, but in this map, they've got full control of the reins.
Hey, he's giving it. And I like it as well, because there's got to be that little bit of almost playful banter as well, that these are players from your region. They're players that you will have met, you will have known, and you're sort of the new upcoming youngsters to the stage, even though, like, if you look at the age of a lot of the players on the stage, they may even still be older than Woot, just because of how young he is, but it's a chance, it's an opportunity for them to play against the people they probably hope to replace or play with in the future. Fabian, this is such an aggressive angle. He's got to almost get one and escape, and he just takes the escape route, but there's no escape from comeback. Another opener for him. Can they transfer into something? Dema just went running into the blender. That's another gun on the deck.
Sure, and the Viper's pit put into it. Now that really changes things. The judge, not one you're going to look to challenge. Even if you do, there's a man in front of him. Or man beside him, sorry, in the form of Benji.
Oh, I like
so much control to play with. Benji's forced forward, a chance to drop that pit if they can find him. Audaz wrapping around the back will catch the players. Over on short. Find them running back through as well. Audaz with a huge amount of impact, but the snake bites denied the fuse, and Benji's there to clean it up. Big round from him. The pit made all the difference, and Heretics have a round on the board. Another at last.
Yeah, they were a little bit unlucky. Benji goes down to 14 HP, and the second that pit drops, it would have been panic stations, but this judge was definitely the defining piece, the opener that was found a very risky play. It's weird though, because like obviously this is what we're calling for. We want to see this team taking crazy risks, but I think Dema has now been just completely obliterated, like maybe 4 rounds in a row. So I don't know. Maybe there's a slightly better way to do it.
Well, is it going to be the one and done for Heretics? Can Ulf bounce right back? It could come down to this early fight from Fabian. A few shots not landed in the TP. Well, it's fair to say it's not quite safe. Unlucky. And now, the Heretics set their sights on the A side. Caught one already. That's a huge detain, but there's going to be backup. Stern's coming in to try to save the day. Oh, he can't quite get there in time. Trades at least, well, a trade for Ulf, and then an immediate shutdown from Heretics. 5-3.
Yeah.
Finally putting rounds back to back.
It was a low buy. That's the only thing. It was, a singular Guardian, so like they were saving for this round.
And it didn't really have a chance to do much, did it?
No. It was, the immediate dash in. I think that's where we are seeing like the success, at least a bit, of what you wanted to see from this composition. It's like setting up comeback to get those openers. Yep. We've seen him also using his own like slow very effectively, like stunning players up, leaving them in awkward positions. So I definitely like what I'm seeing from his Waylay. It's just some of the clutch rounds they've lost, some of the silly like flanks they've lost. Those are the things we don't want to be seeing from Heretics, especially when they come up against, well, tougher opposition. Fabian is just, he's out of his TP. He doesn't care. Comeback is waiting for him to peek a different angle. And they've left Stern in the corner. They're going to hear Fabian moving back. But actually, after not seeing anything, he almost goes like, screw it. I want another bite of the cherry. And even though he fails, do they check? They do check. Fair play to Wu for checking that.
Dead.
Hello?
He's down.
He's got to be dead.
He's got to have. Oh! Fair play. That was a shot and a half. I thought he was dead to rights with nothing. But he's managed to take a 2-for-1 combo meal.
Screen down.
And you could just look at the way the bench is having to play. He's just having to check every angle under the sun to make sure he's not being flanked. And he's not, but he doesn't know that.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
There's going to be re-aggression with that flash. And just been caught.
Blinded.
Nothing.
30 seconds
left on the clock. No clear direction from this attacking squad until they shift towards this B site. That's where the plan's going to come through.
Orbital strike.
The thing is, orbital strike online, 20 seconds on the clock. It really depends how quick they are to get to the site, or boots may hit the ground.
Launching smoke.
At this point, it's all down to that orbital strike position.
10 seconds left.
This could be denied. The plan starts here. Great orbital strike. It's going to be stuck. He's going to give his life for it and just about get it. It sets Benji into a 1 versus 3, but he won't even get the first.
Yeah, I like that. Clear plan set out from Ulf. And as I said, like, we've had expectation of them being super aggressive, doing some of the silly rounds, but that was just smart. By having 2 players on one side and the other just playing passively with the utility, knowing that they would be able to delay that extra bit of time, and I think something that Heretics clearly didn't clock quick enough. That's going to be another round onto the board. I believe they're just buying a little bit of extra time to go get themselves the operator as well, which has been a big part of this defensive side, like having Fabian in these aggressive positions and just causing so many issues. 6-3, half at minimum is going to be level. And I'll be honest, with how they've been playing so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the lead.
Yeah, it almost feels like the question is, how much will they lead by at the half? Because Ulf not getting one of these next 3 seems very unlikely. The play has been solid. Neki looks unbelievable, even here in the end, using the orbital strike for that late play. They've been very disciplined. Their defense has looked solid. I imagine the attack will still be there. We'll still see a good face to it, but
I think it's going to be tougher with this comp.
I think a lot of the value from like your chamber, for example, in those early fights is going to be mostly here. Great duel down on long. A double push and an opening. 4v5 now, Heretics having to play without the Viper Wall.
I like how it's the 3 like permanent members of the squad all pushing together, like having that little bit of extra synergy, and then the other 2 is like, you guys hold A. You got Viper's Pit, you just delay them as much as possible, don't worry, we'll be there in a moment. And they are now ready and stacked up on that side of the map. They've got the trap deep within B Hooker as well, so that they can still just have the jiggle peek from Neki, and while Stern's only going to get the 1, but he's at least delayed them a little bit. Dema in the corner. An operator in an unorthodox position, but it's worked out for Fabian. Comeback trying to be sneaky though. He's managed to make his way through. Time is being bought. You can see the patience now using that convergence path. And in combo, it's only going to be 1 player that gets killed, but they've caught Dema. He was also stunned up. Beautiful combination of ultimates from Heretics. And what was looking like another damning position, they brought back to an advantage.
It's Neki in the 1 versus 2. He has been heating up like an overused laptop, and he's already found the first. A chance! Oh, that spray was so close, but boom! Swings in! Oh, man, that felt like ULF in the lead. Neki continuing his streak, but Heretics won't let them run away with this. A 2-round gap now. The lead.
This combo is lovely.
The lead's being kept honest for now, at least. Ah, nice try from Neki, though.
6-4. Lead is still theirs, but the economy definitely in the bin a little bit. They're going to give the Guardian over to Fabian just to try and see if he can get something on these aggressive plays, but it looks like a more standard sort of group up, maybe trying to deny any form of orb control, especially with Fabian only being a couple away. You can understand you don't want that tour de force coming into this round.
I mean, the approach here from ULF going out for the long fight on B, it's just unfortunate for them that they've come to a jousting competition and there were more knights on the other side, hit by a few more lances. I mean, the fact that they have had some success with re-clearing some map control, bursting that utility, this time they go dry, it doesn't work out, and Heretics end up in a position of a 5v4 with the A side being their choice, and it is much less heavily defended than any other part of the map. You know, in terms of retakes here, that's a very early molly. Demur could go, oh, it's on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Demur could go for the ult, but do you want to risk it here? No, save it for that 7-5 scoreline at the half, surely.
They'd need a kill or two before I feel like that ult is ever going to... Well, there's one. I don't know where Orders has just got that from. In fact, he's managed to find a second. This is now starting to get a little bit interesting, but Dem has already gone. Trade back, a third kill for Orders, but he is dead. Stern, the stand-in to try and do something, and instead of shoot, he's jumped. That's not what he was aiming for.
That is the mouse wheel coming back to get you. Unlucky. 6-5 now for Heretics. They started this one out slow. A 5-1 deficit. And they're almost even at the half. Remember, ULF again, they decided, because Heretics picked them up, they chose to start here on the defense. They want this last round. They want that lead. And on round 12, it's a rare one. Coming into the final round of the half, we have a timeout from ULF.
Yeah, I think maybe it's more, again, I think a lot of what we've seen from Afron Fire is like when things are getting a little bit out of control, he's trying to level the ship a bit. I think going in, even just mentally, going in with a victory at the half is going to be a good sign for the team. Like, keep people positive, and I think like it has started to slip out of control a little bit. Last round, obviously, you can forgive. It was, again, another low purchase, but it had some heat to it. Like, you are seeing glimpses of what this squad can do. With Ordaz just hitting crazy shots, and well, unfortunately, Demma's definitely having a bit of a rougher map than he did on the previous. But we'll see. They're definitely not out of this map just yet, and I think that's the look that Afron Fire is going for. Like, hey, if we can go in with a victory at the half, take a pistol, there's a genuinely good opportunity for them to steal a map here, which, as said, coming into today, I said if Heretics lose more than 8 rounds on a singular map, I'd be worried for them. On this map, I really wouldn't be surprised with how it's going so far.
Teleport's ready.
One last hurrah before we go to our halftime break. The timer ticking down. An operator in the hands of Comeback early will be sent towards B long.
The triple stack.
Will Audaz look for that fight? The smoke's already down. Orbs here could play a big role. Audaz 2 away from the orbital strike. A tour de force, 1 for Fabian. On the attack side, none that will be very easy to get online with 3 orbs required, but could have that late round play. The final one of the half, and you can see that Heretics, they're not giving any ground to ULF here without a contest. A default played for the first 40 seconds. But it does look like we're getting close to them running into this totem pole. 3 players stacked up in a firing squad. Quite the challenge for whoever rounds that corner.
Well, no, maybe not. Comeback manages to just don't want an escape, but it's the Benji maybe trying to help out that has ended up losing his life instead. Whoop, though, will give them the advantage once again, and Comeback just looking to try and find a gap within the smoke, maybe catch the player who's constantly been trying to deny them. It's another for Woot, adding another to the death pile, looking like a 6-6 half is likely. 2 players flanking. Not going to get caught by Wingman, but he knows exactly where to look and leaves just Ordaz alone. He's had his moments, Mitch, but this would have to be the best of them.
It was a stellar start from ULF, but for victory in the half, a 3K needed. First, we'll give him his ultimate if he found it, and as we can see, that's a big if. 6-6 at the halftime. A resurgence from Heretics as they get back to 6-6, get back to level. We're going off to our halftime break, but we're going to hear a little bit from Benji Fishy on how Heretics are getting on and getting their confidence back after last year.
I mean, yeah, it definitely wasn't the greatest year for us. I mean, I think what was important for us is that we, even when we did do badly, that we didn't like give up. I think everybody had really high expectations of us after 2024. For us, we knew it was going to be a really hard year. Teams got better, and I think we just didn't like step up when we needed to. Obviously, it wasn't like a bad year in any terms. It's just compared to 2024, it just wasn't as good. And I think we learned a lot from it, and that's the important thing. I mean, I think the fact 2025 didn't go as we planned, I had assumed there would be some changes. I didn't know what changes. I thought at some point maybe I'd get dropped. Yeah, when I found out, I was sad. But the thing is, Miniboo's like so talented that I knew he was going to be able to find another roster, which he did, and I'm happy that he's still in EMEA. If he was in America, I'd be pretty sad when I get to see him that often. But the fact he's in Berlin, I get to see him, you know, every now and then. So yeah, it's still fine. I'm happy. I think the most important thing for us is remembering how we became so good. We didn't get second at Champions because we were all shooting amazing. We got second at Champions because we were a good team. If you're not a good team, you're not gonna get anywhere. So the most important thing for us is being a good team, playing together well and doing the basics right. I think for me, like swapping to VALORANT, like a big thing was proving to myself that I can do it. Obviously now I've reached a top level, I've played on like the biggest stages that VALORANT has. I think I've still got more to prove to myself. Like at the end of the day, I think most players want a career similar to like Faker if they could choose, and I'm like no different. I want to win everything I can, and obviously it's a long way to go, but that's my goal at the end of the day. So I'm going to keep competing as long as I still enjoy it.
Well, getting confidence back down on that stage. Tell you what, that first map looked like whatever he did, it worked.
Yeah, no, it feels like he was pretty confident. He's been having a good series overall, but at least in this map, the story is more a bit about ULF. Like those first 6 rounds especially, we saw some big clutch plays. Neki and Orda is playing fantastically. I think Fabian also having some moments as well. It's not looking like a done deal, but the second half, well, I felt like this pistol could tell a different story. A victory for Heretics, and you do worry a little bit that this game might slip away.
For ULF, they're the squad that need to be locked in all the way through at any moment. Even at 12, it feels like it could slip away. With Heretics having that extra gear, they've proven it at the highest level consistently. And now, a wounded animal after that first week. Can only think they'll be even more deadly as they're backed into a corner. The pistol, with a minute left, sees ULF spread across the map, the spike left behind. They're looking for fights, they're looking for battles, and they'll find it at least to start. But, oh, okay, the results actually are what they want out of that. Very nicely done. Viper's still online for the wall to go back, but they're going to bring that spike to the A site. And with Rianne's down, there's not much that can be done.
Danger of no, that's watches for that as well. They are catching every player as they go, and well, a man looking for confidence, a 1v4 would be one way to boost it, but I'm just looking at the aggressive position of Stern. Yeah, they're going to fall back. It doesn't make sense to over-aggress in this sort of position. They're going to try and just get themselves into a tradable spot and not give anything over to Benjamin Fish, because he has been taking heads all day long, trying to bait someone into the peak. Now, bear in mind that they might start to worry just a little bit because of the snake bite, and even running through it is Ordaz, but he's the only one taking a fight. He's the only one whose position was known. I like this. Everybody else is still a myth to Benji Fishy. He's trying to find the story, he's trying to find the Loch Ness Monster, but unfortunately, they are all hiding in the lake. It is an easy win out in the end for ULF, and they reclaim their lead.
Now those pistol stats looking much better for this squad after this series and doing it against Heretics.
The second you said it, they've won all of them.
Yeah, genuinely. From that moment forward, it's been flawless. And a lot of them leaving Benji in the clutch. The man who was picking up so much damage starting off this series. An injection of rounds much needed with both. Keep in mind with the pistol. Yes, get that Yedishe channel. But with the fact that ULF won the pistol and the follow-up and still ended up neck and neck, I think you can see how valuable that pistol could be now that they're on the side that they didn't choose to start on. Also, I will say, Demers had the unluckiest game ever. Like, I'm not going to say all 11 of his deaths. I'm going to say at least 4 of them have been complete BS. The rest, you know, unlucky.
Some of them was him just running through
smoke. That's your fault. You're not hitting your shots. Yeah, I mean, that's your fault. But there are 4 I'll give him a lot of excuses, especially when there were 3 players stacked up here. He got 1 tap.
So he's 1 and 7 is what you're saying.
Yes.
Not so
criticize him for being 1 and 7, not 1 and 11. That's my take on this situation.
You've saved him. There you go.
No one will be mean to him now.
No, it's fine. It's fine, honestly. But not much back.
Who trained you?
Yeah.
Cool. That wasn't Demer.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Just jump up with a classic and.
Spike planted.
Is this an ad? Is that why I'm watching right now? We'll see if he can, if he gets 4 more, we're in an advertisement.
Only fading. Fabian's thinking about going in. It looked like
don't do it.
That would be perhaps an insane play, but not in a good way. Instead, he sits here. Challenge coming his way, but Stun gonna catch him. He's still good for the first and the second shot. Fabian, that is dirty game, but Lay, so is it from Boo. He's almost taking himself a double. Gonna be a 3rd in the round. 8 on the board for ULF, but I gotta be honest, a little more costly than it looked like it would be.
When it was, what, 5 classics, you don't really expect 3 people to go down. I'll say for Fabian, proof again that obviously stuns are just cosmetic if you believe in them. And if you have aim as good as his, which we don't. But nonetheless, a little bit more damage than they would have liked, but they managed to get the conversion once again.
I don't know what that was about.
I'm pretty sure it's like I can't hit anyone. That's what that looked like. I was like, I don't know what's going on. They've still given him the rifle. Still have the belief, still giving him the confidence. Early spam from Dema, but nothing to be found. This is where Heretics have the buys, and as you said, like towards the and even in the middle of the last half, they lost some silly clutches. That was kind of what gave the springboard. But they definitely look better towards the end of it. So whether or not they can get going a little bit quicker, otherwise ULF just might be there to close it out. Fabian got a little bit further than expected, but I think the barrel might have been spotted. That's enough for Ians to get the kill through the wall. An opener that they're definitely going to value.
Yeah, I think either they saw the barrel or there's a mirror behind them on the stage and they can see his screen. That's about the only 2 scenarios. And
I'm going to go
mirrors down there.
He saw the barrel because otherwise you're calling him out for cheating.
Yeah. Technically, unless he put the mirror there, it wouldn't be his fault, but, you know, there is no mirror. It's okay. ULF, 4 players left alive, but boots on the ground. B-sign has been taken. Problem is Heretics are ready on both sides to pounce back in. Look at the other side of the map for Wood. He's about to have a nasty surprise as Stern catches him in the head. Puts it back to a 4v4. He needs to rotate quickly, but he's a thorn in their side. Because he doesn't take the TP, they're going to have to worry about him coming behind, which means it's time to go. Oh, unfortunately for Neki, comeback goes right into his corner.
Yeah, and the problem is that that's the guy who is kind of marking the spike. Look at the position of it. The other players have to try and swing back around, and they're just not going to be able to do it. Comeback, I think only just realizing that, yep, everybody is dead, wanting his teammate to now get the defusal. But also, again, I think Comeback's use of the slow has been fantastic. Like the amount of times I've seen him hit someone diving, get an opener. And in that round, that was the crucial kill. Everybody else was locking down an angle, coming in on the flank. There was only 1 player on site. Comeback cleared him, round is done.
Yeah, I think he really is.
He even got the next one as well, fair play.
He got the next one and then he was setting up for the 3rd.
He's like,
pre-fired the 3rd guy.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, if they close,
that's when you're so locked in. You're so locked in that you don't even realize you've already won.
Yeah, it's like 1 enemy remaining. Here. Didn't hear that, mate. Didn't hear. All I heard was the shots of my gun ringing out. The thing is for ULF, 8-7, rifles come out here. Heretics winning this round will propel them back into the game. The hindrance fades, but not in time as Stern is able to punish Boo, and presence on this A side undeniable. The spike, though, has been left behind. There's the option to go back towards the B side if they want to, or a late lurk from Fabian. Either way, that's going to be a problem for Team Heretics to deal with.
Already a few players here.
They know this
Flash through already and managing to do at least a little bit of delay. Thrash thrown out, a chance to stun, but it hasn't quite connected. And now looking to maybe switch things up, but bear in mind there is still a player in the form of Comeback on the other side of the map. They're sticking around, they're waiting. Molotov not going to connect. Means they do get themselves in that advantageous position with the time ticking in their favor. Bear in mind, Orders with a singular kill will have Orbital Strike online. That might just turn the round. He's in a very aggressive position.
Ooh, well, he's been spotted, that's for sure. And clearing out of the smoke, Odd has demurred down. The only man left standing, they know exactly where he is. They've got him boxed into as the defuse hits halfway. Fabian's running out of time. And Wu will be there, hindering his efforts. 8-8 now on the board. Neck and neck with Heretics climbing back into this after being 5-1 down to start. This is where ULF will start to feel that pressure again. They're no longer in the lead. They're no longer cheering after every pick. Now it comes back to survival. Oof. Sit Fabian down.
Yeah,
That's what he
or
said.
sit back down.
No, it was an F. It was sit Fabian down. That's what he said. Sit Fabian down. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Because he shushed him earlier. I mean, it's just basic.
You want to play?
Let's
play.
Cause and effect.
Not much in terms of weaponry to play with here for ULF, but they do have themselves a tour de force and a couple of other ults to play with. A post plant here would be nice. Can Dema get anything? He's used the stun again, and it's an orbital strike. Benji has to go forward, but they don't expect him to! He's come out with a kill! He should have been dead to rights immediately, and now a counter orbital strike! One goes through the TP. Stern is almost dead immediately.
At least they can plant the spike, Tom.
They forgot it. Oh,
At least they can get that plant on A, though, Tom.
Yeah.
They got bathroom. It's all good.
Unattended bag in the baggage area. It's gone wrong. Someone's going to have to dispose of that. Oh, even using the, the rifle to force him back and then just wrecked him, and then Comeback's gone flying back around the map at light speed. The last two are low. Any hope in this round is gone.
I still can't believe Benji got the kill. The kill he got as well dropped the spike, right? Yeah, it was that player in the corner. Benji
30 seconds left.
running out literally won them the round.
Enemy remaining.
That's... Well, timeout from ULF. I'll call it already. I imagine this is where it's going to come into play because you can't make a play like that off an ultimate. That's not a flash. That's not a stun. That's an ultimate! And you've let him run through it. When there were 3 players looking at it, what were they doing? At this point, there's no option. And they called a timeout. I didn't actually know that in advance, but honestly, if he didn't, I'd go down to the coaching booth myself and press the button. This is a moment for a reset. 100%.
Don't think you're allowed to do that.
Well, I would, Tom. They can escort me out of the building. It's cold out there, actually.
Wish.
Please don't.
you're not dressed for the outside.
I haven't got my Night's Watch outfit on. Bloody hell. Yeah, but the timeout from ULF, I mean, predictable to say the least. A lot of words to be had here, and I think it is, this more than ever, is going to be to settle the emotions of the boys. Like, it has been a streak from Heretics. They're getting back in here with 6 out of 8 rounds that we've played.
I do love the difference between Afron Fire and Geist. Like, it's like, Afron Fire looks so chill. He's sort of like, it's like, almost like the gentle parenting. Like, he's just like, oh, we could do this better,
it's
this
good
better.
cop, bad cop.
And then you see Geist, like, looking like he's about to fight the monitor. Like, it's like, there's a stressed man. He looks at...
Sometimes he's so stressed, he looks like he's going to lose.
The funny thing is, as well, is like, it's not getting any less stressful, it seems, for guys with the game that they had yesterday. But, wow. For Neil and Weber, maybe the stress has reduced a little bit with the last few rounds, 3 in a row. They have lost both pistols and still find themselves in the lead. This is where the economy comes back. A good time to take a pause anyway, just because you now have those rifles in play that, as you sort of mentioned, a couple of seemingly wasted ults for not a lot in return.
My ult's ready.
There's a real kicker for ULF to go down like that. 3 rounds in a row for Heretics, though. In the context of the half, I mean, it's 3-2. It's not the end of the world, far from it. But this round here could decide the fate of the attackers. They're playing into a Viper's Pit, and it looks like they're going to play through it already, sending in the Seekers. In goes the dash. Demur looking for a fight up close, and they'll get comeback, but that's not the pit dropped. Benji keeps control over that, and another player steps in to cover that. It's Wood. He's got a freebie onto Fabian. Decayed in the corner and dealt with easily, but he can't stick around for long. They have to worry about that bathroom push, and while the wrap comes in from Rienz, the B site is now much more vulnerable. A pick from Stern could get the pit down on B as well as a plant.
Does he expect him to be in this corner, though? This is a much deeper angle. Something that needs to be checked, and he's seen the barrel of the gun. That's enough. Rienz also catches out Neki from afar, and because nothing has pulled anybody to the other side of the map, it makes it very difficult for these remaining players. They haven't cleared the pit. They haven't cleared heaven. It's not really anywhere for them to go. A plant at least, the heaven spot completely open, but they put themselves in a spot where it's possible, and if Dema gets another kill, maybe his ult can help.
Well, Rien's trigonometry lessons didn't go according to plan. The wingman hasn't quite cleared out a lot of space, but it doesn't seem to matter. Root has slipped past Demur, who's caught by Benji, and Audaz is left alone. A 1v3, but the defuse forces him forward, and double swung to close. Double digits on the board for Heretics, and that was a big investment from the attacking side. Nothing found as a result, and Heretics, well, they're getting very close to the home stretch.
Close to the spot we kind of expected them to be. I think especially the sort of 3 long-term members of ULF have put on a bit of a show on this map, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They need a little bit more, need to dig a little deeper. Dema's got the judge. Now, we've already seen how that can be utilized with these aggro dashes towards that Lamp's position. An opportunity, especially alongside the Saturate, to maybe steal a kill on Taboo, but I feel like he should be aware of it. In fact, they're even going to use the ult. They really want him to get this kill, but he's escaped.
They missed. They gave him too much time to run back around. The man's got legs even without a booster. Boo's out of there, 14 HP. He will hold on to life, and they trade out comeback. Okay, early fight's decent with a Viper's Pit to fall back on. This is a great start for ULF. In goes the Mosh, and that won't deny the plant, but it will do damage to Neki. And then Stern falls, leaving Fabian in the open. That timing could not have been worse. At least they got a plant out of it. A small sliver of hope. A silver lining on a very gray cloud as Heretics close in the distance now from all sides. The walls are closing in. Neki's being crushed, and where can Demur go? 3 and 15. He's boxed in. They know where he is. And no one is giving him a chance. A snake bite, and okay, he'll get one more, maybe even another. But in the end, he will fall. And ULF fall further behind, 8-11 now. And the economy's on the rocks.
A little bit of standing in the end, but I think he knew he was done. Wasn't any way out. He could at least remove a couple of weapons, but it looks like...
You did try to hit him with a snake bite. I'm jumping shorty him, Benji, so I'm, you can't feel that bad about being judged there.
11-8. Weaponry of sorts. Still a few weaknesses for the attack side, but they've just got to keep trying to run it back at this point. Comeback's had a much, much better display, and it kind of makes sense. Like, this composition looks like there's been a lot more sort of setup for him, but also I've just enjoyed watching him on the Waylay. I think he looks like the kit fits him a lot better than what we had seen in the last map. Nonetheless, still a little bit of a way to go. Those hero plays have started to dissipate though for ULF, and I think they're going to need a few more.
Nice shot. A comeback that starts this off, and a few missed on the other side. Demur steps in through the smoke, and well, the others may have been inconsequential picks, but these, anything but. Demur, he's given them a chance. He has resuscitated the still heart of ULF. It beats once more, but for how long? With Benji and comeback, and ult online for comeback. Very low HP for Demur, and guess who he's walking into? It's the man with the sniper. Actually, the best chance for him, but he's so quick on the trigger, and Benji's just the same. Hope fades quickly in this battleground as Heretics make it to 12-8. The streak seemingly showing no end, and for ULF, a 2-0 just over the horizon.
He is just, you can't see this, he is currently just stood on Deva's body, come back, just spamming bullets into it. Like, for the entirety of the end of that round.
90 bullets he sprayed
yeah,
that body.
he picked up a rifle to spam the bullets.
Yeah.
So there you go. Clearly, I think we saw it earlier, he's played against these guys a few times and wanted to really show his dominance. He kind of already is, 20 and 13. As I said, a much, much better display than what we saw on the Neon on the last map, and even from what we saw last time they played this map in general. Very different opponent, but it's better signs at least. Emma is just running it down, and it's kind of what we wanted to see. Nice shot from Neki. That's at least going to be Woot gone.
Yeah. A solid start for ULF, an opening pick.
Poison's off.
Will at least bridge the gap of the weak weapons they've brought to play. And Neki as well, tagged down to 51. Of course, the only player he can't heal up is himself. Doesn't feel like giving Demur the 5 HP back. Deal with it. Fair point.
It's expensive, you know?
Doesn't really make that much of a difference. So.
You'd have to rebuy it.
Oh.
Ultimate used. Looking to try and put the pressure on, but Rians is just looking to defend his teammate now. Benji throws out the snakebite. One comes the other way, but he's managed to dodge it. Order's still in the corner, though. Not being cleared. But they do now have 3 players here ready and waiting.
The trade so quick from Heretics. Comeback. He's got himself a double, and Riens is there with 3. Team Heretics, 13-7, 13-8. There were definitely some blows landed by ULF throughout this series, but I guess the prophesized victor takes the W in the end.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised by the result, but I am a little bit surprised as how we got there. Especially in that first half, I think there were a lot of rounds where ULF really showed that they had some of that individual brilliance. I think that Neki, Ordaz especially, had some fantastic moments, and I think there is a lot to be excited for when they have their full roster ready and raring to go. I also think that, like, hey, if they could catch a team off guard going into that lower bracket. I don't think it's a set-in-stone result next time that they play, and the more confidence that they gain, the more Afro Fire can sort of spirit the troops. I think that there's opportunities. For Heretics, it's a job sort of well done in the end, but still a little bit shakier than I would have liked, and I think the next team that they play, they're going to have to really step it up if they're going to be able to like make a proper run and make it to the events. That's what they're here for.
Yeah, at the end of the day, their bar has been set very high. Today, at least, they've managed to make it. Your 8 rounds, Tom. ULF got to it, but Heretics, they didn't let much more slip. We've seen some errors, but they got there in the end, and I think looking very good individually at times. Come back down on that stage, look incredibly comfortable here in the Waylay. Some fantastic utility use from him throughout that game as well. A lot of praise for Heretics and a step in the right direction, as we said. You know, this really will be somewhere that we sit to watch them fight someone who's towards the top of that power rankings. Right now, this was an opponent that they should beat. There were still a couple of struggles there, a couple of signs of danger. But in the end, they get out of there with a decent margin.
Well, that's the thing. You look at it from the Vitality game, it was only 4 rounds collected over 2 maps from ULF. So you kind of do have that expectation, maybe not to match it, but at least look like dominant, and they didn't at times. So the 7-round streak definitely had me worried on the last map, and in this map, it looked like they were going to lose that first half and maybe even it go a little bit further. Down. So yeah, definitely a little bit worrying.
It was 5-1 down, and ULF looked very good, but ran out of steam in the end. It was Team Heretics to take the dub in the end and close out our day, but not our show. A little bit more action coming your way as we toss over to the post plant, where we'll have Neil, Zinho, and Boo joining you soon.
An interesting game, but Heretics had it all under control. What a pleasure to welcome you here with us on the couch, Neil and Boo. Congratulations, first of all, for the win. I wanted to ask you, because it's a question that Mini, brought up in a pre-show, that we often hear you saying that you can beat any team, right, if you manage to play your game. But I wanted to know, as of 2026, what is your game? If you can tell us, like, obviously not in details, but what are like the main things that you want to show this year, basically?
I think, honestly, we're still trying to figure it out. We didn't have much of an off-season, which I don't think people realise. Reigns was in military, so we only had a couple of weeks to scrim when we got into Berlin. So we have an idea, but right now we're just trying to make Beko comfortable, to be honest, and figure out how we can play around his up, and yeah, just make him a bit more comfortable. We can't play the same way that we did last year, so honestly, it's just going to take time. And I think we learned a lot from the loss the other day, so we just need to keep grinding.
And you got the first step here, right? So
Yeah.
it's starting from here.
I wanted to ask you about the kind of mood last week and how it was coming into this week. Something that we'd heard from Benji in an interview as well was about how the coaches have been boosting the confidence of your players. What have you been doing as a coach? And then, Boo, how do you feel that this has been having an impact on your team overall?
I mean, do you want to go first?
I mean, what coaches are doing is trying to fix stuff. You know, we have games and then we understand some conclusions and then we try to create solutions and then we try to implement them. And yeah, they're like the people who execute it all. And then we're just trying, you know, to do it in game during scrims. And yeah, I think like the amount of stuff we understood and fixed since last Navi game is like a lot. It's like new stuff for me. I think new stuff for us all. Like we even questioned ourselves, like maybe we need to think about things in a new way, not like before. So yeah, I mean they're the main kind of, I don't know, motor in all of this process.
And maybe not having also too high expectations is also like an important part of the process, because even if you got last year, you know, like a third-party tournament win, when it comes, you know, to VCT, I know that maybe your expectations were also higher. So I was wondering also on your end, who as a captain and both as a player, we've never seen you switching roles since I've been watching your games. I've maybe seen you know, once or twice, maybe not on the, you know, Omen, Brimstone, Astra duty. I was wondering, you know, how do you keep being, you know, like confident, staying in the same org, staying with the same core of player, and still, you know, like trusting yourself in like, I am the best IGL, I can make it, I trust myself, my calls are good, this kind of stuff. And maybe if you can give tips to the ones that are doubting themselves, because there are some.
I mean, honestly, the main like confidence and motivation comes from others. Like, yes, it's me for so long in same role, in same team, but it's also Neil and Weber, and like we're always constantly like trying to improve, trying to, I don't know, give each other ideas, criticize each other and stuff. So like it's just people around that make you always fresh. And in terms of like in-game stuff, I don't know. I think the main thing is I still find Valorant exciting. And I think the moment you don't like the game anymore, you can't really be a successful pro player.
It doesn't feel like work to you, playing Valorant?
Usually not. I mean, if I
I like the usually not.
I mean, with the team, never. Ranked and stuff, that much.
Don't get me started.
To be fair,
with the team, never.
Played a lot. You played like Cypher, Killjoy, KO.
Yeah, that was
like,
interesting.
When we made
year.
the 24 team, we were like, we'll just keep Boo on like a normal.
Who knows? Role. You know, we're in an interesting meta, so who knows? But I would love to see you on something else also.
Speaking of agent changes and stuff as well, I want to pull up the bind composition that you came up with today. What was the reason for the change? And also on that note, how is Comeback actually settling into this Team Heretics? Because for me, seeing this change today, I was very happy about it. I wanted to see Comeback onto that Whaley. We got to see him play on bind last year, and having Riens and Voot on that double initiator, I think as well, was helping support him in a way. Was that part of the reason for this compositional change?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in scrims, like I said, we didn't have much to go by. He played the Raze. He was incredible on it. And then it wasn't really Comeback's issue. It was more like we were unable to support him in a proper way. So yeah. Riens loves Woot. Riens loves Gecko. I also like Gecko, and I like, as a coach, having double initiator more so than double duelist. But last year at the end, our identity was more double duelist, I guess, so we kind of stuck with it. But yeah, it was mostly comfort for the players, but also it gives a lot more tools for me and Boo and Weber to work with.
Does this mean in the future that we could potentially see you leaning back into that double initiator, since double duelist didn't necessarily work out in the way that you wanted it to last week?
Potentially. I think like the thing that I like about our team is we're very flexible. So if we need to play double duelist, we can. But I like double initiator, so does Boo. But
I mean,
yeah.
Double initiator is info, and I think we are in the best of our performance when we have info, and we can make like educated guesses, educated calls, Yeah, that's the best team Heretics, I think, in the in our team's history. So yeah.
You're teasing us. Now we're waiting back for the Chaos Sova, vote re-ends, you know.
I want to ask what you think about the initiator changes then as well, because obviously since the new patch, the signature abilities have changed in the sense that we don't have as much recyclable utility. Do you feel like that's changed the game a lot and the way that we're seeing the meta develop?
I think it did change the game, but I like it. I don't know, it still feels comfortable to play, and you value your reveal or Chaos Knife or whatever like more, which makes you think, which makes, I don't know, I think it brings up the skill level. At the same time, yes, it does make more infights in the game.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like if you take smart gunfights, then it's also part of being smart and calculating and everything. So I don't know, I like it.
It's fair enough. Before we free you of the interview duty, I want to ask each of you a quick question. You don't have to justify yourselves, but you need to give me an answer, okay? I'll start with you, Neil. Who's the strongest team currently in the league, apart from yours, of course?
That was hard.
If you want to justify
Honestly,
yourself, please.
Like right now, from what I've seen, I want to say, and from scrims, I guess, Navi, I would say. I think they play really well.
I think Billy likes that answer. I only like that answer because I said earlier I think teams are probably watching to see what Navi do because they have a really good read on the meta, in my opinion. So it's refreshing to hear a coach also agrees with that.
Yes, you both agree on this side of the couch. And for you, who's an IGL you really want to diff?
In calls or frags?
What?
Diff him in calls or in kills?
If it's two different answers, give me the two answers.
No, I mean, I think Boaster is the GOAT IGL, and I think outcalling him is the best you can be. So Boaster.
Thank you very much for this very smart answer, and probably the one that's
true. It's not PR answer, it's true.
What about for fragging though? Like surely after today it must be Cloud, because Cloud was insane today in the fragging department.
I don't care about fragging. I have other people in my team doing that.
Nice. We get the team player answer. Of course, we can take a look at tomorrow's schedule and what's going to be happening. We're going to have upper bracket fights with Navi versus Gentlemates and BBL versus Team Vitality. That sounds crispy, really.
I'm excited. I'm very excited, especially for that Vitality BBL game. There's a lot of history between the players going up against their former organization and the coaching staff. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. Should be some banger games tomorrow.
Probably, yes. Thank you also for giving us a banger game tonight. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Boo, for joining us, and congratulations again. Wishing you luck for your next matches. Thank you all for watching us. As we say goodbye, enjoy the Razer end of day highlights, and see you tomorrow.
No headshot from Fabinho as well.
Sorry, and Cuba's just got to... What? Have we got gunners in the server today? VALORANT being powerful in these plays, pushing up, getting to, opening up space.
Nice! Hello! Come on, baby, me and you, brother. Me and you. You got them all.
And he's not found his man. He can't find Flickless. And well, Cloud's done it with you till it's 13-8. You were right. How is Aura getting these? How has he just popped the hell off like this? But the answer's come back in from Seven, who apparently is the best at this game. Rubinho, get your line up fast. Where's the layer? Where's the layer? Where it is? It's too late. This is way too late. Oh, they've made a mess of that, Mike. Oh, dearie me. That is map 3 for sure. Hello, catches Cupid, spots one, takes one. Seven is an absolute monster. Yeah, he's not heard it. He's got to check. He's got to look behind. No, Cupid. Have a look, mate. There we go. Imagine he gets the reward. He does. Very nice. And the follow-up. Lovely round from Flickless. Oh, what a shot. 13-10. It took a talking to, but Giant X make it across the line.
going to have to ask him what his lucky charm is. He must have come in today, had a different cereal. But he still got the kill up top. Star! Yes! A triple! Will at least survive a moment longer, but then Benji finishes it off 13-7. A 3K, but it might not be enough. He's got Boo, and it could be just in the nick of time.
Use the stun again, and it's an orbital strike. Benji has to go forward, but they don't expect him to. He's come out with the kill.
The trade so quick from Heretics. Comeback. He's got himself a double. I guess the prophesized victor takes the W in the end.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing.